6 months passed, and the weather had turned to midsummer. In the plaza of the Valley of Flesh and Blood, the rigorous exam that we would have to participate in was taking place. On the arena, two contestants were charging towards each other, a mid-level cadet and a mid-level warrior. The mid-level warrior knocked out the mid-level cadet with just an elbow strike. Sang Wong, the chief examiner, seemed quite satisfied with the results of the competition so far. Eliminated due to the difference in one technique. What a pity. In this round, we've had a total of 37 mid-level warriors. Not bad. Sang Wong mentally counted again the number of cadets taking the exam for the high-level martial artist title this time, a total of 6. At that moment, the cadet who had just been defeated approached Sang Wong and pleaded, "Chief Commander, please give me another chance." The mid-level warrior who had just defeated the cadet immediately pulled him to his feet. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." But the cadet continued to plead with Sang Wong, "Please, I beg you." Sang Wong saw this and stopped the mid-level warrior. "Stop." Then he approached the cadet with a stern expression. Sang Wong spoke to the cadet in a deep voice, "I've been watching your performance. You know how the title exam of our sect is conducted, don't you? The ranking exam for the cadets in the blood sect determines the initial position they receive after their training. All cadets are trained together in the Blood Demon Fist, a basic martial art of the blood sect. Subsequently, cadets are trained in combined body techniques like the 6 bodies, 12 bodies, and 36 bodies. If they can complete all of these stages, they can receive the position of lower-ranked warrior. Those who demonstrate superior strength among the cadets who pass the lower-ranked warrior exam will be eligible to participate in the mid-ranked warrior exam. The mid-ranked warrior is a second-class warrior. First, they must pass the inner energy test. They will need to accumulate at least 10 years of inner energy before they can be recognized for their abilities. The easiest way to test inner energy is to use the energy-stimulating stone. Only when they can use their inner energy to leave a mark on it can they proceed to the next test. The real test is a fight against a person who has already been recognized as a mid-ranked warrior. If they can withstand 30 moves in this fight, they will receive the mid-ranked warrior position. Sang Wong firmly reiterates the rules to the cadet. "This is the only way our blood sect evaluates a person's ability. We provide an equal opportunity for everyone, and there are no exceptions for anyone." Sang Wong explains with sternness but also logic, leaving the cadet with no choice but to lower his head. "What about the 3 candidates who failed just like you, and what about the 8 who failed the energy-stimulating stone test?" Sang Wong kindly advises the cadet, "I understand how you feel, but instead of anger or resentment, you should train yourself harder and try again next time." The cadet has no other words to say. "Yes, sir." As the cadet stands up, he respectfully apologizes to the mid-ranked warrior. "I apologize for letting you see me in such a sorry state." Sang Wong's assistant whispers to him, "Should we punish him?" Sang Wong gently shakes his head. "Don't worry about that, Captain. Hey, this isn't an uncommon occurrence, right?" After returning to the podium, Sang Wong confidently announces, "All right, now, the upper-ranked warrior ranking exam begins." As soon as Sang Wong finishes speaking, an unbelievable scene appears before his eyes, causing him to widen them in astonishment. The cadets and warriors below also turn their eyes towards the door with a mix of surprise and curiosity as they see Action and his 4 disciples appear. Who is that savage? Who are those in front of him? Do such people exist in the 6 Blood Valley? Sang Wong, after a few seconds of shock, stutters and greets Action, but he still can't shake off his astonishment. The four venerable. The appearance of Action and his 4 disciples in the ranking exam was something Sang Wong wasn't informed of. Furthermore, the change in appearance of his 3 disciples also left Sang Wong feeling unbelievable. Sang Wong awkwardly approaches Action for a private conversation, hesitantly saying, "The ranking exam of our sect is a place where only achievements are evaluated. I am sure the disciples of the 4 venerable will easily pass at least the mid-ranked warrior test." But Action, seeing Sang Wong beating around the bush, starts getting irritated. "What are you trying to say? Stop beating around the bush and just say it." Action bluntly asks Sang Wong, "So, is it allowed or not?" Sang Wong, flustered, stumbles and cannot give a clear answer. That. Sodam curiously observes the confused expressions of Sang Wong and the high-ranking warriors who are managing the exam. Why are they reacting like that? Won-Wei scoffs and explains, "No one would be happy about someone suddenly interrupting the exam without following the established order." Won-Wei looks towards the lower-ranked warriors with empathy. In total, there are 106 people participating in the exam this time in the 6 Blood Valley, but more than half of them are only classified as lower-ranked warriors. Won-Wei understands that if he and his twin brothers can skip the initial tests just because they are disciples of the 4 venerable, then the lower-ranked and mid-ranked warriors who just passed their tests will be very dissatisfied. Wonwee empathizes with them because he was once a lower-ranked warrior, but Sodam, being mischievous, teases and mocks them. What are you glaring at? If you're dissatisfied, then work hard to become disciples of the Four Venerable. Haha. Wonwee, dejected, immediately stops her. Cut it out. Meanwhile, Sangwon continues trying to convince Action. But, for Venerable, there are many eyes watching us here now. Action scoffs coldly. What? Do I need to care about the gazes of those cadets? Sangwon, flustered, continues to explain. That's not what I meant. There are also subordinates of other elders and the Bloody Star here. They are tasked with monitoring the exam to select and recruit members. How about you let us check and ensure that your disciples at least meet the qualifications to participate in the upper-ranked warrior exam? Sangwon cautiously puts forward a suggestion, representing the desire of the exam supervisors present. Just then, Bika appears and speaks in favor of Sangwon. For Venerable, what Leader Gu said is reasonable. Bika gently persuades Action. Leader Gu is just trying to handle everything according to the rules of our sect as the head manager of the Six Blood Valley. Why don't we just follow his suggestion first? Sodam glances towards Bika with a contemptuous look. I was wondering why she wasn't here. Finally, she's shown up. Wonwee also glances at Bika. Yeah, I guess she planned to do the same thing to the Four Venerable. She just changed her tone to suit the situation. Action also realizes this and immediately scoffs at Bika's hypocrisy. Ha, you talk as if you're so good, but aren't you here at this moment so you can directly go into the upper-ranked warrior exam? Bika, exposed, bursts into laughter. I won't deny it. Ha ha ha. Bika, feigning a smile, turns to ask Sangwon. So, Leader Gu, what do our disciples need to demonstrate to be allowed? Sangwon points to the energy-stimulating stone and says, if they can prove that they are qualified to take the upper-ranked warrior ranking exam, then no one can object even if they skip a few steps. Everyone turns their eyes towards the energy-stimulating stone and agrees with Sangwon's judgment. Bika, with a cunning smile, speaks to Action. We should at least be able to do this to save face for Leader Gu, right, Yewa? Yewa immediately steps towards the stone with a confident demeanor. Yes, Master, in just 6 months, she has lost her youthful naivety and is brimming with confidence. Wonwee follows Yewa with his eyes as she approaches the energy-stimulating stone. I wonder how strong she has become. When she gets close to the energy-stimulating stone, Yewa immediately enters a state of activating her inner energy, moving it towards her hands. Very quickly, her 2 hands glow with a menacing purple light. Yewa decisively strikes the stone in front of her with a palm strike, attempting to push both hands deep into it. The subordinates of the clan leaders and the Bloody Star are all astonished, gaping. That's a disciple of the Bloody Star. I heard she was recruited and raised from a lower-ranked warrior only half a year ago. Everyone is surprised that in just half a year, Yewa has achieved the level of inner energy to leave a deep and distinct handprint on the stone. This is more than enough for her to participate in the upper-ranked warrior exam. Yewa hears everyone's praise but remains humble and says to Bika, it's a shame, I've tried my best, Master. Bika smiles and nods at Yewa before turning to ask Sangwon, is this demonstration enough? Leader Gu, Sangwon nods in agreement. Yes, your disciple has truly outstanding potential. Heavenly South glances at the stone before asking Wonwee, are you planning to use your inner energy cultivation for this test? Wonwee clicks his tongue and replies, I was going to do that. When passing by Wonwee, Yewa arrogantly asks him, did you see that, young Master Wonwee? Wonwee ignores her and continues talking to Heavenly South. After all, inherent energy is my secret weapon, there's no need to show it here. Yewa continues to strike up a conversation with Wonwee. I've become much stronger in the past 6 months. I'm sure I'll win this fight. However, Wonwee doesn't even bother to respond to her and simply thinks to himself, now, what I need to do is to demonstrate my superior inner energy cultivation. Wonwee doesn't even glance at Yewa and is completely immersed in his thoughts. The problem is that I couldn't even enter the mid-ranked warrior exam before, so I don't know how much power I need to use to be considered passing this test. Wonwee's disregard causes Yewa to feel hurt once again, but she can't do anything. At this moment, Action's voice transmission echoes in Wonwee's mind. You better perform well, you know the consequences if you dare humiliate me here. Action's threat gives Wonwee direction. No matter what, I will definitely have to demonstrate something superior to Yewa. As soon as Wonwee stepped onto the stage, he began to pour his inner energy into his hand, thanks to the combined power of the Dan Luan Heart Technique and Dan Luan Advance, passed down by Action. In just 6 months, Wonwee's inner energy had grown at an astonishing rate. Wonwee carefully considered before launching his punch. He shouldn't hold back his strength because if he used too little force, it might not affect the boulder, so he decided to use around 80% of his inner energy. Immediately, Wonwee concentrated his power into his fist and delivered a powerful punch at the exact spot where Yewa left her mark on the boulder. However, the outcome was a bit unexpected, leaving Wonwee baffled for a moment. The boulder wasn't as hard as Wonwee had expected, and his fist plunged deep into the stone, trapping his hand inside. The crowd erupted in excitement. His fist went through the boulder. It's not just a mark. How is that possible? He reached that level in just a year. The crowd was awestruck, but Wonwee was struggling. My fist is stuck, he complained. So damn, standing nearby, teased him. Seems like you still haven't figured out how much of your inner energy to use. As Wonwee was stuck, Jwabek swaggered forward. Just smash that rock, watch how I do it, he said, his voice dripping with arrogance. Wonwee couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. That idiot is being unnecessarily enthusiastic again. As expected, Jwabek used the golden blood body with a show of force. See this? This is the power of Jwabek. Wonwee was frustrated and still couldn't free his hand. Hey, are you using the golden blood body for this kind of test? The crowd gasped once again. He's breaking the boulder piece by piece. That punch is so strong, there are flying stone fragments everywhere. After more than 10 punches, the rock remained unbroken. Wonwee sarcastically remarked, but your punches only broke the surface. It didn't help at all. Jwabek quickly defended himself. I was afraid of hurting your hand, so I only used a bit of strength. Suddenly, Song Woohyun charged at the boulder, attacking with his shiny, bald head. The crowd was so shocked they couldn't even speak. The boulder shattered in two after Song Woohyun's headbutt. Wonwee, though freed, couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, is his head made of iron or something? After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd began showering Song Woohyun with praise. He's amazing, truly impressive. Jwabek chuckled and whispered to Wonwee, I'm the center of attention here. Wonwee, however, poured cold water on him. It's Song Woohyun who's getting the attention, not you. Action laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. That's right, it has to be like this. Even Sang-woong has to admit that all three of his disciples are exceptional talents. Immediately, Sang-woong bowed respectfully to Action. In that case, I will prepare for everyone to participate in the advanced martial artist examination. However, upon hearing this, Wonwee stopped Sang-woong. Leader Gu, I think you're mistaken. Wonwee and the twins stood tall and declared, we didn't come here to take the advanced martial artist examination. We want to participate in the competition for the position of team leader. Before the captain selection competition, there was a higher-level warrior selection competition. The participants had to withstand 12 techniques from the higher-level warriors, the top experts in the sect. Sodam watched the higher-level warrior competition for a while, then sneered, saying they only used 12 techniques, but it felt like they were holding back their power. Wonwee muttered in his heart, they are indeed holding back. The higher-level warriors are the top experts. They are at a completely different level of ability compared to the intermediate warriors. While observing the fight of the higher-level warriors, Wonwee took the opportunity to assess them. If they really wanted to defeat those cadets, they could do it in just 3 moves. They are holding back about 4/5 of their power. The reason why Action didn't want Wonwee and the twin brothers to participate directly in the captain selection competition right away was because he wanted them to observe the abilities of the higher-level warriors first. When everyone was peacefully watching the matches, Action's eyes suddenly turned sharp, glancing sideways at Wonwee. Immediately after that, he grabbed Wonwee's head with an annoyed voice. You. Action leaned close to Wonwee and whispered, did you bet with the bloodthirsty demoness? Wonwee was immediately stunned, not understanding what was happening. Bika, on the other side, was smiling slyly and glancing at him. Heavenly South immediately told Wonwee, Wonwee, I saw the bloodthirsty demoness' throat vibrating just now. Wonwee sighed, oh, I didn't expect her to talk about this here. Sodam, after hearing that, became indignant. She's so cunning. Is she trying to gain an advantage in the bet? Look at her pretending to be friendly with that smile. Wonwee pondered, yes, this is the first step for her to gain an advantage in the bet, but it's not all. Wonwee understood Bika's deeper intention, which was to sow seeds of doubt in Action's heart, making him think that Wonwee had a secret meeting with them. However, there was one thing the bloodthirsty demoness didn't know. Wonwee had already told everything to Action. Because of this, Action didn't get angry because of the feeling of betrayal. He just grabbed Wonwee's head and asked, is this bet to get you to convince me? After confirming that it was the bet, Action tapped Wonwee's head with a warning. TSK, you always try to seize any opportunity that appears before you, don't you? I'll break both your legs if you dare to come up with such ridiculous ideas again. Wonwee meekly replied, it's the disciples' fault. After grumbling a few words, Action burst into laughter. Well, you've got a very interesting bet, haven't you? Action chuckled and declared, We'll make that bitch teach you her skills, show her what you're capable of. A captain is a higher-level warrior belonging to the elite of the blood sect. There are 3 ways to become a captain. First, fulfill the missions of the blood sect as a higher-level warrior, accumulate contributions, and be promoted in order from deputy captain to captain. The second way is to make great contributions to be exceptionally promoted directly to captain. And the final way is to compete against 2 higher-level warriors using real weapons, and win within 100 moves. This one is extremely difficult compared to the higher-level warrior selection competition. As the higher-level warrior selection competition was about to end, Wonwee suddenly heard a voice transmission in his head. It seems like the 4th patriarch has taught his disciples very well. It turned out to be Gu Sangwon transmitting his voice to Wonwee with challenging eyes. I'm curious to know what kind of swordsmanship the 4th patriarch taught you. Wonwee suddenly remembered Captain O's scrutinizing gaze. Why do I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before? However, Wonwee wasn't angry with Gu Sangwon. If he were in Gu Sangwon's position, he could totally understand why he acted that way. Sodam sneered arrogantly. Well, no wonder he's jealous. You're our masterpiece. Heavenly South also smiled proudly and encouraged Wonwee. Show him the power of the Starlight swordsmanship. As the final match of the higher-level warrior selection competition ended and Wonwee was about to take the stage, another voice transmission rang out. If you are here only because it's the 4th patriarch's order, you don't need to try too hard to get the captain position. One of Wonwee's opponents, the higher-level warrior Dae-jong, was advising him, you still have many opportunities in the future. Meanwhile, Wonwee's other opponent, the higher-level warrior Hoyan, sneered sarcastically, thinking that the 4th patriarch's disciple would actually use a sword. I sincerely hope to learn your swordsmanship. Wonwee just sneered in his heart, hearing their tone in the voice transmission. It seems they are worried, but looking at their expression, it's clear they have hostile intentions. Even though he knew this, Wonwee still politely clasped his hands and greeted them. I hope to learn from you. After both sides finished greeting each other and were ready for the battle, Gu Sangwon personally presided over the match and signaled the start with a loud shout. As soon as the order was given, Dae-jong and Hoyan immediately drew their swords and charged forward simultaneously. Wonwee hadn't even drawn his sword yet when he saw 2 sharp swords piercing towards him at the same time. However, he managed to jump back and dodge. As the double attack passed, Wonwee immediately jumped up and swung a strike aimed at Dae-jong's shoulder, but the latter quickly raised his sword to block in front of his face. At that moment, he heard the sound of another sword ringing in his head. Good, finish it. The voice of the sword came from behind. Thanks to this, Wonwee quickly located the position of the opponent's attack. As soon as he glanced over, he saw a sharp blade piercing towards his hand. Wonwee turned around and simultaneously swept a blow that knocked away the sword in Hoyan's hand, who was standing behind him. His quick reaction and decisive movement made Hoyan astonished. What? Hoyan was dumbfounded, standing still and looking at Wonwee with doubt. How could you do that without looking behind? Wonwee didn't have time to answer him and immediately turned around to counterattack. While Hoyan was distracted, Wonwee turned around and kicked straight into his stomach. Dae-jong also felt confused and immediately retreated, carefully observing Wonwee. Did he deliberately expose his back? Hoyan, hit by the kick, was pushed back and replied with a grimace. He's dealing with our combined attack without the slightest confusion. The 2 opponents whispered to each other while staring at Wonwee cautiously. It seems he has rich combat experience. No wonder he wanted to participate in the captain selection competition. Sodam and Heavenly South saw the astonishment of Hoyan and Dae-jong and chuckled triumphantly. Of course, for the past 4 months, he has been training very hard. Action has simulated sparring with those twins hundreds of times. Wonwee muttered to himself, well, all I have in my memories is getting beaten, but opponents like this are not unbeatable. Immediately after the discussion through voice transmission, Dae-jong and Hoyan looked at each other with meaningful eyes and nodded, signaling that they understood each other's intentions. Wonwee immediately noticed this small gesture and became more alert. It seems they have changed their tactics. As Wonwee had predicted, his 2 opponents charged forward but separated. Dae-jong aimed directly at Wonwee and rushed towards him, while Hoyan turned to the side. This time, Dae-jong charged forward with a strike aimed at Wonwee's shoulder, but the attack was not as simple as before. It had been enhanced with internal increase its killing power. At the same time, he began to use proper sword techniques instead of just simple moves. However, Wonwee was still able to exchange moves with him gracefully. Meanwhile, Hoyan was calmly standing aside and observing. Initially, Wonwee used powerful sword techniques like Tiger Fang Destroyer Sword, similar to how Dae-jong attacked, to deal with him, but it didn't have much effect. Soon after, Wonwee decided to switch to the flexible and smooth sword techniques of the Void Flow Slash to counterattack, surprising his opponent for a moment. The two sides continued to exchange moves fiercely, but Wonwee had gained the upper hand, gradually overwhelming and pushing back Daejong. Although he was being overwhelmed by Wonwee, Daejong didn't show any worry. Instead, he arrogantly sneered, "Your skills are indeed impressive, but you're still just a child." Just as Daejong finished his sentence, Hwoyen suddenly lunged at Wonwee from behind with lightning speed and silently, without a sound. Hwoyen ferociously leaped in with his sword raised high, but before he could strike down, he froze in surprise. What the? A sudden pain came from below. Hwoyen looked down at his left leg in shock, only to see Wonwee's short sword embedded in his leg, blood gushing out from the wound, quickly soaking his leg. As Hwoyen staggered back, Daejong also stopped attacking because he was pushed back by Wonwee. Only when the two higher-level warriors looked at Wonwee did they realize a sly smile was spreading across his lips. While the two higher-level warriors were confused by their failed attack tactics, Wonwee didn't hesitate to counterattack with a higher-level technique, the fourth move of the Starlight Swordsmanship. Dragon Return's ascending sword was unleashed. Wonwee turned around and swung his sword, creating a whirlwind that shot straight into the sky. The powerful sword energy immediately knocked Daejong back, causing him to fall on his back, hitting his head on the ground. Meanwhile, the whirlwind caused dust to fly all over the place, making Hwoyen flustered and completely blind to what was ahead. Seizing the opportunity, amidst the powerful whirlwind, Wonwee suddenly leaped into the air, wielding his sword high above his head. He looked down at his opponent with sharp eyes as he unleashed the fifth technique of the Starry Light Swordsmanship. Hwoyen finally escaped the encirclement of the dust, but when he looked up, he saw Wonwee right above him. In panic, he quickly raised his sword to defend himself. The fifth technique of the Starry Light Swordsmanship, Falling Star Sword, as its name suggests, is a direct slash from above, accompanied by powerful internal energy that explodes upon contact with the opponent. Hwoyen tried to block Wonwee's attack with his sword, but a normal sword was basically no match for the heavenly sword. The blade in Hwoyen's hand immediately snapped in two, one half flying away and piercing the arena floor. More importantly, even though the sword Hwoyen used to defend himself had broken, he was still alive because Wonwee stopped just in time before the heavenly sword reached his opponent's head. After Wonwee sheathed his sword, Hwoyen was still dazed. He coldly reminded him, "Go ahead and stop the bleeding, I still have my short sword to draw." Hwoyen calmed down again and looked at his thigh, realizing that blood was still gushing out of the wound. Hwoyen bowed to Wonwee with a smile of admiration. "Ha, we lost. You certainly have more than enough qualifications to become a team leader." The surrounding trainees immediately cheered for Wonwee with a different kind of excitement compared to the envy they felt before. "Did you all see that? The sword stopped right before his nose. Amazing, he truly won big." While the trainees were cheering loudly, clearly less than 100 moves, right, he only used a few techniques. Gu Sang-won, standing on the judging platform, was stunned in disbelief. Gu Sang-won sighed inwardly, his doubts growing. This is completely beyond my expectations." In fact, it wasn't just Gu Sang-won who felt skeptical. Bika also felt very doubtful about Wonwee's swordsmanship. Action was known for his fists, so seeing Wonwee using a sword, she thought it would be the perfect opportunity to make him lose the bet. Bika found it increasingly unbelievable. Thanks to the 10,000 deathly medicine, Wonwee had only recovered his dantian for half a year now. Even with diligent practice for 6 months, it was extremely difficult to handle the combined attack of two top-tier masters. Therefore, the common question in the minds of those who knew Action well was, how could Wonwee reach this level of swordsmanship? Could it be that Action was also skilled with the sword? Bika, with her sharp and intelligent eyes, was sure that it couldn't possibly be true. According to Bika's deduction, Action's poison sex martial arts relied on maximizing internal energy and physical strength. However, the techniques in the swordsmanship Wonwee used fully utilized the concepts of swordsmanship by a grandmaster who specialized in the sword. Therefore, she concluded that it wasn't martial arts created by Action. Bika could even vaguely guess that this was swordsmanship created by a grandmaster-level swordsman. While those around him were lost in unanswered questions, Wonwee went down to report his victory to Action with a proud look. Action smiled contentedly and nodded at Wonwee. "Kakik, you did well." In his heart, he secretly praised him. "It's truly quite good." The more he looked at Wonwee, the more satisfied Action felt, along with a touch of nostalgia. "It reminds me of you, Heavenly South Swordsman, John Day. You should have been here to see this." Seeing Wonwee win so easily, Dam Yua suddenly became determined to compete with him. She resolutely pleaded with Bika, "Master, your disciple also wants to participate in the team leader competition. Damn Yua was full of confidence as she persuaded Bika, in the past half year, thanks to you, Master, your disciple has grown a lot. Damn Yua spoke with increasing fervor, I always believe in what you teach, Master, and I have confidence in my own efforts. Damn Yua continued chattering without noticing the rigid expression on Bika's face as she looked at her with apprehension. I will protect your honor, Master, and I will definitely win that bet. I will definitely get the position of team leader. Seeing Damn Yua so enthusiastic, Bika couldn't bear to tell her the truth and dampen her spirits, so, Damn Yua stepped onto the arena as a participant in the team leader competition. However, her brave spirit and high level of enthusiasm quickly faded into a painful past. Sadly for Damn Yua, the result of her impulsive action, without realizing her own abilities, was failure. She even lost within 50 moves, beaten so badly that she lay on the ground crying softly. After Damn Yua's turn, it was the twins' turn, but when Jwabek fought, Action felt so frustrated he wanted to go crazy and yelled, "You idiot!" Wonwee, seeing Action's anger, tried to justify Jwabek's actions. The upper-level fighters have become more cautious, however, Action wasn't fooled by this clumsy explanation. Do you think that excuse is enough to justify him? Action was annoyed because Jwabek had fought for more than 60 moves. People around could say Jwabek was Action's true successor because of his incredible resilience, but his slow and clumsy victory left him dissatisfied. Heavenly South clicked his tongue in sympathy for Jwabek. He's really unlucky. Wonwee also understood why Heavenly South said that. Jwabek couldn't unleash his full potential because he felt pressured to finish the battle quickly, like Wonwee had done earlier. Just as Action was grumbling, Bika approached with a fake smile. Fourth Patriarch, you've trained your disciples very well. Action immediately glared at her. Are you trying to taunt me, blood-stained demon woman? Bika smiled in response. How could it be? Not everyone can cultivate the poison sex martial arts of the Fourth Patriarch. Immediately after, her eyes sharpened, hinting at the swordsmanship Wonwee had used earlier, but about that swordsmanship, Bika didn't hesitate to express her doubts, even though her tone seemed to be expressing admiration for Action. This is the first time I've seen the Fourth Patriarch, a grandmaster of fist techniques, understand swordsmanship techniques so deeply. Action faced Bika's skepticism calmly and responded bluntly, Kakaka, stop trying to steer the conversation. You're trying to say that wasn't my swordsmanship technique, right? Action grinned and readily admitted, your observation skills have definitely deteriorated. You didn't even recognize the Heavenly South swordsman's swordsmanship. Everyone was stunned and their eyes widened after hearing Action's declaration. Bika, after a moment of shock, exclaimed excitedly, that's the swordsmanship of the unparalleled master, the Heavenly South swordsman who dominated Yunnan. Action frankly took out the Starry Light swordsmanship manual of the Heavenly South swordsman for everyone to see. The Heavenly South swordsman is dead. This is the Heavenly South swordsman's swordsmanship manual. Everyone was further shocked by this information. The Heavenly South swordsman is dead, so the Fourth Patriarch killed him. The blood sect subordinates, thinking Action had obtained the book by winning a duel against the Heavenly South swordsman, immediately knelt down to express their respect. Congratulations, Fourth Patriarch Elder. Action, receiving the congratulations, became furious and shouted, Congratulations, is it worth congratulating me because someone else snatched the opportunity to kill that guy? Heavenly South was surprised by Action's frankness, unexpected. I didn't expect him to reveal the truth. Wonwee agreed with Heavenly South, it's really unexpected that he would be so truthful. He could have said he killed him himself, no one else knows this. At that moment, an upper-level fighter expressed his doubt, so what about that manual? Action calmly replied, I got it from someone else. Wonwee immediately regretted what he had just said to Heavenly South. I take back what I said. Then, Action patted the book with a proud look. This sword manual isn't complete. I've fought the Heavenly South swordsman many times, so there's no way anyone understands him better than me. Bika immediately jumped to a conclusion with an even more surprised expression. So that means, Action laughed and nodded immediately. Kaka, yes. Action proudly announced to everyone, I've perfected the weaknesses of that swordsmanship and passed it on to this kid. You could say he's also a successor of both me and the Heavenly South swordsman. Wonwee sighed inwardly and glanced at Action's smug expression. This sly old man, saying it like that means he's declaring that he's created a successor so that the legacy of the deceased Heavenly South swordsman won't be broken. At the same time, he became the person who had the talent and merit to perfect the swordsmanship of the Heavenly South swordsman, his arch-rival. Moreover, due to this reason, if anyone in the blood sect wanted to learn the Heavenly South swordsman's swordsmanship, no one else could object. However, after a moment of contemplation, Heavenly South calmly said, I think this is fine, because the reality is that my master's legacy would be lost to the past without this announcement by Action. Heavenly South smiled with a satisfied expression. Moreover, he emphasized that you are the descendant of the Heavenly South swordsman. Just this alone is enough for me to be grateful to him. At this moment, the high-ranking warriors around the fighting stage looked at Dwabek and whispered to each other, so that was the Heavenly South swordsman's swordsmanship. What he said means that only that child received the complete teachings of the poison sex. As the whispers died down, the two high-ranking warriors facing Dwabek raised their hands in surrender. Those around them looked at Dwabek with pitying eyes. That kid is done too. Dwabek stood up panting, with blood streaming down one side of his nose, making him grumble in frustration. Damn it, my nose is bleeding. The whispers continued around him as they witnessed Dwabek's arduous victory. He needed almost 100 moves to win. With a physique like that, his abilities are clearly worse than Wonhui who fought before him. More importantly, he doesn't look like a winner at all. As Dwabek stepped off the arena, Action greeted him with a stinging headbutt. You useless fool, you're embarrassing me, Dwabek pleaded. Ugh, I'm sorry. Dwabek, feeling wronged by the blow, glared at Wonhui. Wonhui didn't understand the glare, but politely praised him. Well done. Dwabek sent a voice transmission to Wonhui with a resentful tone. If those guys hadn't kept running away, I would have beaten them much faster than you. Wonhui was even more confused. Why does he have to justify himself to me with voice transmission? After declaring that Dwabek had passed the test, Gu Sangwon announced, next up, the last candidate for team captain, Song Woo-hyun, please step forward. As Song Woo-hyun prepared to step onto the stage, Action warned him, if you put on a performance as pathetic as your elder brother, I'll make you go hungry for days. The moment he heard about being starved, Song Woo-hyun's expression instantly transformed, becoming much more serious. His usual naive expression vanished in an instant. Gu Sangwon immediately called Song Woo-hyun's opponents to the stage. Du Kyung, Kang Jaeji, you two handle this match. Meanwhile, Song Woo-hyun strode onto the stage with a fierce look, making Wonhui a bit stunned. What was that expression he had just now? More importantly, this time Song Woo-hyun's opponents were two individuals using different martial arts, a fist master and a swordsman. It seemed they were trying to make things difficult for Song Woo-hyun because they didn't want all three of Action's disciples to become team captains. We guessed that even though they wanted to prevent Action's team from winning a third time in a row, they probably only dared to send one weapon user onto the stage this time because they were still afraid of upsetting Action. As soon as the opponents were ready on the stage, Gu Sangwon loudly announced, "Alright, let the match begin." As soon as Gu Sangwon finished his words, a strange sound rang out, as if someone was hitting a drum. On the fighting stage, Song Woo-hyun was holding the head of one of his opponents and slammed his bald, shiny head directly into the opponent's face, causing the opponent's features to cave in. As the fist master was knocked out and fell to the ground, the swordsman standing next to him gasped in fear and stammered, I surrender." Song Woo-hyun, victorious, beamed with a satisfied expression, a stark contrast to his serious demeanor earlier. Sodam, seeing this, muttered a reminder to Wonhui, "We absolutely can't let him go hungry." Wonhui agreed, murmuring, "I'm glad I only fought him in the distant past." Witnessing Song Woo-hyun's spectacular performance, Action burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Dwabek, on the other hand, grumbled and complained that Song Woo-hyun overshadowed his own performance. In the end, only Dam Yewa failed to become a team captain, but she was still qualified to be a high-ranking warrior. After all the team captain competitions were over, the leader and the other managing warriors escorted Action, along with the representatives of the 3 Great Lords and the 7 Bloody Stars, to the main gate of the Valley of Fresh and Blood. Sodam suddenly whispered to Wonhui, "Wonhui, one of the Bloody Maiden's subordinates has been glancing in this direction." Wonhui curiously looked behind him in the direction Sodam was looking. Besides Dam Yewa, who else was there? Wonhui immediately recognized the identity of the girl who was glancing at him. Who do I think it is? It's senior sister Heian. No, I mean young Miss Baek Ryona. Sodam stared at the slender girl with wide eyes in disbelief. What, she's Baek Ryona? Wonhui answered firmly, even though it seems like she's cured by the pearly frost snap, I can still recognize her. Sodam still found it hard to believe. What, did she go through some kind of rebirth or something? She's basically half the size she used to be. Wonhui clicked his tongue in his heart. Even so, her round eyes and long eyebrows are still the same. Sodam suddenly changed her tone, giggling to tease Wonhui. Oh, you recognized her with just a glance. Is that because your observation skills are so good, or is it because, Wonhui, feeling teased, showed annoyance? Stop talking nonsense. Meanwhile, Dwabek followed closely behind Action, curiously asking him, "But master, why are we going to the main hall?" Action chuckled in response, "This is the highlight. Now, we have to bring back the useful ones, ha." As the group reached the front of the main gate, they saw a large board placed there, on which a series of name tags were neatly hung in 4 horizontal rows. Inside the main courtyard, the young soldiers who had just been promoted to lower rank and middle rank warriors were standing in line, waiting to be selected for the forces of the 7 bloody stars and the 4 great lords. Standing in front of the board displaying the name tags of the newly promoted warriors, Gu Sangwon announced loudly, "From now on, the selection ceremony will begin." Sodam curiously asked Wonhui, "What is this selection ceremony?" Wonhui explained to her, "Put simply, it's the assignment and distribution of new warriors to the forces of the sect." The names of the warriors who passed the recent exam were engraved on the name tags hung on the wooden board. The selection process also clearly categorized candidates into high-ranking warriors, mid-ranking warriors, and finally, lower-ranking warriors. Now, the leaders under each of the bloody stars and the 4 great lords will choose the candidates they have targeted beforehand, bringing them back to strengthen their own forces. Sodam astutely exclaimed, "Oh, so that means in your past life, Blood Wolf Team Captain No Songgu chose to lead you." Wonhui clicked his tongue in response. "No, lower-ranking warriors don't have the right to be nominated or the right to choose. The master will randomly distribute them evenly among the different forces. Therefore, the selection ceremony is actually a battle to win over the candidates for high-ranking and mid-ranking warriors." Seeing Action about to step forward to make the first selection, a hesitant leader asked him, Fourth Grandmaster, are you also participating in the selection ceremony?" Action chuckled, taking it for granted, "Since there are no leaders under my command, I guess I have to choose directly, right?" The leaders serving the 3 great lords and the 7 bloody stars were all taken aback. "Fourth Grandmaster is directly participating in the selection. Damn it, we're just delegated, we can't just casually object to him." Action calmly asked one of the leaders, "Should we start with the mid-ranking warriors first, or the high-ranking ones?" The leader stammered in reply, "We should start with the mid-ranking warrior candidates, Your Honor." Action grinned and looked towards the leaders, declaring, "Oh, all right, I'll start first. Any objections?" Without giving anyone a chance to object, he continued, "Good, no questions, I'll choose then." Action calmly walked towards the board listing the mid-ranking warriors and placed his finger on a point near the edge of the board. His actions made the other leaders feel restless and curious. He's pointing to somewhere below the board. Does he have a candidate in mind already? However, Action didn't move his hand to any of the name tags on the board, but instead pressed his index finger firmly onto the exact spot where he had placed it. In the next second, Action lightly dragged his finger across the board, making a straight, clean cut. A crackling sound echoed through the air, full of menace, amidst the astonishment of everyone. Action cut a precise row of 10 individuals at the bottom of the board and declared, "There are 37 mid-ranking warriors in total, I'll separate the last 10. Rest above, I'll take them all." Action didn't even bother turning his head to see the expressions of the leaders and the 6 bloody stars Bika. Sounds of astonishment escaped Bika, Gu Sangwon, and all the leaders unconsciously. He took them all 27. Sodam couldn't help but let out a delighted laugh. "Pfft, ha 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 ha." Wonhui was speechless. He could only laugh awkwardly, although I knew he'd do something ridiculous, but he really doesn't even bother to look at anyone's face. Action had calculated that there were 3 other great lords along with 7 of the bloody stars, totaling 10 forces, so he felt very generous in his announcement. He stated, "Because I left 10 people for fairness, you all can discuss and negotiate as you please, each of you take one of them." Although many people were unhappy, only Bika dared to complain to Action. He said, "Fourth Lord, it seems like you have chosen too many talented individuals." Action responded with an indifferent expression, "Too many, what do you mean by that?" Bika answered frankly, "Didn't the Fourth Lord declare in the esteemed meeting that increasing one's power was very troublesome? You also announced that you would operate alone." Bika forcefully pointed towards the other leaders and expressed his dissatisfaction on their behalf. "If you choose so many people, then it won't be possible to distribute them fairly among everyone." Bika's criticism was expected to anger Action, but on the contrary, he laughed cheerfully. He said, "I'm glad you brought that up." Bika was confused and asked, "Why?" Action took this opportunity to announce his new perspective. He declared, "This seat has decided to strive to cultivate my own power, therefore, there will no longer be any need to debate about fairness, right?" Action chuckled with a sense of satisfaction and added, "Because I didn't have anyone under my command before, I was planning to choose all of them. However, I left a few candidates for you to choose from, and that's already saving face for you." Wonhui was stunned by Action's way of thinking. he thought, so that's how he considers the feelings of others. If he took all of them, who knows how those people would react. Seeing that everyone was silent, Action continued, if any of you leaders have any dissatisfaction, feel free to report what happened here to your superiors. Those who find this situation problematic can come and find me. Otherwise, we can settle this right here. I will rip your mouths open. Action stared fiercely at the leaders with a menacing expression and eyes filled with killing intent. Not only did the leaders not dare to speak, but even Bika stepped back. He said, if that is the Fourth Lord's intention, then we have no reason to interfere further. Everyone understood that now that the Fourth Lord had announced his intention to expand his power, it was only natural for him to try to gather the blood sect warriors under his command. No one here was of a high enough rank to stop him, so they reluctantly divided the remaining candidates among themselves. However, for a person who had operated as a lone wolf for many years to suddenly declare his desire to expand his power, that statement would certainly make the competition within the blood sect more dynamic. Once the red-haired granddaughter of the liege learned of this, she would definitely start taking action. Thinking about Action, who had been like a sleeping dragon but was now suddenly awakened, Bika couldn't help but worry that young Miss Bakriona's future path would become even more challenging and dangerous. The other leaders were gloomily dividing the remaining candidates. Sodam said to Wonhui, I'm thinking this is a good opportunity for you. Sodam excitedly shared her speculation with Wonhui, if this is the case, both sides will try to persuade the old man to join their faction, right? During that process, our key forces will surely be revealed, and you can weigh your options. We had already thought about this, but he still pretended to be surprised and teased her. Sodam, since when did you become so smart? Sodam was annoyed and raised her fist in a threat. What did you say, you little brat? I'm more than capable of coming up with things like that. Only Heavenly South was clueless and stammered, interrupting them. I don't really understand what you and Sodam are talking about. Sodam was still upset with Wonhui and snapped at him. Just sit there quietly. Heavenly South was overwhelmed by Sodam and could only remain silent. The selection process for intermediate warriors concluded. Gu Sangwon stepped forward and announced to everyone, next, we will proceed with the selection ceremony for the advanced warrior candidates. The 6 young warriors who passed the competition as advanced warriors, please step forward. The 6 advanced warrior candidates immediately stepped forward upon hearing the command and responded in unison, yes, sir. Gu Sangwon turned to the leaders and said, before we continue with the selection, I invite the leaders to give brief speeches so that the candidates can make their choices in appointing their positions. Sodam was surprised and asked Wonhui, they get to choose. This selection is different from the intermediate warrior candidates, isn't it? Wonhui clicked his tongue and explained, yes, before my regression, it was also done like this. Advanced warrior candidates have the right to choose which force they want to join. This also means that from now on, whatever happens depends on the eloquence of the leaders. Just as Wonhui was wondering how Action would speak to persuade those candidates, he suddenly transmitted a message to him, I will leave this to you. Wonhui was startled and turned to look at Action, but he remained calm and continued to command through telepathy, bring them all back, persuade them with your smooth tongue. Wonhui swallowed nervously and looked up at Action, but master, how can I do that? I'm not on the same level as those leaders. It would be better if you stepped forward yourself. He silently lamented in his heart. Action was annoyed and grumbled at Wonhui, hey, you little rascal, do you want me to blow my own horn? Wonhui was stunned for a moment. He looked at Action with disdain. Oh, so that's it. He wants me to gild his image. Ha! Gu Sangwon was still focused on discussing with the other leaders. So, who should we start with? Just then, Wonhui stepped onto the podium, causing him to lose his focus. Gu Sangwon was surprised and turned to ask Wonhui, so, I mean Captain So, you will be representing the Fourth Lord, right? Wonhui nodded in confirmation, yes, that is correct, Leader Gu, I will be the one to speak. One leader who wanted to gain an advantage suggested, since there's a hierarchy here anyway, why don't we do it based on seniority? Wonhui immediately understood his intention, isn't he trying to make me the last one to speak? The other leaders, not wanting Action's faction to gain an advantage, immediately agreed. Leader Cha's suggestion makes sense. Do we really need to debate about who speaks first? The leaders chuckled, intentionally pushing Wonhui aside. Good idea, let's do that. Wonhui sighed in exasperation. These guys are no different from Action. It was clear from the beginning that they didn't want Wonhui to gain anything this time. One could tell just by looking at how they sneered and supported each other in stepping forward. However, that suddenly ignited a fierce competitive spirit within Wonhui. He chuckled inwardly and started to plan, what should I do to bring all 6 of those advanced warriors here? Gu Sang-wong didn't interfere with the leader's discussion and simply gave the next instructions. It seems the order has been decided, so each of you please step forward and begin your speech. Won-wee wasn't worried about being last because the candidates wouldn't make their choices immediately. It could be advantageous for him to speak last, after listening to the other leaders and observing the candidates' reactions. Seeing that Won-wee was so relaxed even though he was being pushed around by the other leaders, Action immediately became annoyed and yelled into his ear through telepathy, "What are you doing?" Action stared at Won-wee, his anger burning. "Why are you just standing there and letting yourself be last?" Won-wee quickly chuckled and replied, "Speaking last isn't so bad. I'll do my best." Action was still annoyed and threatened Won-wee. Be prepared. If you miss even one, you better watch out." Won-wee could only sigh. It's truly difficult to meet the standards of this crazy old man. Then, the first leader stepped forward to speak in front of the advanced warrior candidates. "Greetings, everyone. I am the 5 Poisons leader serving under the Third Lord, the Second Blood Sect King, Elder Gu Jang. My name is Song Pilchung." Song Pilchung immediately presented the benefits warriors would receive if they joined the Third Lord. "The Elder always values talented individuals. Even the poison techniques of our sect will be passed down to you if you join us." Next, the second leader stepped forward to persuade the candidates. "I am the Breaking Star leader Jungyum, serving under the Second Lord of the Chaotic Demon Sword Sect. If you join us, it will be an opportunity for everyone to learn swordsmanship directly from me." And so on, one by one, each leader stepped forward, flaunting their authority and demonstrating the advantages of their martial arts skills. Soon, all 8 leaders had finished their speeches, all with the same boring template of boasting about the talent and power of their masters. Sodam couldn't help but yawn in boredom. This is so boring. How can all 8 of them talk the same? They only talk about who they serve and what kind of martial arts they use. Won-wee clicked his tongue in his heart. Well, because they're all in the blood sect, there isn't much difference in their principles, so they only have their martial arts to show off. While Sodam was so bored she was nodding off on Won-wee's head, Heavenly South looked towards the advanced warrior candidates. "But Won-wee, it seems like all the leaders are watching the reaction of just one candidate, right?" Won-wee nodded and replied, "Oh, you noticed it too." Won-wee looked at the young man who was being particularly noticed by all the leaders, but throughout the speeches from beginning to end, he maintained a consistent expressionless face. His name was Sungwon. Won-wee explained to Heavenly South, "In the advanced warrior competition just now, anyone could see that this kid was close to reaching the peak of martial arts mastery. He just needs a little guidance, and he'll become a top-tier expert." Even during the competition, he had to face Go Jinchang, a top-tier advanced warrior, but he managed to counterattack within 16 moves. Therefore, it was obvious that all the leaders' attention was focused on him. However, Won-wee paid attention to Sungwon for another reason. "I think I heard his name somewhere before." Won-wee stared intently at Sungwon, carefully pondering. It wasn't that I could remember everything from my previous life as if a notebook had recorded every event clearly, but I was sure that name had appeared in my mind before. While Won-wee was lost in thought, the last leader stepped onto the podium, pleased to meet everyone. The man with a long scar over his left eye introduced himself confidently. "I am the White Blood Leader, under the authority of the first, the Bloody Star, the second, the Warm Blood Sword, Jang Ryong. My name is Shimyung." Immediately, Sungwon's expression changed. He became focused on Shimyung's speech, causing Won-wee to be somewhat surprised. What was going on? That little guy didn't pay attention to anyone, but now he's showing interest. Shimyung continued his speech with a slightly different demeanor. "I won't talk about the first, the Bloody Star. Anyway, it's just like what my predecessors have said before." Shimyung said in a calm voice, seemingly without the need to compete. "All 4 leaders in the 7th, the Bloody Star, are all worthy of respect within our sect, so I think there's no need to list each one here. You must have heard about them already." Since Shimyung's speech was different from the beginning, everyone paid even more attention. He continued in a calm voice. "However, I will tell you this, we, as well as the first, the Bloody Star, are the pioneers fighting on Mount Gi, a place that can be considered the most important front line ever and will continue to be so." Immediately upon hearing the mention of Mount Gi, Sungwon's eyes clearly flickered and seemed to become sharper than before. Won-wee had been observing Sungwon this whole time and couldn't help but wonder, why was he reacting like that when he heard Mount Gi? Won-wee pondered, considering the factors closely related to Mount Gi, and immediately remembered that it was very close to the headquarters of the beggar sect. At the same time, with just that detail, a significant amount of information about Sungwon flooded back into Won-wee's mind. "I remember now. I had wondered why I couldn't remember him. That's because he was a beggar sect spy." Won-wee was completely sure of it when he looked at Sungwon's focused gaze towards Shimyung. Being a spy, He wanted to go to the front lines to gather important information instead of joining anyone else in the blood sect. Sodam asked Wonwi in surprise. What, a beggar sect spy? He's a righteous warrior, Wonwi replied with a sigh. It's not just that. According to Wonwi's memories from his past life, Sungwon's fate half a year later would be tragic, because he was discovered to be a spy. He was killed after spending some time monitoring activities at the front line. Sodam curiously glanced at Wonwi. If he's left like this, he'll have no choice but to face a tragic death, right? Are you going to help him? Wonwi replied indifferently. Why should I? Anyway, he's only thinking about joining the first, the Bloody Star. Wonwi clicked his tongue and reluctantly looked away from Sungwon. Unfortunately, there was no other choice but to abandon him. At this moment, Action's voice echoed in Wonwi's ears. You must bring that little guy you just looked at back. His order made Wonwi freeze for a moment. Action continued laughing gleefully. Kakik, he's quite attractive. You think so too? That's why you were staring at that little guy, right? He also showed quite a unique performance in the competition earlier. The more Action spoke, the more determined he became with his order. According to Leader Gu, that little guy is from the Hao clan. You must bring him here for me. Wonwi was so annoyed that he didn't want to answer or argue anymore. His face had become stiff. That's crazy. Doesn't that strange old man know he's telling me to bring a spy under his command? After a sigh, Wonwi regained his composure and said to Action, Master, can I ask you something? Action grumbled. What is it? While Wonwi and Action were discussing in secret, Jwabek, standing aside, looked smugly and sneered as Wonwi had to give the final speech. Kakik, it seems like that little Wonwi is about to be scolded by that crazy old man. At that moment, Action's sharp eyes glanced towards Jwabek, accidentally meeting his gaze, causing him to jump in fright. Immediately, Action beckoned the twins closer. Twins, come here. Jwabek panicked and stammered an apology as a natural reaction. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know what I did, but I'm wrong. Seeing Jwabek hesitate for a long time before daring to come forward, Action tapped his head and grumbled, Come when I call you, don't say nonsense. Meanwhile, it was finally Wonwi's turn to step onto the podium. Wonwi stepped onto the podium and silently observed the high-level warrior candidates for a moment. Looking at their expressions, it seemed like they had already made their decisions. If I want to recruit them, I need to make myself different from the other leaders with a well-planned strategy. Wonwi began his speech with a brief introduction. It's nice to meet everyone, just like all of you. I'm here as a disciple of the sect, and I'm Captain Wonwi. There were 6 high-level warrior candidates in the audience, so Wonwi decided to start by persuading the other 5 first. As for Sungwon, he would need a different approach. Wonwi cleared his throat and continued, As you all know, I'm a disciple of Elder Action, one of the 4 great leaders. In a way, you could say I'm luckier than everyone else. The high-level warrior candidates below immediately showed signs of dissatisfaction. What the heck, is he bragging? What's he doing? Based on his experience, Wonwi knew that if he talked too much at once, it would reduce people's ability to focus, so he paused and then continued, Though I'm definitely lucky, but, as a disciple like everyone else here, I think there's no one who can understand you all better than me. While speaking, Wonwi continued to observe the candidates' reactions. Sure enough, Sungwon didn't bother to listen to a single word he said. Seeing Sungwon's indifference, Wonwi had no choice but to temporarily ignore him and speak to the psychological core of the other high-level warrior candidates. Just like Leader Shimyang said earlier, I also think that telling stories about the anecdotes and achievements of our masters is truly meaningless. Action, upon hearing this, scowled and became furious, immediately taking his anger out on Jwabek. What, stories about me are meaningless? Just as Action was about to scalp Jwabek, Wonwi pointed towards the 3 of them and continued, I think there's no need to tell stories, because they are living proof. The twins and Action were stunned. Wonwi explained to the high-level warrior candidates, Look at those 2 over there, just like you, my 2 junior brothers, and I also came from the cadet corps. Now, they have also become captains. As the candidates' curiosity increased, Wonwi emphasized, In 1 year, we have progressed like this, in just 1 year. Sure enough, the candidates' eyes began to change. They felt that what Wonwi just said was true and objective. The undeniable fact is that Action created 3 top-level masters in just 1 year. As the candidates began to waver, a leader immediately interrupted his speech with a sarcastic tone. Isn't that because you were directly taught by the 4th patriarch? Gu Sangwoo was dissatisfied with the attitude of the leader who just interrupted, so he straightforwardly reminded him, Captain So is still giving his speech. The leader looked embarrassed. I apologize. Sodam saw that things were becoming unfavorable for Wonwi and immediately became angry. How dare that bastard interrupt like that? However, Wonwi calmly replied, It seems he can sense the danger from me. That means my strategy is working. Immediately, Won-wee addressed the leader's question cleverly. I believe we can be like this because he is the fourth patriarch. However, there is another equally important factor. That is, currently, there are only 3 of us as disciples of our master, including me and the twins. Won-wee said this with a smug smile, without any worry. His way of leading the discussion and his strange attitude made all the high-level warrior candidates feel confused. Even Sungwon was a little curious about Won-wee's purpose in making such a declaration. The candidates whispered among themselves in confusion, is this a good thing? What he just said means, if you count the total number of people, their force is only 4. The leaders, after hearing this, found Won-wee's statement laughable. What's there to be proud of with such a small force? It's an unbelievable, foolish mistake. As everyone's confusion reached its peak, Won-wee smiled slyly and continued, though we only have a few people now, soon there will be many disciples following our master. Finally, Won-wee addressed the crucial point, stimulating the candidate's ambition. At that time, you can become the center of the force, like the founding heroes. Not only did he talk about his own force to attract talent, but Won-wee also subtly took a jab at other forces. Though your achievements are all outstanding, no matter where you go, you will all start from the lowest position. That is an absolute truth that cannot be denied. Seeing the stunned expressions of the leaders and the wavering in the eyes of the upper-level martial artist candidates, Won-wee concluded, I just want to ask a simple question. Do you want to start from the tail of the dragon, or do you want to start from the head of the dragon? While the candidates were pondering, Won-wee suddenly broke into a friendly smile, pointing towards Action and the twins in the distance. Finally, as you have all seen, because our force has a small number of people, the atmosphere is always like a family. While Won-wee lied without blinking an eye, Action and the twins were acting like members of a happy and warm family, exchanging affectionate embraces with bright smiles on their faces. Action grinned widely while transmitting sound to the twins. If you're smart, you'll smile as wide as you can, or I'll tear your mouths for you. The twins stretched their mouths to their ears and added a fake line, ha ha ha. I love my family so much. The upper-level martial artist candidates, seeing this scene, were even more moved and swayed. What a truly close master-disciple relationship. Meanwhile, Sodam couldn't help but shiver. Ugh, you guys are such a bunch of schemers. Sodam muttered curses in Won-wee's ear as the chills persisted. Family, my ass. Even Won-wee felt goosebumps, but he had to suppress them. Just ignore them, my conscience is already gnawing at me. Then, the selection process of the upper-level martial artist candidates began. The first person, named Lee Gyu, knelt before Won-wee as soon as he stepped onto the stage. I want to become a subordinate of the So Captain and the 4th Grand Elder. Won-wee smiled and nodded at him. Welcome, the 4th Grand Elder will be happy with your decision. In fact, Won-wee was relieved. This is a good start. If the candidates had gone to the other leaders right from the beginning, I don't know how much the old lunatic would have berated me. Won-wee secretly glanced at Action, who was laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, good, good. The next upper-level martial artist candidate stepped forward. Gu Sang-woong asked him, have you made a decision? The candidate nodded firmly. Yes, leader. Immediately after, he walked towards Won-wee, causing Sodam to become excited. It seems like the second kid is coming to us. Won-wee felt nervous and prayed silently. Please come here, save me. Although the second candidate had reached Won-wee, he hesitated, glancing at the other leaders without immediately kneeling, making Won-wee somewhat doubtful. Won-wee immediately looked at the other leaders and saw their throats vibrating, as if they were transmitting sound to the candidate. It seems they are all anxious. They're trying to persuade the candidate and talking to each other through sound transmission, but I'm also in a tough spot. At this moment, the second candidate knelt before Won-wee and spoke. So Captain. This candidate, named Moon-chan, finally made his decision firmly. I also want to become a subordinate of the 4th Grand Elder. Chwabek, watching from the sidelines, sneered, oh, welcome to hell. Meanwhile, Action chuckled, I like that kid, ha ha ha. Although Won-wee had successfully delivered his speech in his own way, he now felt a little strange having 2 consecutive candidates choosing him. Meanwhile, the next candidate stepped onto the stage. It was Sungwon, making Won-wee sigh inwardly. This is the most troublesome one. He alone could defeat the other 5. Although everyone wanted him, in Won-wee's eyes, an insider like him was no different from poison wine. As Won-wee glanced at the other leaders, they were all trying to transmit sound to lure Sungwon, but he knew very well that for someone who had a clear goal like him, all their efforts would be in vain. Looking into Sungwon's determined eyes, Won-wee once again confirmed that he had a very clear goal, to become a subordinate of the 1st, the Bloody Star. As Sungwon silently walked past Won-wee, he was still pondering. The old man told me to bring this kid back, but recruiting someone like him is truly Won-wee hesitated, struggling between two thoughts. Should I throw this bony fish aside to avoid getting stuck, or should I eat it? Although there's no way a beggar sect insider like him would be persuaded by me. While pondering, Won-wee glanced at Action to probe him. On his stern face, it seemed like the words "bring him here" were etched. Feeling his gaze wasn't enough of a deterrent, Action directly transmitted sound to warn Won-wee, "You absolutely cannot let that kid fall into anyone else's hands." Facing Action's urging and threat, Won-wee sighed dejectedly. "Ugh, this old man really likes him. He's trying to force me to recruit him." Won-wee took a deep breath to regain his composure. "Fine. I have no choice anymore. I can't die at the hands of Action." Meanwhile, Sungwon had walked past Won-wee and stood before Shimyung. Sungwon quickly knelt before Shimyung. At this moment, Won-wee's mind flashed with a thought. "I've lived as an insider for 10 years. The scariest situation for an insider is..." Just before Sungwon's knee touched the ground, Won-wee transmitted sound to his ear with a cold, threatening voice. "Hey, beggar." Sungwon instantly froze, startled. In his fluster, Sungwon used sound transmission to ask Won-wee, "What are you saying?" Won-wee calmly emphasized again, "I'm calling you, beggar." There wasn't much time, so Won-wee got straight to the point. "You want to operate near the peak of Gi? Isn't that too dangerous? Don't you think so?" Sungwon was caught off guard and became frightened. He cautiously looked at Won-wee, his knee not daring to touch the ground. "What do you want?" Won-wee didn't reply, but gently nodded, signaling Sungwon to shift his body a little closer and kneel before him. Immediately after, Sungwon's knee slowly straightened. He stared intently at Won-wee for a long time, pondering what to do in this situation. Although Sungwon hadn't knelt to pay homage to Shimyung, he had stood there for a while, making Shimyung mistakenly think he had joined his side. Shimyung cheerfully patted his shoulder. "Welcome, Sungwon." Shimyung smiled contentedly and added, "I'm sure the first, the Bloody Star, will be very happy with your wise choice." However, before Shimyung could finish his sentence, Sungwon glided towards Won-wee, leaving Shimyung stunned. Shimyung knelt on one knee before Won-wee and bowed respectfully. "So Captain, I want to become a subordinate of the 4th Grand Elder." Sungwon's last-minute change of heart made Action even more delighted and satisfied, and he laughed loudly. "Good, good, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Jwabek, standing beside him, felt frustrated, as it seemed unlikely that Won-wee would be reprimanded. What the hell is going on? Why is everything going so smoothly? Won-wee had just breathed a sigh of relief when another worrying thought came to mind. "It's done. This kid changed his mind, but this also means I've changed the history I knew about Sungwon." More importantly, looking into Sungwon's cold, murderous gaze, Won-wee felt a twinge of unease. Is this the right choice? Won-wee sighed inwardly. There will probably be many more troublesome things to come. Immediately after, the first troublesome situation occurred when a series of complaints from the other leaders were transmitted. "So Captain, what did you say to him? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Are you really going to bring all those candidates back? How are we supposed to explain to our master?" After Sungwon, another upper-level martial artist also wanted to join Action. Finally, the upper-level martial artist selection ceremony concluded. The total number for Action's faction was 4, Lee Gyu, Moon-chan, Sungwon, and Hai Ryo. Although this result was already very good, it didn't satisfy Action. He grumbled angrily at Won-wee. "It seems that your boasted persuasive skills only work 6 parts out of 10. Jwabek, seeing Won-wee being scolded, smirked. "Ha, what can we do?" Meanwhile, Won-wee felt deeply hurt. "He's so cold. His words are like daggers to my heart. He could have said 7 parts out of 10. Saying 6 parts makes it sound like I only recruited half the candidates. It's so unfair." Seeing Jwabek's smug smile, Action elbowed him in the head, sending him crashing face-first to the ground. "What the hell are you so happy about, you little brat?" At this moment, a strange man appeared and spoke up for Won-wee. However, the young master's abilities are also excellent. The man's sudden appearance startled Won-wee. "I didn't sense any aura at all. Who is this guy?" Action immediately grinned widely upon seeing the man. "Cuckoo, you should have shown yourself earlier. You're just watching the excitement from the sidelines." Based on Action's reaction, Won-wee realized that the man who had just appeared seemed to know Action. "This is actually the first time I've seen that kind of friendly expression from him." The man chuckled and approached Action. "Sorry, Elder, the things that happened earlier were too interesting, so I just kept watching." Hearing this, Won-wee vaguely guessed. Could it be that he deliberately concealed his presence to test me and the twins? Action placed his hand on the shoulder of the man who had just appeared, introducing him with an excited voice. "Everyone, say hello. This is the man who worked under me for the past 10 years. The man had a long scar across his face, but his smile was incredibly friendly, and his demeanor was much more polite than Action's. Jang Moon-wong, the leader of the escort team, greeted them with a bow. "Greetings, gentlemen. Action's 3 disciples quickly bowed and greeted Jang Moon-wong. I am Wonhui, said one. Jwabek, a disciple of the Four Lords, greets you, leader, said the second. And I am Song Woo-hyun, said the third. Action nodded approvingly at the disciples' politeness. Jang Moon-wong then went straight to the point. I followed your request and directly participated in the selection of candidates at the extreme evil county of the sect. Action smiled eagerly and asked Jang Moon-wong, what were the results? Jang Moon-wong immediately reported, there are 20 lower-ranking warriors, 13 mid-ranking warriors, and 2 high-ranking warriors. Upon hearing the location, Extreme Evil County, Wonhui was stunned. It's just like the Valley of Flesh and Blood, a place where young recruits are trained for the blood sect. Action chuckled and brushed off Wonhui's comment. Not good, not bad, you're not much better than this kid, are you? Jang Moon-wong laughed calmly in response. Ha ha ha, it's my fault. I don't have your gift for words, so I could only manage this much. Heavenly South finally reappeared and spoke to Wonhui. It seems like his departure 6 months ago might be related to this. Wonhui nodded in agreement with Heavenly South, though he didn't say it. He must be preparing to build up his own power. Wonhui was increasingly impressed with Action. As expected of a great leader, the Four Lords truly have a broader vision than I do. It makes me wonder what kind of grand plan he is brewing. After talking with Jang Moon-wong, Action turned to his twin brothers. Haha, with the increased numbers, we'll have to graduate from our cave-dwelling training. Hey, twins. Action clicked his tongue and instructed his twins, take some of the new guys with Wonhui, and bring everything from the cave back here. The twins' eyes lit up at Action's order. Jwabek exclaimed excitedly, So we finally get to sleep somewhere warm this winter, right? Seeing Action nod, Jwabek became even more excited and yelled loudly, Yippee! We don't have to share our beds with spiders and centipedes on the rock floor anymore. The newcomers realized something was amiss, but it was too late to change their decision. They thought they had to live in a place like that. Maybe I made the wrong choice. After their joyous outburst, Jwabek turned to Wonhui and asked seriously, how many people should we take? Wonhui muttered to himself, we have to bring the elders' personal belongings too. If we want to bring everything in one go, then. After a moment of contemplation, Wonhui turned to Jwabek. We'll need around 7 people. You seem pretty good at organizing errand runners. Do you want to pick them? Jwabek puffed up with pride. Haha, of course, just wait a minute. Jwabek immediately went to the newcomers and asked, anyone here good at light footwork? Raise your hand. Sodam couldn't help but laugh at Jwabek's naivete. He'll do anything if you just flatter him. Heavenly South chimed in with a serious tone. That's why my former master said to be careful with people who flatter others like that. Sodam looked at Heavenly South with pity. Maybe your former master couldn't find a lover because he was too strict about that. Heavenly South was caught off guard and became flustered. No, it's because my former master only focused on the sword. While the 2 swords continued to banter, Wonhui noticed that Jo Sung-won had been staring intently at him. After selecting the carriers, Jwabek led the group to the forest at the foot of the mountain where Action lived. Jwabek grinned casually and pointed towards a cliff. We're almost there, just climb over this cliff and we're home. When the newcomers looked up in the direction Jwabek pointed, they couldn't hide their startled and anxious expressions. Some even gasped in dismay. After a moment of shock at the sight of the near-vertical cliff, one warrior cautiously called out to Jwabek, Captain. The warriors expressed their concerns awkwardly. If we're climbing and happen to lose our footing, Jwabek chuckled and reassured everyone with a naive smile. Don't worry, you won't die. While everyone was panicking over the cliff, Sungwon remained incredibly calm and approached Wonhui. Captain Wonhui, I have something I'd like to discuss. Could you spare me some time? Wonhui had anticipated this and sighed inwardly. This kid obviously wants to talk to me in private. Jwabek noticed Wonhui wanted to stay behind and clicked his tongue, reminding him, I don't know what it is, but make sure you catch up quickly. You know how grumpy the old man, the master, is. He'll definitely be furious if you're late. After reminding Wonhui, Jwabek led the warriors and jumped onto the cliff. Follow me. The warriors immediately followed him, but they struggled to move step by step in their apprehension. Wonhui looked up from below, watching Jwabek with amazement. The light footwork techniques of the poison sects are truly amazing. No matter how many times I see them, Jwabek's climbing skills must be among the best among our disciples. While Wonhui was leisurely admiring the scenery, Sungwon suddenly spoke up. Wonhui, from Hunan Province, the Yangso clan, you lost your mother at birth and were considered trash by your clan because your dantian was destroyed by a qi deviation. He approached Wonhui with caution. That's all the information I know about you. Wonhui calmly turned to face Sungwon. Oh, you know everything about me, you're a good spy. Wonhui nonchalantly stated, I guess you're not going to hide the fact that you're from the beggar sect anymore. At that moment, Sungwon suddenly attacked Wonhui with a powerful palm strike from his fingertips. Despite Sungwon's attack, Wonhui, with his quick reflexes, easily avoided it with a single step back, gracefully sliding to the side. Wonhui was surprised as he observed Sungwon's hand movements and footwork. That was a palm technique. Even his movements are so graceful. Those steps are definitely not ordinary. Sungwon continued to attack relentlessly, pressing towards Wonhui, unleashing powerful and decisive palm strikes. Wonhui retreated cautiously, analyzing the situation. My judgment was wrong. He's not just close to reaching the threshold of a first-rate master, he's already become a first-rate master. While Wonhui was still confused about Sungwon's palm technique, Heavenly South appeared just in time to warn him, "Wonhui, get out of the way, that's the 18 dragon subduing palms." Wonhui was even more shocked. What? The 18 dragon subduing palms? Wonhui was shocked because the 18 dragon subduing palms was a palm technique only taught to the leader or the heir of the beggar sect, yet, an infiltrator like Sungwon possessed it, and he was even quite skilled in its execution. Wonhui was increasingly confused. How did he learn this technique? At that moment, Sungwon stood in a fighting stance, gathered his internal energy, and unleashed a palm strike that formed a spherical energy ball like a jewel before a dragon's mouth, firing directly at Wonhui. After a deafening collision, dust and smoke billowed, obscuring the view. Sungwon boasted confidently, "Maybe it would have been a bit harder if you drew your sword, but I doubt you can do that now. Are you even listening? I'm sure you understand by now that you're no match for me, right?" In the posture of a victor, Sungwon nonchalantly interrogated Wonhui, even though he couldn't see him. "Now answer my question." At that moment, when he was most arrogant, Wonhui suddenly emerged from the thick smoke and dust, drawing his sword. "Stop fantasizing." Wonhui's sharp blade sliced down decisively, but Sungwon tried to block it with his bare hand. Seeing that he could easily block Wonhui's sword, Sungwon still had the audacity to scoff. "Fool." Sungwon declared with overflowing confidence, "I can easily block these petty things." However, his words were cut short as the internal energy Wonhui poured into his blade suddenly surged. Wonhui pressed his sword down forcefully, forcing Sungwon to find a way to escape the blade immediately. Panicked, he quickly leaped into the air, flipped once in the air, and landed a considerable distance away. Sungwon clutched his injured wrist, which had been struck by the sudden increase in Wonhui's sword's power, and warily looked towards him. "That attack, are you hiding your strength?" As Sungwon looked up at Wonhui, he saw a powerful, overwhelming aura enveloping him, and a faint blue flame began to appear around his body. Wonhui's gaze sharpened with a hint of killing intent as he stared at Sungwon. "You realized it a little too late." Unlike other martial artists, Wonhui could not only utilize his dantian but also his inherent energy. However, until a month ago, his internal energy was only comparable to Sungwon's. Facing Sungwon's heightened defense, Wonhui charged without hesitation, confidently using his inherent energy. Because a month ago, Wonhui's inherent energy had reached a new level, the 4th stage of the Starry Light Heart Sutra. Therefore, the current him had surpassed the limitations of a peak master. The moment Wonhui charged forward, his lightning-fast sword techniques, constantly shifting between rigidity and fluidity, threw Sungwon off balance, and he began to panic. Wonhui executed sword techniques that drew beautiful arcs in the air, his blade flashing repeatedly in rapid attacks, leaving Sungwon caught off guard. His confidence completely evaporated, and his arms, engaged in exchanging blows with Wonhui, began to falter. A slight lapse in concentration, born of panic, caused Sungwon to miss a parry, and he was quickly wounded by Wonhui's sword, further increasing his clumsiness. Despite his powerful internal energy, Sungwon couldn't withstand Wonhui's continuous and relentless attacks. He was increasingly injured. Although the wounds were not deep, they significantly reduced his concentration. Sungwon repeatedly tried to control Wonhui's attacks by deflecting the blade with his internal energy, but ultimately, he reached his limit. Seizing the opportunity when Sungwon lost his focus for a moment, Wonhui charged forward with his sword, swinging it across Sungwon's head, forcing him to quickly dodge to the side. Just as Sungwon confidently shouted that he could see such obvious attacks and prepared to strike Wonhui with his palm, he abruptly flipped his wrist, retracting his sword just before Sungwon's hand could knock it away. Immediately after, Wonhui leaped into the air, jumping towards the gap next to Sungwon and lunging towards his back, while Sungwon's palm strike landed on thin air and he was still recovering his hand. As Sungwon leaned forward with the momentum of his palm strike, Wonhui turned around and aimed for his back to attack. Sungwon didn't realize the direction of his attack until the blade was close. As Sungwon turned his head to look behind him, Wonhui's sharp blade flashed, slicing through the air, mere inches from his head, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, Sungwon could only close his eyes in bitter resignation. His life was over. The next second, the broad blade struck Sungwon's forehead with a loud bang like a drum, but that alone was enough to trigger a temporary hallucination in Sungwon, who was under immense stress, that he was going to die. So he rolled on the ground, screaming and clutching his head in agony. The sight made Wonwee feel ashamed for him, so he had to speak up. "Stop pretending, I only hit you with the flat part of the blade." At this point, Sungwon finally stopped writhing and groaning, and sat up. He was teary-eyed. As the tension and fear lingered in his mind, a trembling voice came from his throat. "Why?" Wonwee immediately kneeled into Sungwon's stomach with a cold attitude. "What do you mean why? I won't let you live easily." As Sungwon doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach, Wonwee immediately struck a point on his back. "I've sealed your acupoints. Don't even think about using your internal energy." Sungwon was horrified and quickly pleaded with Wonwee. Wait, can we talk?" Wonwee casually shrugged in response. "That's exactly what I want." However, Wonwee had decided to teach a lesson to the one who had abruptly attacked him before having a proper conversation, and he immediately grabbed Sungwon's head. Sungwon could only manage a forced smile and plead, It's my fault." Wonwee suddenly burst out laughing, making Sungwon even more panicked. No, it's not your fault. In fact, I should thank you." For a moment, Wonwee recalled enduring a year of harsh and hellish training under action, and he immediately cracked a sinister smile. "Now I can take out my anger on all the things that crazy old man did to me. I truly thank you." Soon after, Sungwon ended up in a pitiful state, battered and bruised just like Wonwee had been when action beat him. Wonwee was extremely satisfied with the sight, feeling a great sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Now I understand why action enjoyed beating people up so much." Sodam clicked his tongue and shook his head, feeling sorry for Sungwon. "You've beaten him into a pig's head." Wonwee muttered to himself. "Well, I was very careful. I didn't use internal energy, just pure strength." After feeling relaxed, Wonwee began to think about his previous questions about Sungwon again. "I have many questions I need to solve with him." Firstly, he seemed to be facing the risk of his identity being exposed, so he approached me and even went straight into attacking. Secondly, if he was trained to be a spy, then in any situation, to prevent information from being leaked if his identity was discovered, he should have committed suicide immediately. However, while I was beating him, he pleaded for me to spare him several times. I guess people can beg for their lives because of the fear of facing death. Finally, there's the 18 dragon subduing palms. As far as I know, this martial art is only passed down to the leader of the beggar sect and the person who will become the next leader. But before I returned, the person who became the next leader of the beggar sect was Hall Master Jialgi, not this guy. Wonwee figured that if Sungwon was so attached to this life, then it would be better to ask him directly than to dig out information bit by bit, so he straightly asked, "What's your relationship with young Master Jialgi?" However, Sungwon's answer was vague and unexpected. "Are you sure?" Wonwee looked at him with suspicion. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Sungwon spoke with a tone of anger and resentment. Really, he will become the young master." His agitated reaction made Wonwee slightly confused. Actually, Wonwee didn't know if the current young master of the beggar sect was Jialgi or not, because before Wonwee returned, Jialgi was already over 30 years old, so it's very likely that he's already been decided to become the next leader. Sungwon's overreaction made Wonwee speculate, could it be that he and Jialgi are both competing for the position of young master? He immediately asked Sungwon, "Is there anything bad about Jialgi becoming the young master?" Sungwon became even more angry and pounded the ground. "That damn wicked old man. He can't wait even for a single year." Sungwon was so resentful that he sobbed and complained, "That damn Jialgi, just because he's the leader's grandson, he was made the young master and he can't even learn 10 moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms after 5 years of training. Someone like that will become the leader." Sungwon cried and compared with a resentful tone, "I could have mastered the 18 dragon subduing palms in a much shorter period of time." Wonwee finally understood that Sungwon was the one who was pushed out of the fight for the leadership position because his opponent was a direct descendant. Wonwee sighed and continued to ask Sungwon, "So, you came here to become a spy in such a clumsy way to earn merit? I guess you couldn't stand being pushed out of the position of successor because you weren't of the same bloodline as the leader, so you decided to infiltrate the blood cult and scout out their lair, or maybe gather some important information to earn merit." Wonwee continued to read out Sungwon's thoughts and asked him directly, "The Miram Alliance is also interested in the blood cult's resurrection, so you did this to earn merit, but what now? The young master has already been chosen. What merit do you plan to earn to gain recognition and possibly become the leader's successor?" While Sungwon was still dumbfounded because Wonwee had guessed everything, he continued to ask, "Do you think the young master and the current leader will just let you earn merit?" Immediately, Sungwon was shocked, his eyes widening as he stared at Wonhui. "What do you mean?" Wonhui was irritated by his naivete, so he snapped, "Don't you understand the situation? What if the leader deliberately reveals that you went to the blood cult as a spy?" Wonhui put on a serious expression, holding his hand across his neck as a gesture. "Then he can easily take care of you without getting his hands dirty, so wouldn't all your efforts to earn merit be in vain?" As Sungwon began to despair, Wonhui continued his psychological onslaught. "No, maybe not completely in vain. You might be remembered by the people of the beggar sect as some kind of brave guy who was sent as a spy to infiltrate the blood cult. That's your only contribution, and it will only be memorable to the beggar sect." In reality, what Wonhui said wasn't just psychological warfare. He had thought back to before his return and how Sungwon had been killed so easily. If you consider that he was a spy who had learned the 18 dragon subduing palms, then clearly the beggar sect had 1,000 ways to handle this situation without letting him die. That means, the kid was definitely abandoned by the beggar sect. After Wonhui opened his mind to this, Sungwon clutched the ground in pain, his voice filled with resignation. "I understand. I am truly a useless piece of trash." Sungwon was helpless and could only cry miserably. Trying to earn merit to become the young master was a ridiculous idea, but what else can I do, besides hoping that he will keep his word? I have nothing left. Sungwon's sincere and bitter confession unexpectedly evoked sympathy in Wonhui's heart, making him remember clinging to a tiny hope like a lifeline, only to end up with nothing and even losing his life. Wonhui suddenly felt pity for Sungwon. This guy, before I understood the situation, I was only thinking about getting information out of him, but the sympathy and pity in his heart led Wonhui to decide to spare Sungwon's life. He told him, "Why do you say you have nothing left? You still have your life." Wonhui thought that if Sungwon was already abandoned by the beggar sect, then he didn't need to hand him over to the blood cult. He could take this opportunity to recruit him. Thinking this, he immediately proposed, "Here's your chance. If you swear allegiance to me, then I will pretend this conversation never happened." Wonhui unexpectedly made this proposal with a serious tone, making Sungwon stunned for a moment. Wonhui generously extended his hand towards Sungwon. "Not only that, I will help you achieve what you desire. Make your decision. You will die as a nameless spy of the beggar sect, or will you join me in taking revenge on those bastards?" Finally, under Wonhui's persuasion, Sungwon took his hand and decided to seek justice for himself. Sungwon firmly made a deal. "Promise me one thing, if you can handle the situation. If the beggar sect reveals to the blood cult that I'm an informant, then I swear I will be loyal to you." After reaching an agreement, Wonhui unexpectedly took Sungwon directly to action and revealed his true identity. "Master, Sungwon isn't from the Hao clan, he's from the beggar sect." In that moment, feeling betrayed by Wonhui, Sungwon's heart froze. What are you doing?" Sungwon was completely shocked when Wonhui's solution was to reveal he was a spy before the beggar sect did, and as soon as Action found out, he grabbed Sungwon by the neck and lifted him up without hesitation. Action questioned Sungwon, "What are you trying to do? Are you a spy?" But Wonhui stepped in to answer for him, "No, that's not it." While Sungwon was being choked and about to die, Wonhui calmly said in a soft tone, "He actually wants to join us. To be precise, he's from the beggar sect." Action shrewdly directed his suspicion towards Wonhui, who was defending Sungwon. "But how did you know he's from the beggar sect?" Wonhui lied without blinking. "A few years ago, I met him at Yulong Prefecture. I went there because of something related to my family." Wonhui recounted with a calm expression. "He was young back then, and he was also darker and had more freckles than he does now, so I didn't recognize him. It wasn't until the selection ceremony, when I saw him closer, that I recognized him." Wonhui began to slip in some truths amidst his lies. "Do you remember, Master, Sungwon wanted to become a subordinate under Not the Bloody Star. But when I realized it was him, I sent him a telepathic message. He was so panicked that he had to join our side." Sungwon was suffering from being choked, but he was even more stunned by Wonhui's ability to lie. This bastard is cleverly mixing truth with lies. Wonhui pursed his lips, pretending to pity Sungwon, but the funniest part is he begged me not to reveal this, because if everyone knew his true identity, he would be kicked out of the sect immediately. When Wonhui finished his performance, Sungwon glared at him reproachfully. "If you were going to do this, you should have told me beforehand." Wonhui smirked and sent him a telepathic message. "If you want to live, play your part well." Action, unsure but convinced, released his grip on Sungwon's neck. "So, you really want to change sex?" Sungwon quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right, Elder." At this moment, Jang Moon-wong appeared and expressed his doubt. "We can't believe him just yet." Jang Moon-wong, with his sharp eyes, made a suggestion. "Even though the young master has spoken to him, we still need to confirm if he's truly not a beggar sect spy and just wants to change sex." Seeing this, Won-wee didn't falter. He decisively played his trump card at this critical moment. He's not very trustworthy because he's only been in the Valley of Flesh and Blood for a year, but he's told me some very interesting information. Won-wee, drawing on his past life's memories, revealed that the relationship between the Miram Alliance and the Peerless Warriors would soon break down. Both Action and Jang Moon-woo were startled. What did you just say? While this information was true, it was something Sungwon didn't know, so he was also shocked. Won-wee secretly reminded him, hide your expression, you idiot. As far as Won-wee could remember, about half a year from now, the alliance between the Peerless Warriors and the Miram Alliance would collapse. They are the two main forces in the alliance against the Blood Cult, and with the end of their relationship, this is an opportunity for the Blood Cult, which has been hiding for a long time, to rise up. Before Won-wee's regression, this information wasn't very valuable to him, but now that he has become part of the Blood Cult, it's incredibly important. Jang Moon-woo, upon hearing this, forgot about his doubts about Sungwon and hurriedly ran off. If what he said is true, we have to prepare now. Action smiled contentedly and patted Sungwon on the head. Ka. If what you said is true, I'll gladly welcome you into my force. Seems like you're a useful asset I didn't expect. Sungwon breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Won-wee. He immediately received a telepathic message, satisfied. Won-wee secretly smirked and nodded to Sungwon. The problem is solved now. After leaving Action's room, Sungwon was much more exhausted. So many things happened in half an hour that he was completely drained, but now he was sure he didn't need to worry about the beggar sect leader revealing he was a spy. But wait, now that he thought about it, the situation had reversed. The more Sungwon thought about it, the more panicked he became. What if Won-wee or the Blood Cult reveals my information to the beggar sect? Then I won't just be an enemy of the beggar sect, but also an enemy of the Miram Alliance. Sungwon lamented in distress. Now I've become a traitor, selling information I didn't even know to the Blood Cult. Won-wee knew exactly what Sungwon was thinking and said bluntly, you have nowhere left to go now, do you? Sungwon was shocked and exclaimed, can you read people's minds? Won-wee replied with a smirk, you're a terrible spy, your expression has betrayed you. Sungwon continued to follow Won-wee nervously. Who is he really? I can't figure him out. He even knows things that a beggar sect member like me doesn't. Depending on the situation, he can lie flawlessly without blinking. Sungwon swallowed nervously. I don't even know if he's really the trash that people say he is, but my instincts tell me one thing for sure, it would be very dangerous to be his enemy. Feeling the danger escalating, Sungwon quickly bowed his head and fulfilled his earlier promise to Won-wee. I swear I will be loyal to you, so team leader. Won-wee smiled contentedly and told him, alright, I got it, now go work with Jwabek. Sungwon quickly ran off on all fours. Yes, I will obey. Sodam curiously watched Sungwon running. Is that the beggar sect's light-footed technique, running on all fours like a dog? Won-wee clicked his tongue and replied, probably, but I don't want to learn that. After solving the most pressing issue, Won-wee relaxed and was about to return to the cave to help transport supplies when suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared and peeked at him. Won-wee noticed the other person's presence and immediately questioned them. Who is it? Dam Yewa nervously stepped forward with a hesitant expression. Hello, so team leader, I'm here to deliver a message from the 6th Bloody Star. As soon as Won-wee saw her face, he was surprised and exclaimed, Dam Yewa, is it you? Dam Yewa, who was recognized by Won-wee, laughed bitterly. Ahaha, you remembered me this time. Glad to hear that. It's only right, because I'm the only one who failed the team leader competition, right? Dam Yewa, laughing and crying, told Won-wee, I'm sure that's more memorable than when we first joined the sect together, right? Ha ha ha. Hoo. Won-wee was frozen by Dam Yewa's chaotic expression. Is she, alright? After crying for a while, Dam Yewa finally got to the point. The 6th Bloody Star said he will pay for this bet. Master wants to see you. Come to the empty area near the main hall at 12 tonight. At 12 midnight, Won-wee arrived, but Bika was late. He guessed that because of the information he had released, the key figures of the Blood Cult, including Bika, were still discussing it all night. At that moment, Bika appeared with Dam Yewa and Baek Ryona. Won-wee greeted them first. Greetings to the 6th Bloody Star. Bika stated frankly, I'm a little late. Won-wee replied generously, it's fine, I just arrived too. After hearing the information from the meeting, Bika knew that the credit for finding this information belonged to Won-wee, so he praised him. It seems like you're very talented, young master. I'm sure our sect will highly value you. Immediately after, Bika, not wanting to waste time, got straight to the point. Before I fulfill our deal, can you look directly into my eyes for a moment? When Won-wee looked into Bika's mesmerizing fiery eyes, he immediately felt dizzy, but once again, his inherent energy in his chest suddenly surged. Like before, thanks to his inherent energy, Wonwee escaped Bika's enchantment. However, he was completely unaware of it. What just happened? My inherent energy is activating on its own. Sodam, who was standing beside him, described what just happened to Wonwee. You just staggered for a moment. Wonwee opened his eyes wide in surprise. I staggered. While Wonwee still didn't know what happened, he could be sure it was caused by Bika's eyes. Meanwhile, Bika was very excited and continued to stare at him. You can withstand the hypnotic eye twice. It's definitely not a coincidence. Before Wonwee could even understand what was happening, Bika took the initiative to introduce her illusionary eye technique. I learned this skill 20 years ago at an unnamed temple that I happened to pass by. I'm sure someone as intelligent as you would find it more useful than I do. Seeing Wonwee's lack of reaction, Bika continued with a proud tone. It's thanks to this skill that people started calling me the witch. Meanwhile, Sodam stared curiously at Bika's face. If you learned it 20 years ago, how old are you exactly? Wonwee also secretly wondered. She looks like she's in her mid-30s or 40s. After a brief introduction, Bika got to the main point of the meeting. This skill is called illusionary eye. I will pass it on to you. Illusionary eye is a kind of skill that creates illusions, a technique that allows the user to put their opponent into a temporary state of forgetfulness. The person who falls into this state of forgetfulness or confusion will react instinctively and unconsciously if the user stimulates them in a certain way. After hearing about the effects of illusionary eye, Wonwee felt a chill run down his spine. If that's true, then this is a terrifyingly powerful skill. Wonwee reasoned, the Murim is a place where even a brief moment can decide life or death for both oneself and the opponent. Therefore, with this skill, the user can connect with their opponent in a blink of an eye and make them completely vulnerable in a state of hazy unawareness. Imagining the possibility of much easier victories, Wonwee couldn't help but smile in glee. However, Bika suddenly laughed out loud. Ho ho ho, I think I know what you're thinking. Bika bluntly shattered Wonwee's beautiful dream. It's not as simple as you think. Just a slight physical impact or even a small sound can easily snap the hypnotized person out of the illusion. Bika continued to list the weaknesses of the technique. It also doesn't work very well on those with strong mental power or abundant energy, and to perform it, the user needs to have a high level of concentration. Wonwee began to understand why his inherent energy had automatically activated when Bika hypnotized him. Such stringent conditions make illusionary eye a very difficult technique to perform in a state of confusion or during a life or death situation. After explaining the advantages and disadvantages of illusionary eye in detail, Bika carefully asked Wonwee, so, do you still want to learn it? Wonwee didn't hesitate to answer, of course. Wonwee thought to himself, the conditions for using this technique are truly strict, but it still seems pretty useful, even though it might make others more wary of me if I reveal that I have the ability to use it. The more Wonwee thought about it, the more he was convinced of his judgment. That's probably why action blocked me earlier, to prevent any danger from illusionary eye, he mused. Wonwee suddenly felt a twinge of regret that so many people knew about this skill, but he still believed it would be useful to him someday. Then, the sixth Bloody Star used voice transmission to tell Wonwee all the incantations and how to use illusionary eye. However, the incantation sounded more like a kind of spell than a martial arts technique. To keep up with Bika's instructions, Wonwee had to concentrate intensely. In addition to the incantation and instructions, Bika also passed on to Wonwee other things related to the history of illusionary eye. According to the records in the secret manual, illusionary eye has a total of 4 levels. At the first level, the user can make their opponent confused or unconscious by weakening their mental power. At the second level, the user can control the actions of their opponent according to their own will. At the third level, the user can make their opponent see illusions. Unfortunately, the records explaining the methods and training for the third level and beyond were cut out of the book. Only a note remains saying that the fourth level of illusionary eye could plunge the opponent into an illusion that affected all 5 senses. However, even the sixth Bloody Star wasn't sure what that meant. Sodam sighed in frustration. It's frustrating. Illusionary eye is like the starlight mental technique. The most important content is missing. Wonwee clicked his tongue and replied, well, at least I've learned this much. It'll be helpful someday. After finishing the theoretical part, Bika smiled mischievously. So, I've passed on everything to you. Why don't you try practicing at once? Wonwee was surprised. Try it right now. Damn Yua, on the other hand, was startled by Bika's suggestion. Damn Yua's intuition was right. Bika immediately called out her name. She didn't need to explain the task, but Damn Yua already understood what she had to do in this situation. She forced a stiff smile before walking in front of Wonwee. Wonwee saw Damn Yua step forward and quickly realized that she would be the guinea pig for this practice session. I wondered why she was brought here, so this is the purpose, he thought. Wonwi understood that choosing Damn Yua was the most logical option because Bika's other disciples were at a higher level, so it would be difficult to practice on them. However, something still bothered him. Why did Ryona come along too? When Damn Yua stood in front of Wonwi, she blushed shyly and stammered, "Master, please be gentle." Wonwi couldn't help but panic inside. If someone else hears this, they'll misunderstand. Then, Wonwi quickly tried to use illusionary eye on Damn Yua. However, in less than a minute, she couldn't hold back her laughter. "Pfft, ha, I'm sorry, Master." Damn Yua tried to suppress her laughter while saying, "It's your expression, it's too funny." Sodam couldn't hold back her laughter either at his strange expression. "Your eyes are bulging out as if they're going to pop out of your sockets." Wonwi could only chuckle. "This is much harder than I thought." Sodam continued to giggle and tease Wonwi. "So, other than being a disciple of the 4 grandmasters, you're not good at anything." "Ha, that girl can't stop laughing." Being teased, Wonwi clenched his teeth in annoyance. "Damn it, I'm being mocked again." Wonwi sighed with a bit of disappointment in his heart. "If only I could reach the second level of illusionary eye." Bika noticed Wonwi's gloomy expression and comforted him. "You don't need to be so disappointed, Master." She encouraged Wonwi to try again. "This technique requires a high level of concentration, so if you're too worried then." Suddenly, something strange happened, interrupting Bika's words. Bika froze as she saw Damn Yua suddenly start to undress, her eyes vacant as she stared straight ahead, not responding even when Bika called out to her. Seeing Damn Yua's clothes fall halfway down, Wonwi quickly slammed his hand onto his forehead, snapping her out of her daze. Damn Yua stared blankly at Wonwi's stiff expression. "Master, why?" Wonwi didn't understand what was going on either, but since Damn Yua stopped undressing, he could breathe a sigh of relief. "Are you awake? You almost." In that instant, a wave of self-reproach washed over Wonwi. "What the hell? I just had a little dirty thought. How did it end up like this?" Bika was stunned for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, That was illusionary eye. How did you do that?" Wonwi gave a bitter smile and replied honestly, I didn't do anything." Bika frowned and glanced at Damn Yua. "So you're telling me that Yua suddenly took off her clothes for no reason?" Damn Yua had just regained consciousness and still hadn't realized her own situation. "Huh, I did that." When Damn Yua looked down at herself, she realized that her 2 plump white breasts were bouncing under the magical moonlight. She screamed in panic, her face flushed with shame. Damn Yua sat down awkwardly on the ground and quickly covered her chest with her hands. Her flustered reaction made Wonwi feel even more embarrassed and self-reproachful. Sodam saw this and gave Wonwi a sly smile. "You're good." Wonwi quickly defended himself. "It's not like that. I was just thinking that if I could use the second level of illusionary eye, I could make her embarrassed." Sodam looked skeptical. "So she just did that on her own? How did you imagine embarrassing her?" Wonwi stammered. "I thought it would be funny if she took off her clothes and danced wildly under the moonlight." Sodam was stunned and glared at Wonwi. "What the hell are you thinking? You dare to defend yourself?" Meanwhile, Bika didn't pay attention to her disciple's awkward situation. She was focused on Wonwi's talent. "That's the second level of illusionary eye. There's no way it's wrong. Even I couldn't master it after 20 years of studying. How could he do it on the first try?" Bika questioned Wonwi, filled with doubt. "Are you trying to deceive me? The one who taught you illusionary eye. How did you do it?" Wonwi stammered in his defense. I really don't know. I just thought about a few dirty thoughts." Bika bluntly asked Wonwi, "You thought it would be great if Yua took off her clothes?" Wonwi replied in confusion, "No," but his hesitant and stammering tone only made the doubt grow even stronger. Bika still wanted to know how Wonwi did it, so she excitedly pulled Damn Yua closer to him. "Yua, open your eyes." "Master, do it again." Damn Yua complained with grievance. "Are you going to take off my clothes again?" The chaotic scene became too much for Ryona, and she spoke up. "That's enough." Ryona spoke in defense of Wonwi, but her tone was cold and slightly irritated. "He's not a liar. It seems we're done here, let's go home." Seeing that Ryona had stepped in, Bika didn't press Wonwi any further. "All right, I'll believe you. The deal is done. It's late, let's go." Suddenly, Ryona deliberately removed her veil, revealing her beautiful features, and said, "Today's not a good time for conversation." However, Wonwi didn't understand that she wanted to impress him, so he only felt curious. "Does she want to tell me something? Could it be?" Just when Wonwi expected a private conversation with Ryona, she only gave him a cold glance. The next time they met, Wonwi's heart cried out in despair. No, she is the future liege candidate of the blood sect. She couldn't change her mind just because of what happened earlier. However, Ryona had actually changed her mind, retracting the words she was going to say to Wonwi. Instead, a cold voice pierced his ears. "You pervert." In that moment, Wonwi was completely frozen. "Damn it, I'm doomed." Sodam felt sorry for Wonwi and tried to comfort him. It's okay, you'll have a chance to explain the misunderstanding to her later. Cheer up, Wonwi muttered in a low voice. The problem is I don't know when that chance will come. Sodam clicked her tongue and changed the subject. But why did they rush back so quickly? Wonwi pondered. Even if it was just a coincidence, the sixth bloody star saw the second level of illusionary eye. I can only say that this could be a crucial clue for a master like her to achieve a breakthrough. Just as Wonwi was about to go to bed, suddenly Jwabek sat up, half awake and half asleep, asking, "Where have you been?" Wonwi sat down opposite him and mumbled, "Nothing." Jwabek immediately looked suspicious. "You went out in the middle of the night and say there's nothing." Wonwi just wanted to rest but was pressed with questions. He became irritated and sighed to Sodam, "This is a real hassle. What excuse should I use?" Sodam came up with an idea. "Why don't you try using illusionary eye on him?" Wonwi immediately agreed with Sodam's suggestion. "That's good. If I use him as a test subject, I can figure out what happened earlier." Then he stared into Jwabek's eyes and repeated in his mind, "Play stupid, play stupid, play stupid." However, Jwabek was completely unaffected and even stood up angrily, yelling at Wonwi, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wonwi clicked his tongue, regretting in his heart, "No, it won't work. I guess I have to train more." Immediately, Wonwi gave up the experiment and said to Jwabek with indifference, "Sorry, I'm tired now. We can talk about it tomorrow." Wonwi didn't notice that Jwabek's face had changed, like someone who lost their soul. Just as Wonwi lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, Jwabek slowly walked towards Song Woohyeon's head, who was sleeping soundly on the ground because of his unchanged habit from living in the cave. Jwabek hesitated for a while, standing next to his younger brother's head, but remained silent, saying nothing and doing nothing. Suddenly, with a loud slap, Jwabek hit Song Woohyeon's bald head, creating a resounding sound like a drum, waking Wonwi up. As soon as he delivered the blow to Song Woohyeon's head, Jwabek woke up from his trance. He looked at the hand that had just hit his brother's head so hard, his voice stammering, Why did I?" Meanwhile, Song Woohyeon had stood up with a fierce expression, staring intently at Jwabek. Seeing Song Woohyeon's murderous expression and his shiny, smoking head, Jwabek hastily tried to justify himself. Wait, Woohyeon, I didn't mean to do that." Jwabek stammered explanations, but the more he spoke, the more confused he got. "My hand hit my brother, but it wasn't me who hit him, it was." Wonwi, who had just sat up, saw the commotion and asked, "What's the commotion?" As soon as he saw Jwabek being headbutted by Song Woohyeon, causing his features to dent inwards, Wonwi felt a surge of joy in his heart knowing that illusionary eye had once again worked. "Oh, so it works then." Over the next few days, news about the strained relationship between the Miram Alliance and Wusung City quickly spread through the blood sect. The stone Wonwi had thrown had created a much bigger storm than he anticipated. The news spread like a wave, with Jiangxi province receiving it first because it was adjacent to the north of Guangdong, where the Six Blood Valley is located. When the news reached that place, it was relayed to a cave deep within the mountains, a secluded place that appeared ordinary on the outside but housed numerous interconnected chambers like ant tunnels. The base was hidden there, and the leader asked the messenger, "When did this news start spreading?" The messenger answered, 9 days ago, sir." The leader continued to ask, "Do the other branches know this news?" The messenger eagerly reported, "We're the first to know, sir." The base leader pondered for a moment. Within the next half-month, all the branches of the blood sect on the mainland will receive this news." An old man with gray hair sat beneath a stone wall adorned with various weapons, trophies commemorating his victories. The old man, the base leader in Jiangxi, gave a cunning smile after reading the message. "Things are getting interesting." The old man crumpled the message with excitement. "This came sooner than I expected. The one who brought the news is Jungyeom, the Breaking Star leader." The servant of the second elder looked confused. "What does it mean, sir?" The second elder laughed gleefully. "It's time for our sect to rise again." Jungyeom finally understood his master's intention and grinned. "Ah, you mean..." The second elder, overflowing with excitement, immediately ordered Jungyeom, "Call Jungwon and Eun-jae here, and prepare everything. We'll go to the Six Blood Valley right away." Jungyeom immediately knelt down, accepting the order with a much more excited expression. "Do you want to bring the young masters, sir?" The second elder flicked his robe, stood up, and walked straight out of the cave with steps as if he were flying. "Yes, it's time, but the sect is still not balanced and remains divided. I must step in directly to rectify everything." Even though Jungyeom obediently lowered his head, listening to the second elder's order, his heart couldn't help but feel troubled. "To Six Blood Valley, I have questions, but I can't question his decision." The more Jungium thought about it, the more confused he became. Not long ago, wasn't the second elder always focused on Hai Yang, the young miss? Could he have changed his mind? Meanwhile, Wei had been learning illusionary eye for 4 days. During those few days, he had diligently practiced the technique countless times on the twins and discovered many things about illusionary eye. The first level of illusionary eye was exactly as the blood demoness had described. Wei could now easily use it, causing the opponent to become dazed and lose their rationality for a moment. The second level of illusionary eye was quite different. Although there was some variation in the duration of its effectiveness, he could essentially control the opponent as he desired for about 5 seconds. This meant that even if Wei hadn't woken Dam Yua up directly the previous night, she would have stopped taking off her clothes on her own after the effect of illusionary eye wore off. More importantly, Wei discovered that someone who had been affected by illusionary eye once couldn't be affected by it again consecutively. He tried using it on Juabek the morning after he was headbutt, but it didn't work, although it did work the next day. Furthermore, Wei also discovered that he couldn't extract information from the memories of someone affected by illusionary eye. They would only act according to what was instructed. This was something he found very unfortunate, as he couldn't extract information like mantras or martial arts techniques from the opponent. Additionally, as Bika had said before, illusionary eye didn't work on those stronger than the user, or those with strong mental power. Wei could confirm this because he had dared to try it on Action, but the result was that he was beaten to a pulp for staring without reason. This also explained why the blood demoness hadn't attempted to use illusionary eye on Action. Finally, Wei found out that the second level of illusionary eye required the use of inherent energy. The strength of illusionary eye could be proportional to the amount of inherent energy a person possessed. This explained why Bika had only mastered the first level of illusionary eye, and also gave Wei a great hope that he would be able to break through to the third level of illusionary eye when his inherent energy became more abundant. 20 days after Wei began learning illusionary eye, besides practicing it himself, he still continued his rigorous training with the twins in Action. However, even when the three of them combined their strength, the outcome was always the same. After defeating Wei and the twins, Action smirked with a mixture of sarcasm and threat. "You can only endure for 3 seconds, you can't be satisfied with just that captain position when you're my disciples, right? Or do you think that's enough?" Action clicked his tongue, looking down at his 3 disciples who he considered incompetent. "Tsk, the 3 of you are combining your efforts, yet you can't make me move more than 4 steps. Action raised his voice, becoming more sarcastic and provocative. "You should feel ashamed." Wei started to feel annoyed in his heart after being constantly insulted. Damn it, this is frustrating. Because Action continued to provoke him, Wei desperately wanted to fight him with his true strength, which he had always hidden, but he also knew that even if he did, it wouldn't make much difference from now. Action was a monster who had surpassed the limits of humanity. If Wei wanted to fight him on equal footing, he would need to reach at least the 6th level of the Starlight Divine Art, just like the Heavenly South Swordsman. As Wei was trying to calculate the slightest possibility of drawing with Action, Heavenly South suddenly interjected into his thoughts. "Even then, I can't be sure. Action has become much stronger. During the time I haven't seen him, he has progressed significantly. He's probably on par with, or even stronger than, my former master." Heavenly South looked thoughtfully at Action as he ruthlessly trampled on Juabek. "The last fight between my former master and Action was 15 years ago. It was obviously a favorable period for Action's martial arts to develop. According to Heavenly South's judgment, to defeat Action, it might require achieving the 7th level of the Starlight Divine Art, a realm that even the former master of the Heavenly South Sword couldn't reach." After thoroughly beating the twins and taking a break for a few minutes, Action casually declared, "We'll continue, get up." However, at that very moment, he sensed a different aura entering the area. Action immediately released his 3 disciples from their grueling training and looked towards the nearby cliff. His abrupt stop in training surprised Wei. "What's up with the old man?" While Wei was still confused about what was going on, Heavenly South pointed it out to him. Wei looked up. Sodam also looked up towards the cliff and widened her eyes in surprise. "Ha, it's her." Wei was also taken aback to see Ryona taking the initiative to come all the way here. However, she didn't come down to meet Wei, but stood there talking to Action through voice transmission for a while. Wei became more and more curious. "After that night, even when they met at the 6 Blood Valley, she just passed by me. I thought she would never want to talk to me again. So, what is she doing here by herself today?" After a moment of silence, looking up at Ryona, Action turned to look at Wei with a nod. Wei tilted his head in confusion. "Yes, master." Action nodded again while ordering Wei, "Go meet her." Wei was even more surprised. "She wants to see me." Then, Wonwi followed Ryona to the bamboo forest not far away. Ryona coldly spoke, "Talking here is fine, young master, do you know who I am?" Wonwi, although knowing Ryona's true identity, still had to guess her thoughts, so he just mumbled, "Hey in young miss, right?" Ryona immediately shook her head in denial, "You know I'm not asking that." Ryona's eyes suddenly became sharp as she looked at Wonwi. "You are more intelligent than anyone I have ever met, but it's strange that until now, you still don't know my true identity." Ryona frankly asked Wonwi again, "You really don't know?" Wonwi thought she didn't want to reveal her identity, so he kept quiet all this time, but before her unwavering gaze, he gradually changed his mind. In his heart, Wonwi finally made a decision. "Well, she has given so many signals, I guess I can let her know I know who she is." He immediately opened his mouth. Right at this moment, a strange man appeared and interrupted their conversation. "Ha, finally found you." The stranger was Unjae, the second disciple of the second elder. Hearing his words earlier, you'd think he knew Wonwi and Ryona, but the next second he said, "I got lost, but I couldn't find anyone to ask for directions. Are you from the Six Blood Valley?" As soon as Sodam saw Yunji's face, she exclaimed with a teasing tone, "The talking toad, huh?" Wonwi held back his laughter and politely replied, "Yes, that's right," an answer that was both for Unjae and agreeing with Sodam. Unjae suddenly laughed happily and patted Wonwi's chest with the back of his hand. "That's great, this is my first time coming to the Six Blood Valley, so I got lost. Can you guide me after I rest for a while?" Wonwi felt uncomfortable with Yunji's arrogant attitude. "What, he's talking down to me?" Ryonha also noticed Yunji's rude behavior and arrogant attitude and frowned in annoyance. "Who are you?" Unjae sneered. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" Unjae arrogantly took out a name card and held it up high. "I am the second disciple of the second elder Galma, the chaotic demon sword master, Unjae." As soon as Wonwi heard his name, he was stunned and widened his eyes. "Unjae, I remember this name now." Information about Unjae from his previous life immediately popped into Wonwi's head. In 10 years from now, he would become famous with the nickname Bloodthirsty Swordmaster because of his toad-like appearance and ruthless killings. In his past life, Unjae was a nightmare for Wonwi. But for him now, it's not. Wonwi could still calmly and politely greet him as usual. "It's an honor to meet young Master Go Unjae, disciple of the second elder. I am Wonwi, disciple of the fourth elder." Right after hearing Wonwi's introduction, Yunji's bulging eyes immediately stared at him. "What?" Unjae even got closer to Wonwi, making him shiver slightly. "What? He's staring at me, examining me like I'm a test subject. Am I that famous to cause this reaction?" After inspecting Wonwi from head to toe, Unjae let out a cunning and arrogant smile. "Ah, so you're Wonwi." The next second, he swung his sword and attacked Wonwi at close range, but he was quick and agile, and managed to block the surprise attack. After parrying Yunji's move, Wonwi immediately stepped back a few steps cautiously and yelled in annoyance, "What the heck?" Unjae laughed happily and muttered in a condescending tone, "My master seems to have been worried for nothing." Unjae continued his condescending and mocking tone towards Wonwi. "Someone like you is a disciple of the fourth elder, Tisk Tsk." Wonwi didn't respond to his provocation and simply put himself on high alert. "I thought he'd be strong because he's a disciple of the second elder, but he's much stronger than I expected." At the same time, Wonwi was secretly calculating how to deal with him. "With only my internal energy, I can't handle him." At this moment, a fiery red hand full of strong internal energy appeared in front of Wonwi. Ryona slowly stepped forward with 2 fiery red hands full of menace. "What are you doing?" Unjae still sneered with an arrogant attitude in response. "Oh, you're a disciple of the Six Bloody Star. How am I supposed to know if you don't introduce yourself?" Not only did he show contempt, but Unjae also made a lewd face, his eyes full of lust, as he looked at Ryona. "I heard there are many beautiful women here." Seeing Yunji's disgusting and perverted look, Wonwi got angry and immediately stood up to protect Ryona. With him, "I have nothing to hide my strength." He immediately prepared to charge forward, whispering to Ryona, "Let me handle this." Unjae laughed even more deeply. "Oh ho, standing in front of a woman, huh, let's see how good you are." He was so busy mocking and provoking that he didn't notice action had appeared behind him. Both Wonwi and Ryona changed their expressions in an instant, becoming slightly concerned for Unjae, but he still didn't realize the danger looming over him. "Huh, what? Why are you two looking at me like that?" At that moment, Action's deep voice echoed from behind Unjae. "Well said. I also want to see your strength." Unjae immediately turned around, a shiver running down his spine. Before he could react, a punch from Action sent him flying. Everything happened in a flash, with a scream echoing through the forest. As Unjae was flung away by Action's surprise attack, a figure from the other side of the forest glided smoothly over the grass and charged towards his back. The man who just appeared caught Yunji's back and used his internal energy to prevent him from further damage from Action's punch. He immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Thank you, master." The man stepped forward to shield Eun-jae. Action was not surprised by the man's appearance. While Won-hui was carefully considering the man's position, the energy from the punch my master had landed on Eun-jae was instantly neutralized. Moreover, if Eun-jae calls this man master, then Won-hui quickly deduced that the gray-haired man protecting Eun-jae was one of the 4 great patriarchs, the second elder Galma, the chaotic demon sword master. Galma stared at Action with eyes as sharp as blades. "Long time no see, Action." Action put on a reluctant expression and greeted Galma, "Brother Seo, it's been less than 4 years, what's so long about that?" Seeing the other man still staring, Action directly asked, "What brings you here? Could it be because of that letter?" Won-hui was surprised by the 2 old men's attitude. "I thought they would have a friendly relationship to some extent, but the tone they use when talking to each other seems rather hostile." "Ha." Galma laughed and glanced at Eun-jae, whose mouth was bleeding. "Ha, that's right, but it seems there's a misunderstanding here." Even though Galma had softened his tone, Action still grumbled and cursed directly. "Humph, misunderstanding what? That trashy guy attacked my disciple. If I hadn't arrived in time, that little brat would have been injured." Galma smiled, trying to soothe Action's anger. "It's completely normal for friends of the same age. I guess my disciple was stuck on the mountain for too long, so he got a little excited when he met a new friend. He probably felt like wanting to compete." Action, of course, wasn't easily going to let Eun-jae off. "Ha. So that's why your disciple dared to insult me." Galma was immediately stunned when he heard this. He immediately glared at Eun-jae, his fury erupting. "Insulting Hye-hwen?" Eun-jae quickly knelt down and pleaded, No, that's not true. How could this disciple dare to insult the 4th elder?" Immediately after, he was able to smoothly make an excuse. This disciple only thought that the disciple of the 4th elder had insulted the elder with his poor martial arts skills. We found it ridiculous. "Oh, so that's his way of insulting me." Just as Eun-jae was trying to defend himself, a strong hand grabbed his head and slammed him to the ground with a roar. "Where did you learn that? What kind of flimsy excuse is that when the elders ask a question?" Ji-woon, with his wisdom, intervened just in time, and with just a headbutt from Eun-jae, he was able to de-escalate the situation and prevent further tension between the 2 factions. Ji-woon approached Action and respectfully clasped his hands in a bow. "Elder, please forgive my junior brother's rudeness." Action's tone had softened. "Junior brother." Ji-woon, with the utmost respect, bowed again. "Elder, I apologize for the delay in introducing myself. I am Ji-woon, the great pupil of the Second Lord." "So damn curious?" asked Won-hui. Ji-woon, he became famous later on, right? Won-hui thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know. From what I know, Galma only has 1 disciple, Eun-jae." Sodam was even more confused. "Ha, so he's a disciple with a hidden identity." Won-hui shook his head again. If he was hiding his identity, why would he reveal himself here? Seeing the resentment in Yunji's eyes after being hit by Ji-woon, Won-hui began to speculate. "I think something happened in the next 10 years. Perhaps Ji-woon died." From Won-hui's experience, even though there was discord among the heirs and brothers within the main sect, the blood sect, considered a deviant sect, had even more fierce competition among its disciples. After the tension subsided, Galma tried to persuade Action again. "Hye-hwen, I apologize for my disciple's rudeness. You have already taught him a lesson. Why don't we just end it here?" Action didn't bother Eun-jae further, but instead glared at Won-hui. "Humph, if you were strong enough to teach that arrogant brat a lesson, this wouldn't have happened." Won-hui replied with a bitter smile. "I've only been training for a year, and he's been practicing martial arts for much longer. Sorry for disappointing you." Action clicked his tongue and frowned, returning to his interrogation of Galma. "All right, what brings you here with your disciples anyway? You could have sent someone else, or come alone." Galma suddenly smirked and winked. Well, I'm here to discuss a marriage." He glanced at his disciple behind him with a cunning look. "I want to pair up the young miss with one of my disciples," Galma stated, his tone serious and confident, assured that the marriage would be successful. Galma's statement shocked Won-hui. He said he's here to discuss marriage for his disciples with Ryona. What nonsense. Besides, she's right here listening. When Won-hui glanced at Ryona, her eyes were wide open, her mouth agape, and her expression was frozen in shock, making it clear that she wanted to reject this marriage. Sodam, amused, giggled, "She's in shock." Everyone then went to the meeting room of the 6 Blood Valley. Not only were Action and Galma present with their disciples, but Bika and her disciples also immediately joined in on this important matter. Action had barely sat down when he slammed his fist on the table and roared at Galma. "Are you mocking me? What's this all about? Say it again." Galma smiled calmly and repeated, as I said, Hei Huan, for the sake of the sex unity, we need to avoid conflict, and the young miss needs to relinquish her ambitions for the future liege position. While everyone was still trying to process this proposal, Galma continued in a matter-of-fact tone. The young miss should prepare to bear an heir. Compared to action, Galma seemed much more composed, but his words were still blunt and direct. When Wonwi rolled his eyes to look at Bika and her disciples, including Ryona, it was clear from their expressions that they were now trying to bear this ridiculous situation. Action was the only one who dared to retort to Galma. How can you say that when you know the young miss comes from a more recognized lineage? Action's tone grew increasingly heated. You think you can just say whatever you want? You want to marry the young miss to one of your disciples and promise her an heir in exchange for her safety. Then you are begging me to kill you, Action roared, his terrifying aura filling the room. Everyone in the room felt a heavy pressure, as if a massive weight was pressing down on them. In a flash, Action filled the room with his inner energy, releasing an aura of immense pressure that made everyone in the room feel suffocated. However, Galma remained calm as he responded to Action. Hei Huan, I'm not here to fight, think clearly, after all, this is a truth that everyone knows. Galma bluntly spoke of the faction division within the Blood Sect. Many of the Bloody Stars, including the First Lord, have decided to support young Miss Hai Yang as their heir. That's already over half the members of the Supreme Star Assembly. Galma continued with a confident voice. While the Third Lord has not officially made a statement, he has also mentioned that he is leaning towards a decision. And Hei Huan, haven't you said that you still haven't decided who to support between the two young misses? After analyzing the sex situation, Galma turned to Bika and asked the fatal question. 6 of the Bloody Stars. I will ask you this, has anyone definitively declared their support for young Miss Ryona? Indeed, Bika could not answer that question. Besides her, almost no one had publicly supported Ryona. Ryona herself realized her disadvantage in this matter compared to Hai Yang, so the result was only silence. Having cornered Ryona's faction, Galma displayed a sinister expression. In this difficult situation, what do you think if I also declare my support for young Miss Hai Yang? Action, though aware of Ryona's weakness, still resolutely stood up to protect her and questioned Galma. So you're threatening young Miss Ryona? Galma was provoked by Action's 2 words, threatening, and immediately placed his hand on his sword. After a heavy sigh, Galma raised his sword, expressing his frustration and anger at being doubted by Action. Does the Galma of the Chaos Demon Dao look like someone who would harm the liege's noble daughter? Action. Seeing the situation becoming tense and uncontrollable, Bika was forced to use Ryona's name to calm them down. Wait, what are you two doing in front of the young miss? Immediately, a voice transmission echoed throughout the room, causing both elders to stop their actions. Seo Shu, Hei Shu. Ryona stood with her back to everyone, continuing to use the substitute behind the curtain as a distraction. May I address you both as before? Both elders replied in unison, of course. Sodam, seeing this kind of voice transmission for the first time, couldn't help but be curious and ask Wonhui, what is this? The sound is reaching the entire room. Wonhui explained to her, this is called hexagram voice transmission. It's a technique that uses a higher level of voice transmission to conceal the location of the user. Wonhui also explained to Sodam the actions of Bika's disciples. All the disciples of the 6 Bloody Stars turning their backs like this is to prevent others from seeing Ryona's vocal cords vibrating. Although I know her internal energy is not ordinary, using hexagram voice transmission is truly astonishing. Has she become much stronger than before? When the 2 elders had knelt down to greet her and regain their composure, Ryona continued, I will speak to you first. Seo Shu, Galma, showing respect, listen attentively, please speak. Ryona directly questioned Galma. Seo Shu, you have decided to support my big sister as liege, so why do you still want to arrange a marriage for me? Galma explained, I would also support the young miss if we were only talking about bloodline. However, our sect is now facing an opportunity to rise, so we need a more powerful successor. Ryona immediately caught the main point of Galma's statement, so you're saying my big sister is stronger than me? Galma didn't deny that he thought Hai Yang was stronger than Ryona and continued to talk about the marriage. I'm sorry, but this is the only solution I can think of to protect both the young miss and the main bloodline of the liege. Galma sincerely advised Ryona, if you accept giving up your claim to the position for the sake of the sex unity and focus on bearing an heir, you will have the power to prevent young Miss Hai Yang's purge. Deep down, Wonhui knew that Galma wasn't wrong. This would indeed help unify the blood sect during this crucial time of rise, and it would also give them a reason to protect Ryona. However, it was still hard to accept this kind of coercion. Indeed, Action thought the same as Wonhui and immediately refuted Galma. Fine, let's assume what you said is true, but why must she marry one of your disciples? Action, fuming, pointed at Galma's face and sneered, isn't this just so you can gain more influence in the sect? Galma sighed and continued in a calm tone, then who else would be more suitable? Seeing his arrogant attitude, Action was shocked and his eyes widened. What? Galma arrogantly smirked with a triumphant smile and continued, to choose a suitable candidate for the young Mrs. Husband, it must be someone from among the elders' disciples, but the other elders are gradually showing their support for young Miss Hai Hyang. Seeing how convincing his reasoning was, Galma chuckled. Isn't the answer obvious? Of course, it's not that Galma forgot that another elder also has disciples, he just disdains them and doesn't even bother mentioning Action's disciples. A sense of annoyance washed over Jwabek immediately as Ryona's choice of husband was emphasized to be among the capable disciples of the elders. What? Why did he suddenly feel humiliated? Action saw through Galma's thoughts, but instead of getting angry, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, the answer is clear, right? As soon as he heard that laughter, a sense of uneasiness came over Wonhui, making him jump slightly. Right after that, Action pointed at Eun-jae and bluntly criticized, "You think this toad deserves to marry young Miss?" Eun-jae immediately put on a pitiful expression. Elder, your words are too cruel." Action sneered mockingly at Galma, "You only think about your own benefit. The guy who saw the disciple of the bloodthirsty witch and immediately started flirting, deserves to be young Mrs. life partner, in your dreams." As soon as Yunji's boorish, crass, and lecherous nature was exposed in front of everyone, Jiamun's eyes immediately turned to him with silent condemnation. Of course, Galma also glared at Eun-jae, because his stupid actions had ruined his plans. The clear killing intent made him completely speechless, and he didn't dare to defend himself like he did before. Sodam, watching the commotion from the side, chuckled triumphantly as one was eliminated. At that moment, Wonhui was suddenly pulled away by someone, so quickly that he couldn't even react. Wonhui's disappearance was so swift that Sodam didn't even realize he was gone. It took a few seconds for her to realize, staring at the empty space where Wonhui had been sitting. Meanwhile, Galma hadn't given up. He knelt down and apologized before the curtain. "Please forgive my second disciple's immaturity, but the great pupil Jiamun is much more mature and very suitable to be young Mrs. life partner." At that moment, Action cheerfully cut off Galma's words. "Hey Galma, why is only your disciple suitable to be young Mrs. life partner?" Action suddenly pushed Wonhui forward with a triumphant smile and announced, "There's a saying, even if you're not the same feather, you're still from the same bird. This bastard is much better than those uncultured disciples of yours." The moment he was pulled out to become Ryona's potential husband unexpectedly, Wonhui was completely frozen in panic and couldn't utter a sound. The verbal battle continued between the two elders. Galma glared at Action. "Hey Hyung, you just said your disciples are more capable than mine. You're confident in your disciple, huh?" Action didn't back down and sarcastically retorted, "Humph, then it seems you're overly confident." The competition became more intense as Galma proposed, "Humph, then it's simple. I have a way to confirm what you just said, right here, right now. Let's test our disciples to see who's more suitable to be young Mrs. life partner." Action didn't back down and immediately agreed. "All right, the proposal sounds good, but since it's a competition, we need to be fair, right? My disciple has only been practicing martial arts for about a year. So let's compete using martial arts techniques without using internal energy." Galma continued to challenge loudly. "You won't regret this, will you? Although I hear that your disciple has learned the swordsmanship techniques of the Heavenly South Swordsman, that swordsmanship still requires using internal energy." While the two old men argued fiercely, Ryona could only stand there silently sighing. "I really don't understand." She glanced at the two old men with eyes full of annoyance. "I'm the main character in this marriage. Why are they making decisions without even listening to my opinion?" Action was still aggressively challenging. "Stop talking nonsense, isn't your disciple the same?" Ryona had initially intended to declare that she didn't want to get married, but now she could only swallow her words. "Ha, if I say I don't want to get married, will they stop this nonsense?" She gave up. The argument continued, and Galma, annoyed, also wanted to set a condition. "All right, I agree to Hae Hyung's proposal, but in return, I have a condition too." Galma, full of energy, proposed, "Let the two disciples compete with real swords, and before that, we should make a pact not to hold grudges even if one side is seriously injured or even has their limbs cut off." Action hesitated for a few seconds, but then grabbed Wonhui's head and firmly agreed. "Humph, all right, let's not drag it out, start." Seeing this, Bika rushed to stop the two crazy old men. "Wait, young Miss hasn't said anything, why are you all so casual about this?" "Yes." At this moment, Ryona's voice echoed in the room. "All right." Her decision made Bika open his eyes wide in astonishment. Galma immediately expressed his joy. "I am very grateful for young Miss's decision." As soon as he felt triumphant, Ryona continued speaking, cutting him off. but I have a condition too. Ryona, wise and confident in her own strength, made her proposal. My future husband should be stronger than me, right? I will also participate in the competition under these conditions. Galma could only reluctantly lower his head. Young Mrs. Right, Action, on the other hand, immediately agreed with a loud laugh. Haha, that's right, young Mrs. future husband should be someone of that caliber. When the two elders thought that was the end of it, Ryona continued speaking. But what if that person doesn't meet my condition? Galma immediately felt uneasy. What do you mean? Ryona coldly rebuked Galma. You want the two of them to compete without listening to my opinion. Do you mean that even if I win, you still want me to follow your orders? Galma immediately felt threatened and cautiously probed. Young miss, do you mean that if you win, we have to follow your orders? Ryona gave a sly smile. Yes, if I win, you, hey Shifu and you, SEO Shifu, right here, must promise to support me and swear your loyalty to me. Action, who already had a favorable impression of Ryona, happily agreed immediately. Haha, as you wish, young miss. Seeing Galma remain silent, Ryona urged him to make a decision. SEO Shifu, do you not want to agree? Galma finally reluctantly spoke up. I will do as young miss wishes. Meanwhile, Sodam stared at Ryona in awe. She's so smart. Wonwee agreed with Sodam. Yes, in this situation, she can still think about what she can gain. She's doing pretty well. The more Wonwee thought about it, the more he admired Ryona. If she was easily manipulated by the two elders, she wouldn't be the right person to hold the position of leech. It was entirely logical that she wanted to become leech. After listening to Ryona's decision, Bika carefully summarized the conditions of the competition. Before we begin the competition, let's confirm the conditions again. On the second sun's side, the participant in the challenge is disciple Jiamoon. On the fourth sun's side, your disciple, Wonwee, will participate in the challenge. The competition will be decided by martial arts techniques only. Internal energy cannot be used. To ensure fairness, the internal energy of the two competing disciples will be sealed by the elder of the opposite side. Immediately after Wonwee and Jiamoon are sealed, I will look at the two of you. This is a competition with real swords. Even if you are seriously injured or lose your life, it won't be a problem. Both sides agree to these terms. Of course, both Wonwee and Jiamoon immediately agreed with confident tones. After confirming, the two of them, following Bika's orders, walked towards the two walls facing each other to prepare for the competition. Although he accepted the terms of the challenge with a determined and confident attitude, Wonwee's opponent was a sword master who had been using the sword for many years. He couldn't help but feel worried in his heart. I might be killed or become a cripple. While both sides were preparing, Action secretly transmitted a message to Wonwee. That old Galma is playing tricks again. This battle is a bit unfair to you. Wonwee knew this but simply chuckled to dismiss it. Everyone wants to do things that benefit themselves, unless they're an idiot. Suddenly, Action reminded Wonwee, use the skills you've always been hiding. His words made Wonwee's heart almost jump out of his chest. Wonwee pretended to be naive and asked Action again, Master, what did you just say? Action snorted coldly and bluntly exposed Wonwee. Don't act dumb. Do you think you can fool me? Only your internal energy is sealed now, but your other skills have surpassed the knowledge of a top-level master. Action grinned mischievously, squinting at Wonwee. I've trained with you countless times. Do you think I don't know? Just looking at the afterimages of your swordsmanship techniques is enough to tell. Action, full of energy, commanded Wonwee, fight with the determination to win. Wonwee finally felt a sense of relief. Luckily, Master didn't say anything about my inherent energy. Although Wonwee felt relieved that his superior inherent energy hadn't been discovered yet, he still worried that Action might know about the other skills he was practicing, including the Phantom Eye. Just as Wonwee stepped forward, ready to fight, Action suddenly told him, if you really can't handle this, then admit defeat. Wonwee, slightly touched, turned to look at Action. What is this old man saying? He hates losing more than anything else. He must be trying to say he doesn't want me to get injured or die. As soon as he saw Wonwee's grateful gaze, Action shouted into his ear, don't misunderstand. I'm only saying this because I don't think someone who has only been practicing martial arts for a year like you can win against that guy. The sound was like a punch to the eardrums, making Wonwee almost deaf. Please, could you transmit the sound more gently? Then, Wonwee and Jiamoon entered the middle of the room, and Bika adjusted the distance between them. The two of you stand a little further apart. Jiamoon, just about to enter the battle, already challenged Wonwee. I won't take your life, but you're going to be an armless cripple. If you surrender now, maybe you can keep your body intact. Wonwee responded calmly, all right, I don't regret participating in this battle, and besides, I'll spare your life too. Jiamoon, challenged by a newbie in martial arts, immediately flared up and drew his sword. Ha ha ha, truly flamboyant, just like the fourth son's character. As Jian-Woon assumed his fighting stance, Won-Wee, unfazed, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword strapped to his back. The atmosphere grew tense, yet the two only locked eyes before Bika's signal for the fight to begin. The next second, Bika's battle cry shattered the intense eyelock between Won-Wee and Jian-Woon, marking the start. In less than 3 seconds, Won-Wee charged forward with his sword, carving beautiful curves in the air and slicing through Jian-Woon's elbow, severing his arm instantly, leaving everyone stunned. The speed of Won-Wee's swordsmanship was so fast that Jian-Woon barely even realized what had happened. After a moment of bewilderment, the pain from his severed arm surged to his brain along with the spattering blood, finally bringing him back to his senses, causing him to scream. While Jian-Woon remained in shock, trembling and trying to stem the bleeding, Won-Wee had already pressed his sword against his neck, his eyes cold and sharp. "I didn't take your life as promised, do you surrender?" Eun-jae, witnessing this scene, was horrified. He suddenly felt remorse for his rude and foolish challenge to Won-Wee in the forest. The twins, seeing Won-Wee's incredible swordsmanship, were both surprised and delighted, grinning ear to ear. Bika, however, was not happy about Won-Wee's easy victory. She even looked at him with a concerned frown. "Young master, earlier." Meanwhile, Galma, radiating murderous intent, approached Won-Wee and glared at him fiercely. "What kind of competition is this?" Galma roared like a wild beast, his anger overflowing. He interrogated Won-Wee while releasing his internal energy to intimidate him. "Didn't you just use a demonic technique?" Galma was a grandmaster, and he had been intently observing Won-Wee and Jian-Woon since they prepared to draw their swords. Galma confidently exposed the truth about Won-Wee's use of demonic techniques. "While you were preparing to face each other earlier, the moment you met eyes with Jian-Woon, my disciple faltered slightly." Witnessing Galma's furious outburst, Action immediately stood up to defend Won-Wee. "What's wrong with a demon sect member using demonic techniques? What are you trying to argue about when this is a fight to the death?" Galma, even more enraged, glared back at Action. "Argue." Immediately, Galma charged at Action with a menacing expression, his murderous intent palpable. The two elders confronted each other with their profound internal energy, not through intricate techniques, but simply by touching hands. However, the clash of their internal energy was enough to create an overwhelming pressure that filled the room. Neither Galma nor Action would back down. Their internal energy confrontation took place in the blink of an eye, but the crushing pressure it generated was indescribable. Both old men unleashed their internal energy without any mercy or regard for each other. The situation became as tense as a taut string, yet Action still laughed loudly, challenging Galma. "Ha ha ha, very well, fight. It's been a long time since we had a chance to clash like this." Galma, not willing to yield, drew his sword while backing away to create space for the next confrontation. "All right, let's see who wins in the end." The energy released by the two old men nearly suffocated those around them. No one dared to intervene between them at this moment unless they had a reasonable excuse to calm them down. Just as Galma was about to charge forward again, Bika rushed to intervene. "Second elder, if you want to blame the young master, you should blame me first." Galma glared at Bika with sharp eyes. "What are you talking about?" Bika openly admitted in front of everyone, "The illusory eye technique that the young master just used was taught by me." Galma's anger immediately subsided. He glared at Bika with a frown. "No wonder that kid's technique seemed familiar. So it was your Bloody Star Witch's illusory eye technique. In that case, we need to see if he used internal energy." Bika easily dispelled Galma's doubts. "It was you, second elder, who sealed the young master's internal energy. Moreover, the illusory eye technique doesn't require the use of internal energy." Bika calmly explained to Galma, "The illusory eye technique only requires the mental energy and innate chi of the user, not internal energy." Hearing this, Sodam asked Won-Wee, "Wait, didn't it use inherent energy?" Won-Wee clicked his tongue and replied, "The Bloody Star Witch is only in the first stage of her cultivation. She's never reached the second level of the illusory eye technique, so it's natural she doesn't know." Nevertheless, thanks to the explanation from the Bloody Star, the conflict was temporarily resolved. Galma had no further questions, but he wasn't easily going to let Won-Wee off the hook either. As Galma approached Won-Wee, he continued to show his skepticism. "I can't believe it unless I check it myself." Bika immediately felt anxious and wanted to stop Galma, second elder. However, she was stopped by Action. "Stay there, Bloody Star Witch. Not everyone in the demon sect is like you." Immediately afterward, Action turned his gaze toward Galma with a trusting tone, but also a way of putting pressure on him to act fairly. "Brother Seo, you'll only check his internal energy in his Dantian. He's always been like that." Action spoke with sincerity. Although he was an elder of the Bloody Demon sect, he valued fairness and righteousness more than anyone else in the righteous sect. After that, Galma directly transmitted his internal energy into Wonwui's dantian to check if it was truly sealed. As soon as he obtained the results, Galma didn't hesitate to acknowledge it. The boy's internal energy has been blocked. After clearing the suspicion surrounding Wonwui, Galma immediately turned to face his disciple, Jianwen, and raised his sword high. He didn't hesitate to plunge the sword into the ground as he declared, "My disciple has lost." Then, he went to help Jianwen stop the bleeding and examine his wound without a single word about the competition. Seeing Wonwui staring intently at Jianwen with a look of pity, Sodam curiously asked him, "What's wrong? Do you feel guilty?" Wonwui sighed inwardly. "It shouldn't be like this. If I hadn't attacked him, my own arm might be gone by now, but considering Jianwen's feelings right now." Noticing Wonwui's apparent guilt, Heavenly South came up with a suggestion. "Why don't you use the amulet from the 10,000 death physician that you saw?" Heavenly South smiled softly and preached, "My former master used to say, even if they are an enemy, show them compassion. That's how it is, Wonwui." However, all of Heavenly South's words at this moment were flying in one ear and out the other for Wonwui and Heavenly South. Instead of continuing to feel sorry for Jianwen, they laughed cunningly with excitement. "Ha ha ha, the 10,000 death physician's amulet can be very useful. We must make them owe us as soon as we get the chance." "Right, that's a great idea, Heavenly South." After helping Jianwen temporarily stop the bleeding, Galma suddenly knelt down before Ryona. "I am truly impressed by young Mrs. far-sighted wisdom. You anticipated this situation from the beginning." Galma expressed his sincere admiration for Ryona. "I never thought that you could plan so deeply to secure the support of both myself and Hei Hyung. Truly, young Miss has inherited the bloodline of the leech." Wonwui, hearing that Action was also supporting Ryona, immediately felt uncomfortable. "What? It seems like he's misunderstanding something. But the atmosphere is becoming incredibly serious. I can't intervene." At that moment, Action silently walked over and unsealed Wonwui's internal energy. Immediately afterward, Action turned his gaze towards Ryonho without saying a word, making Wonwui even more puzzled. "My master unsealed my acupoints without a word. What's with this strange atmosphere?" As Wonwui followed Action's gaze and saw Bika secretly smiling triumphantly, he finally understood why everything was being misunderstood. Wonwui laughed bitterly at Bika's cunning. "No wonder, I actually found it strange that the Bloody Star stepped up to defend and speak for me. It turns out she wanted to secretly create an atmosphere that made everyone think Action was supporting young Miss Ryonha by letting everyone know that Action's disciple had learned her martial arts techniques." After glancing at Action's calm expression, Wonwui became even more certain of his judgment. "Well, I guess she's not entirely fabricating this. After all, with that old madman's personality, if he was misunderstood, he would have immediately flared up in anger and denied it, but now he looks strangely calm." Wonwui clicked his tongue inwardly as he glanced at Ryonha, who was grinning triumphantly. "It seems like my master has decided to support young Miss Ryonha. He probably unsealed my acupoints because he thinks there won't be any more confrontational duels here." After a while, Ryona's sweet voice broke the tense atmosphere. This time, however, she was no longer using the 6-harmony transmission. "Brother Seo." As soon as Galma saw Ryona's beautiful, slender face, he exclaimed with joy, "Ah, I heard the news, but it's truly wonderful that young Miss has recovered. I'm so happy. Congratulations, young Miss. You still look exactly the same as before." Sodam, hearing this, scoffed disdainfully. "Looks exactly the same. He's lying through his teeth. They're completely different." Wonwui immediately spoke up to defend Ryona. "Probably she didn't have that illness when she was younger." Ryona gave Galma a warm smile, recognizing Seo Tuk, then pulled out a jade tablet and presented it to him. At the same time, she bent down and picked up Jianwen's severed arm, leaving Galma confused about her intentions. He hesitantly asked, "Young Miss, what are you?" Ryona gently handed Galma Jianwen's arm and the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor's jade tablet. "This is the jade tablet the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor gave me. It just so happens he came to our sect yesterday to finish my final treatment." Seeing Ryona offering such a precious thing to treat his disciple, Galma was moved to the point of trembling. "Such a valuable thing. You give it to me, young Miss." Ryona continued in a gentle voice, "I hope you'll use it to treat your disciple's arm." Galma took the jade tablet with indescribable emotion, too surprised to even speak. Meanwhile, another person was equally shocked, Wonwui. He couldn't help but wonder how she came to possess the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor's jade tablet. After a moment of stunned silence, Galma stammered, "I am truly grateful, young Miss. How can I ever repay this kindness?" "Jianwen, come and thank young Miss." Ryona shook her head with a light smile. "It's nothing. If this helps your disciple regain his faith in our sect, what's there to regret?" Understanding Ryona's intentions, Galma quickly knelt down and bowed to her. as the second lord, I swear to be loyal and devoted to young Miss Ryona, serving her as the new liege of our sect. Galma paid his respects to Ryona with the highest ceremony of the blood sect. Please, young miss, be gracious enough to accept this servant. Achieving her ultimate goal, a satisfied smile spread across her face. As Action was about to kneel as well, Wonwi felt a pang of unwillingness. If things continued this way, Ryona would be the ultimate victor. He quickly stopped Action. Wait a moment, master. Action sensed Wonwi was up to something and grumbled at him. What are you trying to do? Wonwi responded confidently. The game isn't over yet, master. Wonwi, full of confidence and overflowing with energy, turned to Action with a determined gaze. Please, let me handle this. Facing Wonwi's radiating confidence, Action didn't reprimand him further. He silently placed his trust in his most intelligent disciple and nodded, allowing him to proceed with whatever he intended to do. Without hesitation, Wonwi immediately stepped in front of Ryona, leaving her curious about the new scheme this cunning fellow had concocted. Suddenly, Wonwi clasped his hands before his chest and bowed to Ryona while simultaneously shouting the Blood Sect's motto, Blood Demon Eternal. Blood Sect rules the world. His inexplicable actions caused Ryona's eyes to widen in surprise. But the astonishment didn't end there. Wonwi solemnly declared before everyone, the disciple of the Fourth Lord, Wonwi, wishes to challenge young Miss. Not wanting Ryona to be the final victor, Wonwi made a bold decision in the blink of an eye. His challenge proposal left everyone present speechless. Jaws agape, even Action was caught off guard by the audacity of Wonwi's move. For a moment, he felt a pang of regret for putting his trust in him. Meanwhile, Bika and Damyewa, Ryona's constant companions, were equally surprised by Wonwi's foolishness. More than anyone, they understood Ryona's true strength and knew the likelihood of Wonwi's victory. Only Galma was taken aback, but unable to grasp the situation. He couldn't understand what motivated a young man who had only been practicing martial arts for a year to challenge the Blood Sect's young miss who had trained since childhood. Following Wonwi's declaration, the room fell into a suffocating silence. No one dared to speak. Even Ryona, with her own questions, could only silently voice them through her inner voice to Wonwi. You're asking for a duel with me. Ryona scowled fiercely, staring down at Wonwi as he stood arrogantly before her. What do you mean by this? She couldn't comprehend why he wanted to disrupt her good fortune by preventing Action from supporting her. However, Wonwi's answer went beyond Ryona's expectations regarding wealth or status. He nonchalantly put on a cool expression and asked her, Young miss, don't you find me worthy of being your husband? Ryona's heart skipped a beat in that moment. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she sensed a hint of romantic intention behind Wonwi's question. Ryona looked at Wonwi for a long time, bewildered, unable to find the words to respond. Wonwi, in turn, adopted the look of a lovesick man waiting for his dream girl to consent. With great effort, Ryona managed to voice her thoughts with a shy demeanor. Sir, are you doing this because you want to be a couple with me? Sadly, her shy maidenly face was met with a cold, unfeeling response from Wonwi. There's no need for that. Ryona's expression instantly hardened. What? Wonwi scoffed, as if mocking Ryona's self-proclaimed romantic gesture. I'm merely following what you said earlier. If you win, you can do whatever you want to me. So, what's there to hesitate about? Seeing Ryona biting her lip, Wonwi smugly assumed she was hesitant to accept the challenge. He felt he understood the reason for her hesitation. Based on his arrogant assumptions, Wonwi believed that Ryona had witnessed the outcome of his duel with Jiamoon. Even though his internal energy was sealed, he had managed to sever his opponent's arm with a single move. Thus, she was intimidated by his strength. Furthermore, Wonwi believed that Ryona was hesitant because she wasn't certain that she wouldn't fall victim to his hypnotic eyes. However, he was confident that she couldn't refuse the challenge. As the leader of a sect, she would have no choice but to live up to her previous statements. True to Wonwi's thoughts, Ryona reluctantly smiled and declared, Very well, I accept your challenge, but she also transmitted a message to him through her inner voice, cold and sharp, state your conditions. Wonwi chuckled inwardly, pleased with himself. He felt she had played right into his hand. However, Heavenly South sensed a sense of foreboding in Ryona's smile and tried to warn him, Wonwi, things might not be as smooth as you think. While Wonwi was too preoccupied with his success to heed Heavenly South's warning, Bika stepped forward to mediate the duel. Young Miss has accepted the challenge, so there's no other choice. As before, the two elders, please seal their internal energy. Ryona grumbled inwardly, urging Wonwi through her inner voice. We have no time, tell me what you want. Wonwi, without hesitation, stated directly, I wish to request a favor from myself, my master, and his disciples. In the name of young Miss, grant us the right of amnesty. As soon as Wonwi uttered his request, Ryona couldn't help but show her surprise. Wonwi understood the value of the right of amnesty and was willing to gamble for this privilege. Amnesty was the right to be pardoned for any crime within the sect. Currently, it might not hold much value, but if she became the liege in the future, it would undoubtedly be useful. Even if he wished to sever ties with the blood sect, the right of amnesty would allow him to do so without harm. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Ryonha only agreed to half of Wonwi's request. To grant it to everyone is excessive. I'll only grant it to you and Heituk. Before her internal energy was sealed, Ryonha hastily asked Wonwi, "Is that enough?" Wonwi could only silently apologize to the twins for leaving them out. Afterward, although Wonwi conceded on the issue of amnesty, he cleverly brought up another matter. "All right. But by the way, young miss, you have a jade tablet from the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor, right?" Ryonha was completely oblivious to Wonwi's intentions in that statement and replied casually, "Ha, that's not mine, it's my master's." "No, it's Lu, the Bloody Stars." She said that although the herb wasn't fully mature, the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor gave it to me because I picked it. The moment she mentioned picking the herb, Ryonha suddenly realized Wonwi's intention. She gasped as she remembered the promise she had made. Back then, Ryonha had firmly assured Wonwi, "Don't misunderstand me. I will give you that jade tablet no matter what. My master said he would keep his word." Wonwi seized the opportunity and sneered, "Oh, is that the jade tablet you promised to give me? Because I'm the one who found the pearly frost snap." Ryonha felt the accusation in Wonwi's words but couldn't refute them. She could only sigh. "I was wrong to think that my jade tablet could replace the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctors. Now it looks like I've been hiding it intentionally. I apologize." Ryonha lightly furrowed her brows, bitterly admitting her mistake and promising Wonwi, "I've already given that jade tablet to someone else to use. I'll compensate you with something of equal value later, but now it's time to duel. We'll discuss that later." As soon as Ryonha finished speaking, before Wonwi could say anything else, Galma sealed his internal energy with a pressure point strike. On the other side, Ryonha was similarly struck from behind by action. Galma's strike was so forceful that Wonwi winced in pain, his back aching. "What kind of pressure point strike is that? It hurts so much." As he turned to grumble at Galma, he encountered the elder's piercing, murderous gaze. "Wonwi, if you dare use your evil techniques, no, your hypnotic eyes, on young miss. Even if your master tries to stop me, I will shatter your skull." Galma growled menacingly, his eyes like blades, sending shivers down Wonwi's spine. After that, Wonwi and Ryonha walked towards the center of the room. In an instant, the space around them seemed to shrink, leaving only the two of them facing each other. Suddenly, Action looked at Wonwi with a knowing glint in his eyes and let out a mischievous chuckle. "Cuckoo." Wonwi was still trying to understand the reason behind Action's laughter when Action's voice reached him, teasingly asking, "You like the young miss that much, don't you?" Wonwi couldn't use his internal energy to transmit his voice back in response, so he choked on his own saliva and coughed in embarrassment. Action immediately switched from his playful tone to a serious one, saying, "I don't know what you two were talking about using voice transmission, but I'm sure you know what I think about this." Action's voice became more and more sincere and serious, his tone uncommonly earnest. He didn't hesitate to encourage Wonwi, "I will trust you to handle this." "I believe in your judgment," Action affirmed, his words and trusting gaze filling Wonwi with confidence and motivation. Wonwi unstrapped his sword sheath from his shoulder, preparing himself for the battle with Ryonha. After setting the distance between Wonwi and Ryonha, Bika stood in the middle of the room once again as the referee, announcing, "All right, let's begin the battle." After Bika's command, Ryonha immediately started moving around Wonwi. However, she didn't raise her head or open her eyes to look directly at him. Meanwhile, Wonwi was on high alert, carefully observing Ryonha's movements before drawing his sword. Wonwi frowned in confusion as he looked into Ryonha's eyes. "What? She's keeping her eyes closed and not even looking my way." Wonwi wondered if she was doing this to avoid his illusionary eye technique. However, at that moment, while still keeping her eyes closed, Ryonha launched a lightning-fast, accurate attack right in front of Wonwi. The speed of her attack startled him. As Ryonha's hand was about to strike Wonwi's nose, he quickly leaned to the side, managing to dodge the sudden, swift attack in the nick of time. Even though Wonwi dodged most of the attack, he was still grazed by Ryonha's fingernail, leaving a long, bloody scratch on his cheek. He was slightly dazed and cursed under his breath, "Damn, she's so fast." In a flash, Wonwi started making assumptions about Ryonha's next move, mentally preparing himself to defend. "If I'm even a second late, I'm done for." She's probably going to follow up with a series of attacks. However, Ryonha's actions once again defied Wonwi's expectations. Instead of launching a flurry of attacks, she simply slapped Wonwi for his previous teasing about her feelings. After being slapped, Wonwi stood rooted to the spot, his earlier complex speculations vanishing in an instant. Ryona didn't continue her attack, but stood staring at him with a reproachful expression. Wonwi touched his cheek, his eyes blankly focused on Ryona. While the slap wasn't even a tenth as painful as one from action, Wonwi felt like he had committed a grave sin to deserve it. Still, he couldn't understand the reason behind the slap. After letting Wonwi contemplate his actions for a while, Ryona launched a series of relentless attacks. She didn't hold back, striking Wonwi with powerful palm strikes. This time, Wonwi managed to block the attack, but the force was so strong that his hand began to smoke. Wonwi was dumbfounded, his eyes widening as he stared at his smoking arm, feeling the excruciating pain radiating from the impact. What in the world kind of power is this? Without giving Wonwi a chance to recover, Ryona continued to relentlessly attack, exchanging blows. Wonwi became increasingly confused. On the surface, she appeared frail after losing weight, but remembering the pain he felt from her earlier attack, it was clear that her external strength had significantly increased. While Wonwi was lost in thought and distracted, Ryona seized the opportunity to strike, launching a palm attack directly in front of him. Her sharp fingernails suddenly appeared near Wonwi's eyes, causing him to flinch. However, Wonwi couldn't stand there and take it. He immediately kicked upward, forcing Ryona to quickly withdraw her hand to avoid the attack. Wonwi jumped high, his horizontal kick aimed at Ryona's face, directly forcing her back. However, her flexible body allowed her to bend backward to avoid his kick. As Ryona stumbled backward, separating from Wonwi, she realized he had planted his sword into the floor to regain balance and prepare for a counterattack. His quick thinking slightly surprised her. Ryona chuckled with amusement. "Well, you're smart." Wonwi brushed off some dust from his clothes, feigning arrogance. "I'm just lucky." Everyone watching the battle was tense, except for Damyewa, who was experiencing a different kind of tension. She exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, he's not going to hold back at all. This is getting serious. Could it be that he's really smitten with the young miss?" Damyewa's thoughts began to wander, even imagining intimate scenes between Wonwi and Ryona, her face blushing with embarrassment. Damyewa shook her head, muttering a silent prayer. "You're such a bad guy, young master. Just a few days ago, you were so eager to see my body. Young miss, you absolutely cannot lose." Meanwhile, the battle between Wonwi and Ryona was reaching a climax. Neither holding back, even without drawing his sword, Wonwi was able to fight on par with Ryona. When Ryona's hand brushed against Wonwi's sword and was blocked, she immediately switched tactics, using finger strikes instead of palm strikes. However, Wonwi was quick and perceptive enough to notice this change. Ryona immediately swept her index finger across, using it like a blade, forcing Wonwi to duck and avoid the attack. "I didn't notice it before, but her index finger is so strong and calloused. I've heard that finger strikes are a very difficult martial arts technique to master, much harder than the typical palm strikes. During the training for finger strikes, practitioners have to repeatedly accept and endure the breaking of their finger joints, even risking the tearing of blood vessels. While I don't know what Ryona has gone through to achieve this level of mastery, I'm sure this finger strike is not a technique from the Blood Demon Assassin." Even Heavenly South was surprised by Ryona's finger strike. "This is the first time I've seen such powerful finger strikes," he said. Wonwi wondered, could this be a technique from the blood cult leader? As Heavenly South looked at Ryona's finger strikes once more, along with the aura she exuded while using them, he affirmed, "Yes, this is the Blood Demon's martial arts." While Wonwi was lost in thought, Ryona launched a series of relentless attacks, pushing his sword aside. With nothing left to block Ryona's finger strike, she decisively lunged forward and attacked directly at his chest. However, at that decisive moment, Wonwi managed to pull out his short sword and block Ryona's attack with his left hand, escaping danger by a hair's breadth. Galma began to appreciate Wonwi's improvisation. "Wow, that kid, did he train with his left hand, using the short sword at that exact moment? Not bad." After her attack was suddenly blocked, Ryona took the initiative to create distance between them. Seeing that Wonwi still hadn't drawn his sword, Ryona chuckled provocatively. "Are you not going to draw your sword, young master?" Wonwi replied honestly, "I just want to properly block the young miss's finger strikes." Wonwi hoped that Ryona would understand what he meant. What Wonwi meant was, "I'm diving headfirst into a match that I thought I had little chance of winning from the start. I just want to face someone who understands the Blood Demon's martial arts." Ryona seemed to understand Wonwi's intentions, instantly breaking into a mischievous smile. "You are indeed a very interesting person, young master." Immediately, she shifted her fighting stance and her facial expression became much more serious. It seemed like she wanted to show Wonwi that the Blood Demon's martial arts had much more to offer than just finger strikes. Heavenly South standing beside Wonhui reminded him, "This isn't a normal technique, prepare yourself to counter it with all your strength." Wonhui agreed, "Right, I can feel a powerful pressure coming from just this initial stance." Wonhui finally decided to draw his sword. "I'll have to use the star-gleaming swordsmanship technique." In the next second, Ryona's figure vanished from his sight, leaving behind a faint afterimage, making it impossible for Wonhui to determine her direction. Unable to locate Ryona, Wonhui could only rely on his instincts and swing his sword forward. However, Ryona's movement was unexpected. She was directly underneath the blade. The instant he realized Ryona was slipping underneath his blade, Wonhui quickly changed direction, aiming to cut down instead of across, but it was too late. Ryona flipped backward, maintaining balance with one hand, while using her foot to kick Wonhui's sword high into the air, breaking his attack. Immediately, Ryona leaped high into the air, while Wonhui was still trying to react to the previous counterattack. Heavenly South yelled, "Look up!" Even after Wonhui looked up and saw Ryona above him, flipping in the air, he remained incredibly calm. Wonhui hesitated, gripping his short sword. "If I draw this short sword and slash upwards quickly, I can probably repel Ryona's attack." But in the end, Wonhui simply smiled contentedly, looking up at Ryona. "Looks like it's time to end this here. Ouch, it's going to hurt, isn't it?" Seeing Ryona's smile, which seemed to hold a hidden blade, Wonhui immediately realized, this is going to hurt. Soon after, he willingly lost consciousness under Ryona's powerful kick. The outcome of the confrontation, young Miss Ryona emerged victorious. Wonhui not only lost but also fainted, leaving the meeting room of the Valley of Fresh Blood peaceful once again. As Wonhui slowly opened his eyes, he still felt dizzy. When he looked up at the ceiling, all he saw was a faint light reflecting off the dark surroundings. "Why is it so dark?" he thought. Wonhui looked around the room with a questioning gaze. He become night, he wondered. As he turned his head towards the bed next to him, Wonhui noticed someone lying there. The dim light made it difficult for him to discern who it was. When Wonhui sat up and took a closer look, he recognized the figure as Jian Moon. It seemed that his arm had been successfully reattached by the immortal healer. As soon as Wonhui sat up, he felt dizzy and his head throbbed. "Ouch, my head is killing me," he exclaimed. It seems her finger technique was so powerful that it even knocked out my inherent energy. At that moment, Wonhui faintly heard the voices of his two spirit swords. "Wonhui, you're awake, are you okay?" he heard them say. He looked around but couldn't find them. "Sodam, Heavenly South, I hear your voices, but where are you?" he asked. "We're under the bed," Sodam replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Wonhui quickly bent down and found them. "Ah, there you are." Wonhui strapped on his long sword and short sword before stepping out. "How long was I unconscious?" he asked Sodam curiously. She sighed in response. "You were out for more than 20 hours. By the way, did you see how the healer reattached that guy's arm?" "I saw the whole thing. It was pretty gruesome," Sodam remarked as she glanced at the reattached arm. "He stitched every vein and artery back together." Okay, I don't want to hear about it. What else happened after I passed out?" Wonhui said, brushing off the gruesome details. When a serious conversation was needed, Heavenly South promptly appeared. "As you predicted, Action has sworn allegiance and pledged his support to young Miss Ryona." Hearing this, Wonhui breathed a sigh of relief. So, everything worked out well. He then shuffled out and blindly searched his way back to the living room. "Is it already midnight? Why is it so quiet?" he thought. As Wonhui stepped off the porch, he caught a glimpse of a figure stealthily moving through the shadowy hallway. The person moved without making a sound. Squinting his eyes, Wonhui saw, under the faint moonlight, that the person was Eun-jae. "Isn't that Eun-jae, the toad-faced guy?" Sodam exclaimed in surprise. Wonhui hid behind a nearby pillar to observe Eun-jae. "Yes, he's the second disciple of Second Elder Galma." Wonhui found Eun-jae's stealthy movements strange and decided to follow him. "Why is he out here so late? He's even skillfully avoiding the guards, like he's very adept at stealth." Sodam agreed with Wonhui's suspicions. "It's definitely suspicious." They followed Eun-jae to the forest surrounding the Valley of Fresh Blood. Eun-jae walked into the middle of the forest and stood there, glancing around nervously, as if he was afraid of being watched or discovered. This behavior only intensified Wonhui's suspicions. After seeing that no one was around, Eun-jae sat down and took off his shoes. He pulled out a small package that he had hidden inside. Next, he took a handful of powder from the small package and tossed it into the air. The glittering dust particles dispersed in the wind and quickly vanished. Suddenly, Wonhui appeared behind Eun-jae, his sword drawn. "What are you up to?" he demanded. Eun-jae jumped in fright and quickly turned to face Wonhui, screaming in panic, "Who's there?" The moment they faced each other, their swords clashed, striking each other and pushing them back. Eun-jae panicked and yelled Won-wee's name when he saw him. "That powder you just threw, was it heavenly scent tracing?" he asked, directly. "So damn curious," asked Heavenly South. "What is heavenly scent tracing?" Heavenly South explained. "As its name suggests, it's a type of scent that can spread for miles. If you use this scented dust, you can track the location of someone using a special device or a trained dog," Heavenly South added. Understanding the situation, Sodam exclaimed, "So he's a spy." Although Won-wee thought it impossible, Yoonji's next words confirmed his spy status. "How foolish, haven't you heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat, comma?" "I haven't heard that one," Won-wee replied calmly, "but I have heard walking on thin ice can lead to your demise at any time." Eun-jae scoffed arrogantly. "It seems you're here alone because you haven't cut off my escape route or attacked me. You're really stupid. Do you think a little kid like you can beat me?" Won-wee immediately attacked Eun-jae, exactly as he wanted. This guy doesn't seem easy to deal with. He must have been trained as a spy. Won-wee swung his sword to test Yoonji's skills. As expected, he was able to dodge the attack with ease. Eun-jae, having dodged the attack, grew even more arrogant. "It won't matter even if you ambush me. My level is far beyond yours." Eun-jae to mock Won-wee with a smug laugh. "Didn't you experience that firsthand earlier today?" Won-wee, irritated, decided to change his strategy. He tossed Yoonji's shoe, which had fallen off earlier, back to him. "Put your shoes on properly, will you? Were you so scared you ran off and forgot your shoes?" Eun-jae, fielded, tried even harder to win the verbal battle. "Ha ha ha, you stupid kid, you only managed to beat Ji-woon by using your cursed magic. Do you think you can do the same to me?" Eun-jae grew more excited and arrogant with each word. "The key is whether you can use your magic on me, but it'll be useless, haha." Seeing Won-wee's silence, Eun-jae continued to taunt him. "That cursed magic only works on those with weaker internal energy than you. You're so pathetic. What are you going to do now? You're so pitiful, not taking the path of life and instead heading straight into death." Won-wee couldn't stand Yoonji's nonsense any longer. Once he saw Eun-jae put his shoes on, he let out a single word, "Toad." The moment he heard that word, Eun-jae fell silent. His arrogant smile began to falter. In the next instant, Yoonji's fury erupted. He roared like a toad and raised his sword towards Won-wee. "You dare call me that? I'll kill you." Eun-jae charged at Won-wee, slashing with his sword in a wide arc, but Won-wee, with his agile body, managed to dodge by tilting his head back in time. Before Eun-jae could even retract his sword after the attack, Won-wee seized the opportunity to counterattack. He sprang up, propelling himself forward with a thrust aimed straight at Yoonji's chest. Just as Won-wee's blade grazed Yoonji's chest, he leaped high, performing an exaggerated midair spin. This allowed him to dodge Won-wee's counterattack and prepare for his next move. As Eun-jae completed his spin and prepared to land, he swung his sword from above, unleashing a powerful whirlwind of internal energy towards Won-wee. Yoonji's unleashed internal energy surged forth like a thunderbolt, instantly pushing Won-wee back despite his timely block. With a smirk, Eun-jae boasted, "Humph, I'm superior to you in internal energy." Seeing Won-wee staring silently, Eun-jae believed he had scared him speechless. With a wide grin, he jeered, "What are you going to do now, run away?" Won-wee calmly replied, "No." His unwavering voice complemented the decisive movement of his sword as he attacked Eun-jae. Faced with Won-wee's tenacity, Eun-jae scoffed. Considering its stubbornness, he casually raised his sword, ready to receive the blow, and grinned, "Go ahead and attack me. I'll show you the difference in strength between us, a difference I haven't had the opportunity to display yet." But Won-wee's strength, unleashed in the next instant, stunned Eun-jae. The force of his thrust, imbued with immense internal energy, nearly shattered Yoonji's sword. Won-wee didn't stop there. While Eun-jae was still dazed, he continued his attack. The gleaming sword danced under the moonlight, reflecting in his protruding frog eyes. Won-wee executed the first move of the starry swordsmanship, Tiger Fang world-ending strike, cleaving through the darkness with a brilliant flash of light. Eun-jae, having regained his senses, managed to parry this first move of Won-wee's swordsmanship. Immediately after finishing the first move, Won-wee stepped back, allowing Eun-jae a chance to retreat and confront the reality of the power he had so arrogantly boasted about. Eun-jae, indeed, trembled in fear. Are you even beyond the realm of the top experts? How can you possess such power? Were you hiding your true strength all along?" Won-wee calmly walked towards Eun-jae, the sword twirling effortlessly in his hand. "That can only happen when you underestimate your opponent too early. You know what they say. Keep 1/3 of your strength hidden. Are you a member of the Jianghu and don't know this saying of the Miram Masters?" Won-wee finished his sentence with a confident and proud smile, pointing his sword at Eun-jae. Hearing Won-wee's teachings, Sodam couldn't help but scoff. "Won-wee, you've actually been hiding half your strength. Won-Wee had only revealed a fraction of his profound internal energy, yet it had already left Un-Jae speechless with terror. He choked out a gasp, his face contorted in fear, silently devising plans to deal with Won-Wee. Of 36 strategies, retreat is the best. Un-Jae immediately took off running, his eyes filled with hatred. Despite his anger, he was intelligent enough to recognize the unfavorable situation he was in. Seeing this, Won-Wee quickly gave chase, shouting with a sarcastic tone, "Are you running away now?" As he was being pursued, Un-Jae realized that Won-Wee's light skills surpassed his own, making escape difficult. He came up with a plan to slow Won-Wee down, dragging his sword across the ground and then flinging a large amount of earth and rocks. With Yunji's sweep, dust swirled, and chunks of earth and rocks were launched into the air, scattering towards Won-Wee. But instead of taking advantage of this opportunity to escape, he stood there with a cunning smile. In the next instant, the rocks and earth flew towards Won-Wee, obstructing his vision and movement. He was left with no choice but to stand his ground and swing his sword, shattering the debris flying towards him. Amidst the blinding dust cloud created by the shattered rocks, Won-Wee frowned, struggling to see Un-Jae. What is he doing? Shouldn't his move have been useless? At that moment, the voices of the two soul swords rang out in alarm, warning Won-Wee, "Hidden weapon, dodge it." Simultaneously, 3 darts pierced through the dust cloud and flew towards Won-Wee's back. Thanks to the timely warning from the 3 soul swords, he managed to evade the hidden weapon with a spectacular backflip. As Won-Wee leaped high and flipped, his belly facing the sky, he was shocked to see the 3 darts embedded in the ground. If he had been even a second slower, he wouldn't have been able to avoid them. Yunji's use of hidden weapons enraged Won-Wee, but he couldn't pinpoint his location in the darkness after being thrown off by the attack. In that moment, Sodam suggested, "Throw me forward." Won-Wee immediately bent down, gathering momentum and aiming towards the direction Un-Jae had run. In the next second, he channeled his internal energy into his short sword and forcefully threw it forward. At this moment, Un-Jae, while running, felt something was off. He turned his head back, checking if Won-Wee was still pursuing him. "I threw it directly at him, why can't I hear anything?" As Un-Jae stopped and turned his head back, Won-Wee's short sword came flying towards him, making him jump back and raise his sword to block it. Although Sodam was knocked to the ground, he had identified Yunji's location and shouted, "Over there, that way, Won-Wee." Thanks to the reflection of the short sword under the moonlight, flashing through the dust, and Sodam's call, Won-Wee was able to pinpoint Yunji's precise location. He immediately shifted his stance, preparing to attack. Won-Wee took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the warmth of his accumulated internal energy. He planned to use the 6th move of the starry swordsmanship to finish off Un-Jae. The rotating tooth return sword was executed. Won-Wee charged forward like a piercing arrow, tearing through space. The sword energy around the blade spun like a colossal drill, aimed directly at Un-Jae. When he drew closer, Won-Wee unleashed his sword energy like a whirlwind, slashing diagonally through the air. This whirlwind continued its trajectory, targeting Un-Jae in front of him. Facing the gale force unleashed by the whirlwind of sword energy, Un-Jae was completely helpless. He quickly staggered, overwhelmed by fear. Accompanied by Yunji's terrified scream, the heart of the sword energy whirlwind knocked him backwards. The overwhelming power of the move rendered him incapable of using his sword to stop it. Un-Jae, finally unable to withstand the attack's power, staggered, his face pale, and fell to the ground as the sword energy whirlwind continued to spin through his body. Won-Wee's sword energy even carved a large groove in the ground where Un-Jae fell. The sheer power left his legs weak, making it impossible for him to even try to stand. Won-Wee calmly walked towards Un-Jae, his short sword dancing playfully in his hand. Seeing this, Un-Jae frantically tried to sit up, his body trembling. "What are you? How did you dodge my hidden weapons and all that dust?" Won-Wee casually raised his short sword before him, replying half-jokingly, "I have a third eye." Won-Wee didn't seize the opportunity to finish off Un-Jae while he was sprawled on the ground. Instead, he calmly allowed him to struggle to his feet, and both of them raised their swords once more. At that moment, Won-Wee's eyes became sharp. "Time to end this, don't you think?" Seeing Won-Wee's unhurried demeanor, Heavenly South reminded him, "He might run, so you should strike first." However, Won-Wee firmly replied, "No." Won-Wee could be so relaxed because he had been a seasoned spy in his past life. He could anticipate Yunji's next thoughts and actions. In this situation, a spy only had 2 choices, run or commit suicide. Just as Won-Wee predicted, Un-Jae picked up his sword, but instead of pointing it at Won-Wee, he pressed it against his own throat with a triumphant smile. "I'd rather end it here than lose to you. I will throw my sword away." Suddenly, Un-Jae flung the sword in his hand behind him. His tone, in a blink, changed to a monotonous, emotionless voice, and his face became vacant, like a lost soul. In that moment, Eun-jae had fallen victim to Won-wee's hypnotic eye. He stood there, completely unaware. The hypnotic eye might not be very effective in combat, but when the opponent is cornered, a brief moment of eye contact is enough for them to fall under its sway. Seizing the opportunity while Eun-jae was frozen, Won-wee circled behind him. He quickly struck the pressure point on Eun-jae's back, sealing his internal energy and mobility. Eun-jae immediately toppled backwards, losing his balance from the impact. The moment he was hit, Eun-jae snapped out of the hypnotic eye's control, but he was powerless, his entire body stiffening like a log as he fell backward. Won-wee didn't hesitate to plunge his hand into Eun-jae's frog-like mouth and stir around inside. Even though Eun-jae contorted his face in displeasure, he could only endure helplessly. After searching around for a while, Won-wee exclaimed with delight, "Let's see, I found it." Won-wee pulled his hand out of Eun-jae's mouth, dragging along a string of saliva. He was clutching something tightly. Despite the somewhat disgusting sight, he felt a surge of joy. Sodam curiously looked at the small gem in Won-wee's hand. "What is that?" she asked. Won-wee explained, "It's a poison pill. It's tied to the molar with a thread and placed in the throat. Every spy has one." Won-wee chuckled triumphantly, putting the poison pill away. As expected, spies usually had two methods of suicide, but they often chose to cut their throats for a quicker and cleaner death. If they committed suicide using the poison pill, the poison would travel through the throat, permeating the internal organs, resulting in an excruciatingly painful death. After the poison pill was extracted, Eun-jae couldn't contain his curiosity amidst his shock. He asked Won-wee, How did you know all this?" Won-wee clicked his tongue and replied, "Would you even understand if I explained? And what was it you said earlier? You lost to someone like me. Does it sting?" Immediately after, Won-wee unleashed his anger, retaliating against Eun-jae's previous taunts with a flurry of punches. After a while, satisfied with beating Eun-jae, Won-wee hoisted him onto his shoulder and intended to take him back to the base. However, a series of rapid drum beats coming from the base caused him to pause briefly. Sodam curiously asked Won-wee, "What sound is that?" Won-wee listened intently to the rhythm of the drums and vaguely guessed, "It must be the guards of the Six Blood Valley who have discovered something amiss." While he didn't know the exact details, Won-wee was certain it was caused by Eun-jae. He had spread the Heavenly Pursuit powder, meaning he wanted to report the location of this place to someone else outside. While carrying Eun-jae back to the base, Won-wee pondered, in his previous life, the information about the location of the Six Blood Valley had been leaked, but not during this time. Moreover, in Won-wee's previous life, the Galma Ma Dao ritual did not come to the Six Blood Valley. He speculated that it might be due to the information he had revealed, causing these events to change. Eun-jae should not have and ultimately been defeated by Won-wee. His capture would likely alter the fate of Ho Ji-woon in some way. If Won-wee's previous prediction was correct, the great pupil of Galma would eventually die at Eun-jae's hands. But now, things might be different. Thinking about this, Won-wee stared at the back of his hand, where the mark of the Big Dipper constellation resided. He felt a fleeting anxiety about the future. Too many things in this life were changing rapidly. Although he felt a bit uncertain about the events that would unfold in the near future, Won-wee had no time to think about it now. Under the urgent drumming, he rushed back to the base. "I need to hurry," he thought. At that moment, the main hall of the Six Blood Valley was in chaos. Subordinates rushed around, scattering straw everywhere, urged on by the captains, "Hurry, burn down all the buildings and evacuate." The twins were also very frantic, reporting to Action, "Master, we searched everywhere but couldn't find him," they said. Action roared angrily, "What in the world is he doing? He left in the middle of the night, while still under treatment." Jungyeom, just like the twins, rushed over to report to Galma. "Young Master Eun-jae has also disappeared," he reported. Galma furrowed his brow in doubt. "Both of them gone? Why?" Just then, Won-wee lumbered back with Eun-jae, calling out to Action as he entered the main hall. "Master." Action felt relieved upon seeing him but still scolded him. "Where have you been, you rascal?" Won-wee calmly walked towards Action, preparing to drop Eun-jae to the ground. "I apologize for being late. Let me put this fellow down, and then I'll explain everything." Meanwhile, a group of captains had surrounded him and Eun-jae. They were highly alert, raising their swords and looking at Won-wee as if he were the enemy. After dropping Eun-jae at his feet, Won-wee let out a sigh of relief and began his explanation. "I don't need much time to explain this, firstly." However, at that very moment, a dozen blades wielded by high-ranking martial arts captains were pressed against Won-wee's throat, leaving him paralyzed in silence. He felt like even swallowing was enough to get his neck slashed instantly. Ryona appeared on the steps of the main hall and looked down at Won-wee with a skeptical gaze. Around the mountain, there was an armed force of hundreds of people, and there were also scouts who didn't belong to this sect infiltrating the mountain. Ryona's cold eyes, filled with killing intent, stared directly at Wonwi. Stay right there and explain yourself. Where have you been and what were you doing sneaking around like this? Ryona continued her interrogation with a volley of sharp questions. You disappeared even when the sect was on alert and now you're showing up with the second elder's disciple in this state, without a reasonable explanation. We have no choice but to apprehend you. Instead of trying to give a lengthy justification, Wonwi opted to present concrete evidence first to gain everyone's trust. He told Sang-won, remove the left shoe of the second elder's disciple and check the sole. Before touching the second elder's disciple, Sang-won cautiously turned his head and glanced at Galma, seeking his approval. Galma didn't hesitate to nod, permitting the search. Right after, Sang-won stepped forward, removed Yunji's shoe and followed Wonwi's instructions. As soon as he saw the object hidden within the shoe sole, Sang-won was immediately taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is... Sang-won retrieved a bag of pure white powder, carefully tucked beneath Yunji's shoe sole. Even though he had a vague idea of what it was, he still carefully crumpled it in his hand to examine it further before making a judgment. After crumpling the sparkling powder with his 2 fingers, Sang-won brought it to his nose and sniffed it, muttering, indeed, it is. I understand. Sang-won confidently announced the result to everyone. It's the Heavenly Pursuit powder. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. Is it really the Heavenly Pursuit powder? The most shocked person at that moment was Galma. Bika, now understanding the situation, whispered in Ryona's ear, I get it, that's how they pinpointed our exact location. Only the 2 inexperienced twins were still looking at each other, confused. What is the Heavenly Pursuit powder? Do you know, brother? No. As the suspicion towards Wonwi subsided, the blades pressed against his throat were all lowered. He immediately pulled out the poison pill from his chest. I also need to show everyone this. Sang-won recognized the poison pill at first glance, but he still found it hard to believe. Wonwi directly revealed the truth but acted as if he were merely speculating. I think this is a poison pill. Wonwi intentionally spoke in a tone of casual guessing. It was tied under his left molar. I'm sure it's been there for a long time, so there should be traces on his teeth. Galma exclaimed in shock, his voice fragmented. That can't be. My disciple, how is that possible? Sang-won, after reaching into Yunji's mouth to check, reported to Galma in a low, mournful tone, Second Elder, I'm sorry, but it seems the young master's speculation is correct. Sang-won explained meticulously to everyone, when a poison pill is tied in the mouth for a long time, the gums under the molar will become recessed. Both Yunji's molar and gums show those traces. It's a type of evidence that can't be faked. Galma, still trying to salvage some hope for his disciple, questioned Sang-won again. How do you know about all that? Sang-won resolutely answered, I was also a spy for the Miram Alliance for half a year. Wonwi was surprised to hear this. He had no idea that Sang-won had experience as a spy. Galma, with no hope left, could only utter in despair, how could this be? After all, it was a lucky coincidence for Wonwi, as it significantly boosted the credibility of his words. Bika stepped forward and ordered the captains, put away your weapons and fall back. Wonwi could finally relax a little, but he knew this wasn't going to be easily resolved. As expected, Sang-won was the first to raise a question. But, how did you know about this? Poison pills and Heavenly Pursuit powder aren't things that ordinary people would recognize. Obviously, it was because Wonwi had experience as a spy, but he couldn't say that, so he decided it was time to put his lying skills to the test. I woke up in the middle of the night in the infirmary and tried to return to the inn. From that point onwards, Wonwi began to skillfully mix real information with lies. Just then, I saw Eun-jae leaving the inn and going somewhere quietly. His actions seemed suspicious to me. As he tried to avoid all the guards, suspecting something, I secretly followed him. When we reached the forest outside, I saw him scattering Heavenly Pursuit powder in the air. Sang-won immediately interrupted Wonwi's narration with a skeptical voice. So you attacked him? That was very reckless. Why didn't you focus all your internal energy on shouting for help? Wonwi justified smoothly, if I did that, he would have run away or killed me right there. Sang-won, hearing this, nodded, tacitly acknowledging that Wonwi's judgment and actions were perfectly logical. However, Sang-won had a new question. So you actually managed to take down Eun-jae? How is that even possible? Of course, Wonwi knew that it was absurd for him to defeat someone who, in everyone's eyes, was stronger than him in a fair fight. Although he had anticipated this situation, Wonwi deliberately pretended to be flustered by Sang-won's question. At that time, I couldn't think of any other way. Wonwi pretended to still be shocked as he recalled the fight with Eun-jae. If I hadn't ambushed him by throwing a short sword at him while he was putting on his shoes, I probably would have lost. After saying that, Wonwi secretly smirked. Before returning here, he had deliberately stabbed Eun-jae with the short sword to create evidence for this lie. Sodam exclaimed in admiration, "You are really good at using your brains when it comes to lying, you are truly profound." Sang-woong was now able to fully trust Wonhui and placed his hand on his shoulder. "That could have gotten you killed." The muscles on his face relaxed, indicating that he no longer doubted Wonhui. He had done such a dangerous thing for his ambition. Although he seemed to be complaining about Wonhui's reckless actions, the expression on his face was much more relaxed than before. Sodam happily looked at Sang-woong and guessed, "He must be proud of you." Now that everything was clear, Ryona came down from the steps to Wonhui. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know who the spy was, and perhaps our escape route would have been compromised by him." Ryona formally clasped her hands in front of her chest to express her gratitude to Wonhui. "Thank you very much." Action saw this and laughed heartily. "Ha! I will acknowledge your courage and bravery." Wonhui bowed his head respectfully in response to Ryona. "I only did what I had to do." In his heart, he was secretly overjoyed. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but I have done something great. Suddenly, Galma knelt before Ryona and kowtowed, shouting, "I am sorry, young miss." Galma bowed his head deeply, touching his forehead to the ground, and expressed his regret, "Because I didn't have the eye for people, this happened. Please, young miss." Ryona gently calmed Galma down. "No, now is not the time for you to blame yourself, Seo Suk. We must quickly find a way to retreat." However, she also firmly showed that she would not let this go. "What Seo Suk just said, we can discuss later." Galma immediately replied respectfully, "I understand, young miss." After everything was settled, Wonhui was able to approach Action and report, "Disciple is back." "Master." Action laughed contentedly and nodded at him. "Haha, all right." Action chuckled and patted Wonhui's head. "You did well. We almost left with that spy and got exposed along the way." Wonhui asked innocently, "Everyone is gathering because of the alarm?" Action clicked his tongue and replied, "Yes, but we couldn't leave because we couldn't find you and that bastard anywhere." At that moment, a terrifying groan echoed through the night, making Wonhui's skin crawl. He quickly turned his head to look behind him. It turned out to be Eun-jae groaning in agony, being punished by his master who was personally using internal energy to strike his dantian, completely ruining his martial arts abilities. Sodam was startled to see Eun-jae screaming in agony. "What is he doing to him?" Wonhui pondered and replied, "Destroying his dantian." Wonhui was also shocked because he didn't think Galma would personally destroy his disciple's dantian right now, right here in front of everyone. This action also meant that he had expelled Eun-jae from the blood sect. Seeing Yunji's miserable state, Wonhui thought that if Galma had gone this far, Ryona must be satisfied, but no, she coldly glanced at Galma and ordered, "Cut off his tendons and limbs." The moment Ryona coldly turned and left, Wonhui felt a chill run down his spine. She must have inherited the blood of the blood demon. Last time when she dealt with her own right hand, the female blood assassin also had to cut off her finger, but this time, with a spy, it was even more cruel. Very quickly, the entire blood sect base in the Valley of Fresh and Blood was engulfed in flames. Before leaving, everyone took one last longing look at this place. Chwabek was even heartbroken and sobbed, "Hick, I like sleeping in the inn." Wonhui saw him being sentimental and hesitant, so he urged, "Go now." As soon as the spy incident was resolved, Ryonha and the elders immediately made a decision about their retreat. Wonhui felt that they had already discussed how to retreat safely before he came back. According to the plan, they weren't going to escape using the same route. Instead, they would split into 3 branches and move separately. One branch led by Second Elder Galma, along with some elite troops, would be responsible for escorting the Thousand Death Physician out of the Valley of Fresh and Blood. The second branch, led by Bika, would escort the person impersonating Ryonha to confuse and disrupt the enemy's information. Finally, the most important task was entrusted to the barbarian devil, Action, along with his disciples and the deposed blood leader Sang-woong, who would lead an army to escort Ryonha to safety. Although half of the Valley of Fresh and Blood's forces were with Action's group, most of them were low-level fighters or mid-level cadets. There were only a few high-level fighters, so, if they had to face the enemy, basically only Action's group and Ryonha had the real fighting ability. A subordinate of the deposed blood leader, who had the fastest light skills and the best stealth abilities, took on the most dangerous task. He covered himself with heaven-reaching scent, then left in a different direction to attract the enemy's attention. If he was unlucky, this could very likely lead to his death. It was a task that required sacrifice, but there was no other way. The Valley of Fresh and Blood's group didn't know the exact size or identity of the enemy. If one of the enemies was a top expert, stronger than both elders of the blood sect, such as the 8 great masters of the mainland, then Action's group would be at a disadvantage. Sodam, after listening to Wonwui's explanation, still felt sorry for the person who had to sacrifice themselves. So, the plan requires someone to sacrifice themselves. Wonwui nodded firmly. Yes, even if everyone here charges into battle, we still can't win. Wonwui glanced at Action's serious expression and secretly guessed that he was thinking the same thing as him. We can only hope that that person will buy us enough time until everyone is completely out of the Valley of Flesh and Blood. After a moment of thinking and calculating something in his head, Action silently transmitted sound to Wonwui. Wonwui, quietly bring 2 more team leaders here for me. Meanwhile, the blood sect's enemies were actually following the trail of the person carrying the heaven-reaching scent and were ambushing in the bushes. Are they really going to retreat through this route? The information is not clear, so it might not be certain. The ambushers in the bushes whispered amongst themselves. According to the previous report, there are some formidable experts in their ranks. What's wrong? Are you scared? The wire-bearded man in the ambushers pointed down at the Valley of Flesh and Blood, which was burning below. Look at that burning area. As soon as they sensed our arrival, they immediately burned everything and ran away. The rest of the ambushers immediately grinned happily. That means they are just second or third-rate fighters. I guess we were worried for nothing. To boost the morale of his comrades, the wire-bearded man continued, looking behind him. Moreover, we have him. He has reached the peak of mastery. The ambushers immediately looked towards a man who was comfortably leaning against a nearby tree with a proud smile. He was rumored to be so strong that he could be the next candidate for the 8 great masters of the mainland. He was even more sensitive than a hunting dog in detecting the presence of others. Hearing the wire-bearded man's flattering words, the long-haired man modestly said, "You are overestimating me, but I will not disappoint you. There's nothing to worry about." The long-haired man arrogantly declared, "Only a top-level expert can escape my sensory abilities. Otherwise, it's impossible." He was full of confidence as he said those words, unaware that Action had been standing silently behind him all along. Action's murderous aura enveloped him completely, yet he didn't even notice. Meanwhile, Ryoma was resting and waiting for the 5-person group led by Action to return. If it were just Hae-suk, leader Gu, and so, they would be acting as a small scouting team. Ryoma munched on dry food while eagerly waiting for them to come back. It's still dangerous to stay here for a long time. Ryonho was so worried that she ate even more. The situation is terrible right now. Who knows what information has been leaked to the enemy? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Ryona's ear, making her jump. I want to eat too. The voice came from the twin brothers standing behind Ryona. Jwabek immediately nudged Song Woohyun's hand, reminding him, don't stare like that, you idiot. Song Woohyun honestly looked at the food in Ryona's hand with a hungry gaze. But I'm hungry too, brother. Ryona turned back and glanced at the twin brothers with a bored expression. She wondered how Action could have taken these 2 idiots as disciples. Although she found the twin brothers' foolishness annoying, Ryona still shared her food with them. In her heart, she was even more anxious and eagerly awaited. Hae-suk, so, please come back quickly. Returning to the situation of the ambushers, the low-level soldiers saw Action suddenly appear behind the arrogant long-haired man. They immediately retreated in panic. Behind you, since when? As they were bewildered and about to draw their swords to resist, a sharp sword pierced straight through the temple of one of them. Blood splattered onto the face of the fat comrade standing next to him, who was still in shock. As the fat man looked towards the launched sword, Sangwon suddenly appeared like an eagle spreading its wings in the night sky. He used light kung fu to leap effortlessly through the branches and dived towards the fat man. Immediately after, with extremely swift techniques, Sangwon struck the fat man's chest, rendering him unable to resist. At the same time, he emitted a force from his hand, causing the fat man to lose his balance and fall backward. Before the fat man could even understand what was happening, Sangwon grabbed him by the neck. His plump white face turned pale, then gradually turned purple from lack of air. While tightening his grip on the fat man's neck, Sangwon glared menacingly at him. Answer my questions truthfully. Only then will you not die in pain. Sangwon's eyes flashed with a menacing killing intent, causing the fat man's whole body to stiffen in fear. Meanwhile, Wonwui and the other 2 captains rushed forward to deal with the remaining enemies. Wonwui carefully assessed the enemy situation as he rushed in to support Action and Sangwon in battle. There were too many enemies. This was more than just a scouting team. Not long ago, before Action's group charged into the ambush, they had scouted the enemy beforehand. Even though he was standing quite far away, Wonwui could still hear the voices of other spirit swords hidden in the forest. Based on the sounds of those swords, Wonwui guessed that there were at least 5 people. If there were also a few who used other weapons or were skilled in martial arts, the number of enemies could be even greater. Just as Wonhui was wondering about the exact number of enemies, Action transmitted a message to him. There are 7 people hiding below the right side of that hill. Wonhui immediately grasped the situation. Then there will be 2 people using other weapons. Then, Action assigned tasks to Wonhui and the others. I think one of them is a top-tier master, the rest are probably just first or second-rate fighters. I'll handle that top-tier master and the first-rate fighters, you guys take care of the rest. Action specifically instructed them before they charged. We need to be quick, we can't waste any more time. Following Action's order, Wonhui chose a second-rate swordsman to attack while everyone else had identified their targets. As soon as he made eye contact with this second-rate swordsman, Wonhui used his illusionary eyes, stunning him for a moment. If it had been before his regression, dealing with a second-rate enemy like this would have been quite difficult. But now it wasn't a problem. Wonhui charged forward, decisively swinging his sword and knocking the second-rate swordsman's sword out of his hand the moment he was hit by the illusionary eyes. The moment the second-rate swordsman fell, Wonhui took the opportunity to thrust his sword into his shoulder. The swift action left the swordsman unable to react. He could only scream in terror. Immediately afterward, Wonhui grabbed the second-rate swordsman's head and pulled his sword out of his shoulder. Just as he was about to finish him off, a voice came from the swordsman's sword. No, don't kill my master. Hearing the swordsman's sword cry out in despair, begging for mercy, Wonhui suddenly got an interesting idea, but before he could put it into action, he had to strike the swordsman's acupoints first. Then, Wonhui picked up the second-rate swordsman's sword and asked it, "You can hear me speak, right?" The weak sword panicked. What? How can a human talk to me?" Wonhui muttered, "What does it matter to you? I just heard you talking, so I'm talking to you." The weak sword said half-believingly, "Really?" Wonhui ignored its concern and went straight to the point. "I don't think you want your master to be stabbed through the throat, do you?" The weak sword looked at its master trembling helplessly and pleaded with Wonhui, "Please don't kill my master. If he dies, I'll become masterless." Wonhui bluntly gave a condition. "If so, tell me about your master's background and where his accomplices are hiding." The weak sword trembled and refused. "No, I can't do that. You're from the blood cult, aren't you? How can I tell you where they are?" The weak sword babbled to Wonhui. "My master said that the blood cult is a cruel and evil group. They must be wiped out for the greater good of the Jianghu." Hearing this, Wonhui directly raised the weak sword with a cold gaze towards the second-rate swordsman. "All right then, I guess I have no choice." After a sharp sword strike cutting through the air, the blade was stained with fresh blood. The weak sword cried out in panic. "What are you doing?" Wonhui coldly threatened the weak sword. "I've only cut off one of your master's arms. Next will be his throat." The weak sword was put in a difficult position, confused about what to do. Seeing that the weak sword was shaken, Wonhui added a psychological blow. "Just imagine, what if I use his own sword to send him off?" The weak sword, pushed to its master's throat, frantically begged, I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill my master." Sodam, feeling pity for the weak sword, complained to Wonhui, "Hey, you're being a little cruel. That's the most shameful thing for a sword." Wonhui clicked his tongue in his heart. "I don't want to push things this far, it's just a matter of necessity." Wonhui sighed as he saw everyone around him efficiently dealing with the enemy group according to the initial division. He told Sodam in a low voice, "I'm in a situation where I can't afford to be generous with others either." Wonhui looked at Action's decisive action of ending the lives of the enemy group's masters with a chokehold. He then encouraged himself, "Everyone will be in danger if I hesitate here." Action, after wiping out the enemies, smiled happily and asked Sang Wong, "Well, did you discover anything?" Sang Wong shook his head with regret and replied, "My subordinate has failed. He bit his tongue and committed suicide. He was a stubborn one." Action clicked his tongue, shook his head in disappointment, and immediately turned away. "All right, it's not your fault. Just hide the bodies in the bushes and leave right away." At that moment, Wonhui spoke up and called Action back. "Master, I've found out information about them." Action was immediately curious and stopped right away. "What did you say?" Wonhui then revealed the information he had obtained from the interrogation of the weak sword of the second-rate swordsman. "They are from the Heavenly Formation sect and the Sea Alliance sect, Master." The captains accompanying him were stunned and widened their eyes. "What? The Heavenly Formation sect and the Sea Alliance sect? They're from the righteous factions." Action smiled contentedly and nodded at Wonhui. "I saw you hesitating to kill him. I thought something was up, so that's it. How did you get this information?" Wonhui lied without batting an eye. "Master, I interrogated him." Meanwhile, the weak sword was still pleading desperately, "Hey, you should have saved my master. He's going to die from blood loss if this continues." However, Wonhui completely ignored it and continued speaking to Action. "I guess he has accomplices around here, so I struck his acupoints and interrogated him telepathically." Wonhui asserted firmly, I told him we have hundreds of people, so if he wants to save his accomplices, he should be honest, and he actually believed what I said, even though it was due to a situation beyond his control. We still felt a pang of guilt for breaking his promise to the weak sword. Sang-won came over happily and patted him on the shoulder in praise. You handled it very wisely. We continued talking about the information he had gathered. He's just a second-rate swordsman, so the information he knows is limited. But I found out there are 7 groups of people from different sects sent here to scout the way and spy on us. They are hiding in other dense areas around here. Furthermore, our biggest problem now is our escape route. The sect leader of the Sea Alliance sect is leading hundreds of masters to search for us throughout this area. Sang-won felt extremely anxious. Damn it, we could have retreated early, but now our escape route has been blocked. Action clicked his tongue, calculating a plan. Well, if it's like this, then there's no other way. We have to force our way through and fight for our escape route. Sang-won immediately disagreed with Action. But that's too dangerous. The young Mrs. whereabouts could be exposed. Action, met with opposition, snapped back. What else are we supposed to do then? Go back and let them kill us? Sang-won responded in confusion. That's not what my subordinate meant. Seeing the situation becoming tense, Captain Gongil came up with a suggestion. Elder, leader. What if we do it this way? Gongil was a little hesitant, as this was the first time he had offered an opinion that could be life or death for everyone. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Gongil gathered his courage and suggested, why don't we go down the path under the cliff in the valley next to this one? Sang-won immediately protested vehemently. No, the path has sheer cliffs on both sides, and in the middle is a deep chasm with a swift current flowing beneath it. Sang-won could already imagine the difficulties. Once they entered that path, there would only be one way forward or back. If they were attacked, it would be extremely dangerous. Even in an emergency, jumping into the water below to escape would be too dangerous because of the swift current and the many jagged rocks everywhere. Gongil persisted with his suggestion despite Sang-won's objection. But leader, such a dangerous path could throw the enemy off, don't you think? Sang-won was stunned and speechless. Gongil continued to try to persuade him. The most dangerous place is also the safest. The enemy wouldn't imagine that we would take that path. Sang-won, hearing this, immediately became furious and grabbed Gongil by the collar. He angrily yelled at him, Captain Yang, do you want to gamble with young Mrs. safety and everyone's lives? Meanwhile, Won-wee was carefully considering the possibilities. He also thought Captain Yang's plan was too dangerous. However, they had very few choices in their current situation. It was too late to turn back at this moment. Whether breaking through the encirclement or following the trail on the cliff, both were fraught with potential risks. While everyone was focused on planning their escape, an enemy among the fallen suddenly stirred slightly behind Action. Action, with his keen perception, immediately turned around to check the situation behind him. But even when he reacted as quickly as possible, he couldn't stop the enemy from sounding a whistle. The whistle echoed throughout the valley and the sound quickly spread to where Ryonha was standing. The whistle immediately aroused suspicion and anxiety in her heart. Ryonha looked thoughtfully towards the source of the whistle and felt uneasy. That sound of the whistle, coming from Action's location, what happened? At this moment, the whistle had only blown once before it abruptly stopped, because the throat of the whistleblower was being squeezed tightly by Action to the point that blood immediately gushed out of his mouth. Action killed the whistleblower in the blink of an eye, but it did not ease his worry. One of them was still alive. Action glared angrily at Won-wee and the captains with a reproachful expression. Someone made a negligent mistake like this and made the situation more critical. Before the enemy's reinforcements arrive, we must. Immediately after, Action's eyes changed, becoming sharp. He paused for a moment to listen to the sounds around him and said in a grave voice, they're very close. Action sighed and looked up at the moon, muttering to himself, now that the whistle has sounded, we have no other choice. I'll make a decision now. While Action was calculating his plan in his head, a series of loud noises reached Won-wee's ears, making him jump slightly. Won-wee carefully listened to see how many voices of soul swords were emitting around him. Initially there was only one, then it increased to 4, 8, 14. When he heard the sounds of as many as 32 soul swords rushing towards him in his mind like rain, Won-wee started to feel a little dizzy. But that wasn't all. The sound was still getting denser and almost caused him to panic for a moment. Damn it, the situation is much more tense. They're much more numerous than before. After deliberating for a while, Action finally gave the order to everyone, quickly move towards the cliff. Sang-won immediately wanted to object after hearing that. Elder, why? Action clicked his tongue decisively. There's no time for hesitation. The enemy has identified our location after hearing the whistle. Now they're rushing here. After returning to meet with Ryona, Action immediately revealed his escape plan to her. "Young miss, we must split up, each of us going our own way." Ryona couldn't help but worry and ask him, "Uncle, hey, you're saying this means something bad has happened, right?" Action frankly explained the situation to Ryona. "That's right, there are many enemies currently chasing us, so I need to take half the people with me to break their tail and prevent them from pursuing everyone else." Wonhui, upon hearing those words, guessed that among the enemies pursuing them, there could be top-tier masters and even more, there might even be the sect leader of the Sea Lotus faction. Ryonha was a leader with great qualities, so she didn't waste much time calculating the pros and cons. She immediately nodded in agreement with Action and even specially instructed him with a sincere look, "Uncle, you must come back alive, okay?" Action immediately nodded to reassure Ryonha, "Young miss, don't worry, I'll finish them off and come back to chase after everyone." Right after that, he looked at his 3 disciples and instructed, "You guys, protect young miss at all costs." Before leaving, Action also carefully reminded them, "Absolutely do not forget the meeting place after you've escaped." The meeting place is a base that whose own leader, under Action's command in the past, Moon Wong, found to prepare for a situation like this. It's located at the edge of the forest outside the cliffs of the valley. Everyone, even the twin brothers who normally were playful, became more serious. They nodded confidently and affirmed to Action, "We remember, Master." Suddenly at this moment, Action transmitted his voice to Wonhui. "Wonhui, while I'm gone, you must lead everyone, got it?" Wonhui was surprised when Action suddenly transmitted his voice to instruct him like that. Action glanced at Wonhui with a look full of trust. "Out of the few people left here, you're the most intelligent, so I believe you'll be able to fulfill the task with Captain Yang to escort young miss safely out of here." Wonhui felt a little touched by Action's trusting look. Had he trusted him because he had achieved a few feats recently? For a moment, Wonhui unconsciously felt that these personal relationships were mysterious because it was something he had never experienced in his previous life. In response to Action's trusting look, Wonhui also sincerely and respectfully bowed to him. "Disciple understands. I hope Master will have a safe journey." Even when seeing Action's cheerful laughter and trusting eyes once again, Wonhui still found it hard to believe. Who would have thought that this crazy old man would trust him so much? Before leaving, Action still laughingly instructed Wonhui, "All right, take care of yourself first." Even Sang Wong, before leaving, also looked at Wonhui with eyes full of faith. "Among the remaining people here, apart from Captain Yang, you're the strongest one, Master Wonhui. I have complete faith in you. Protect young miss safely. I have to go too." After the group led by Action moved in the opposite direction to stop the pursuit of the enemy, the group escorting Ryonha immediately followed the cliff path to escape from the valley. Because half of the troops had split off, the remaining forces escorting Ryonha became quite weak. Gongil, the captain, led the escort because he knew the path in this valley best. The top priority was to protect Ryonha, so they let her walk in the middle. It seemed that Action was doing a good job of holding back the enemy because when the escort reached halfway up the cliff, there was still no one chasing them. Thinking that they could finally relax, suddenly we heard the voices of swords coming from somewhere. "Strange, why can I hear those sounds of swords in my ears again?" As we listened intently and searched for the source of the sound, he quickly discovered that the voices of those swords were coming from the front of the path they were heading towards. Although from these sounds Wonhui could guess that the people intercepting them in front had fewer people than the group chasing them from behind, but this was just a guess based on the number of sword sounds, so Wonhui couldn't be sure that there were no people using other weapons in that group, so he immediately ran to Captain Yang to discuss countermeasures. To prepare for the danger ahead, Wonhui glanced towards Moon Wong, signaling him to make Ryonha and everyone behind stop for a moment. Ryonha saw this and felt uneasy, quickly stopping according to Moon Wong's signal. Gongil saw Wonhui suddenly run close and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Wonhui transmitted his voice in reply to him, "I found an enemy in front." Gongil furrowed his brow and looked at Wonhui with suspicion. "There's an enemy in front, why can't I sense their presence?" Wonhui clicked his tongue in his heart. "Of course, with your strength, how could you possibly sense them, except for Master? If it weren't for my ability to hear the sound of swords, I wouldn't have discovered it either." Sodam also clicked his tongue and mimicked Wonhui. "If you say that the reason you discovered the enemy is because you heard the sound of the swords, he'll definitely treat you like a madman." Wonhui thought to himself, "There's no need to guess about that, of course that's true." So Wonhui directly skipped the explanation and proposed a solution. "I'm sure, let whose own leader go up first to check." However, Gongil adamantly opposed Wonhui's opinion. "No, whose own leader must protect young miss. I don't know if your judgment is correct, but if you're right, we're the ones who need to face them first." Wonhui immediately felt strange. I didn't expect my suggestion to be rejected so quickly. Then he changed his suggestion. In that case, at least we need to be ready to respond. Gangil, slightly annoyed, reluctantly agreed to Wonwui's suggestion. You're cautious, but you're right. We need to signal the people behind us so they can get ready. I don't have a weapon with me, so you pull your sword out to signal the people behind us. Wonwui, following Gangil's words, quickly drew his sword and raised it high in the air, signaling everyone to prepare their weapons. However, in his heart, he still felt uneasy about Gangil's reaction and how he was handling the situation. In Wonwui's mind, even though their top priority was to protect Ryona, when facing an enemy on a narrow path like this, the best option was to have the most skilled martial artist in the group step forward, instead of letting them stay beside Ryona. While Wonwui was pondering over Gangil's actions, suddenly Heavenly South spoke up and called him, "Hey, Wonwui." Then, Heavenly South told Wonwui an astonishing truth, causing him to quickly glance towards the sword blade to confirm the information. After Wonwui lowered his sword, his eyes flashed with a murderous intent as he looked at Gangil. He didn't realize the murderous intent behind him and still dared to urge him, "We need to hurry, we might be in danger if we linger here any longer." As soon as Gangil took another step, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his back, causing him to panic and quickly stop. Gangil collapsed, clutching the long wound on his shoulder inflicted by Wonwui, who struck decisively without hesitation and swiftly moved to block him. After making Gangil writhe in pain, Wonwui asked the people behind him, "Hey, those high-ranking warriors over there, did you see something like white powder on my scabbard?" The high-ranking warriors confirmed in unison, "Yes, we did." Wonwui turned back to Gangil and said in a harsh voice, "Gangil, you scoundrel, answer my question if you don't want to die. Who are you?" Gangil feigned innocence, responding, "What's wrong with you? Why did you attack me?" Wonwui ignored his denial and continued his interrogation. "Why did you spread heavenly scent on my scabbard?" At that moment, Gangil's eyes changed, his face turned pale, clearly struck by the truth. It turned out that after Wonwui drew his sword and signaled those behind him, Heavenly South noticed the heavenly scent spread on the scabbard. Heavenly South immediately informed Wonwui that this might have been done by Gangil earlier when he wasn't paying attention. Thanks to his ability to hear the voice of the spirit sword, Wonwui was able to discover this. If they hadn't found out in time, they would have walked into a trap. Seeing that Gangil stubbornly refused to admit it, Wonwui plunged his sword close to his face and threatened, "Don't try to deny it, you scoundrel. I asked the warriors behind me, and they all said they saw the heavenly scent on my scabbard. Spit out the truth." Gangil continued to argue, "That's just to allow the fallen blood leader and the fourth lord to track us." Wonwui sneered at Gangil's flimsy excuse and pressed his sword against his neck. "Don't try to fool me. Why did you do this in secret?" Seeing Gangil remain silent, Wonwui had to speculate. There was a difference in the fragrance of the heavenly scent that Gangil used compared to the one Unjay, the toad, had used in the valley. Could these two be on the same side? Of course, they could also be on the same side but using two different fragrances. Let's think carefully, there must be a clue. Wonwui began reviewing the questions from when they encountered the enemy scouts in the forest. He remembered that Gangil insisted everyone take this dangerous and rocky path. They had no other choice because the situation suddenly became more critical, but now, there were enemies in ambush waiting for them along this path. Finally, Wonwui realized the problem. He immediately used voice transmission to continue interrogating Gangil. Earlier in the forest, how did one of the enemy manage to escape death and use his last breath to blow the alarm whistle? Did you intentionally give him that chance? Gangil's face turned pale as soon as he heard this. His panicked eyes confirmed Wonwui's suspicions. Knowing he could no longer hide the truth, Gangil roared, intending to signal his accomplices an ambush ahead, but as soon as he opened his mouth to shout, Wonwui swiftly beheaded him. After eliminating the spy, Wonwui sighed in frustration. One obstacle after another, nothing is smooth, there's another trap waiting ahead. I guess I'll have to become the leader of the convoy. At this point, Moonwung stepped closer and asked Wonwui through voice transmission, "What's going on?" Wonwui explained, "There's an ambush ahead, the enemy is waiting for us." Moonwung was shocked and questioned Wonwui rapidly, "Ambush? How did they know our route, and why did you kill Captain Gangil?" Wonwui answered bluntly, "That scoundrel Gangil was a spy planted in our ranks." Ryona couldn't help but stare in astonishment at Gangil's head lying on the ground. Captain Gangil was a spy. Wonwui nodded affirmatively and presented evidence for Ryona to examine. "He spread heavenly scent on my scabbard." Ryona then approached and touched the place where a bit of white powder shimmered on Wonwui's scabbard. Meanwhile, Moonwolf carefully sensed the movements ahead but found no trace of the enemy. He said, even if they're waiting for us ahead, it'll be difficult for them to hear our whispers if we don't sense their presence. Just talk normally. Ryona, after smelling the fragrance of the powder on Wonwu's scabbard, frowned. This fragrance seems slightly different from the one the previous spy had. Wonwu felt a little strange that Ryona could perceive this subtle difference. After all, he was a veteran spy in his previous life and could distinguish these two fragrances. But Ryona, how could she tell? Was she so sensitive to sense? Though a little concerned, Wonwu felt this wasn't the most important issue now. He immediately dismissed this thought and took off the scabbard from his back. The truth is now confirmed. The matter with this scabbard is over. Immediately, Wonwu tossed the scabbard into the river. This scabbard has been tainted with heavenly scent, so we have to get rid of it. Heavenly South cried out in heartache. Ah, we've been together for so many years. Wonwu clicked his tongue and comforted Heavenly South. I'll find another scabbard exactly like it for you later. After discarding the major threat to the convoy's journey, Wonwu immediately urged everyone, we don't have much time left, let's go quickly. However, after thinking for a long time, Ryona suddenly used voice transmission to talk to Wonwu. Young master, so. Ryona spoke thoughtfully, sharing her speculation. Captain Gongil isn't a spy. Well, he probably is. Wonwu was confused by Ryona's hesitant and unclear words. What is she saying? If Gongil wasn't a spy, then what was he? Seeing his perplexed expression, Ryona tried to explain, this might be confusing, but what I meant is, he's someone from Big Sister's side. Just then, Wonwu suddenly heard a distinct clang of swords that reached his ears, causing him to lose focus on Ryona's words. At the same time, Moonwolf also sensed the enemy's presence. Not good, it seems they've arrived. We must move quickly. As the enemy's presence grew closer, Moonwolf immediately stepped forward to shield Ryona. Go to the center of the formation, young miss. Meanwhile, Wonwu also heard the clang of swords becoming more frequent and clearer. Soon after, Wonwu and Moonwolf simultaneously lifted their heads, looking up at the narrow strip of sky between the two towering cliffs. The sound of swords and the enemy's presence all appeared from there. They quickly identified the enemy, a group of people with swords and spears leaping down from the cliffs, using light kung fu to effortlessly jump over the gaps. The group was filled with energy and radiated an overwhelming aura of killing intent compared to Ryona's escort team. Even from their eyes, it was clear that most of them were first-rate masters or higher, and possibly even some peak masters. Moonwolf quickly arranged the formation for battle. All the high-ranking warriors, follow me to block the enemy. The rest, protect young miss. Young miss, quickly retreat to the back. As the enemy approached Ryona's escort team, they immediately raised the spears in their hands and aimed them directly at the convoy. It was clear they would begin the battle with a barrage of spears. Moonwolf also recognized the enemy's action and quickly shouted a warning to everyone, be ready to counter their spear attack. While the river below the cliffs surged, adding to the intense tension of the battle, elsewhere, standing before a tranquil lake reflecting the shimmering moonlight, a man's voice echoed, accompanied by a sigh. Subordinate doesn't know if this is right. The bearded man expressed concern to Hai Yang. Subordinate is only following young Miss's orders. Seeing his innocent act, Hai Yang sneered sarcastically. Enough with these meaningless words. You must have a plan in mind, right? The bearded man continued reluctantly. Young Miss knows this already, but the First Lord and Subordinate, along with the other Bloody Stars, are always supporting young Miss. On the other hand, there's no one supporting her except for the 3rd and 6th Bloody Stars. Hai Yang replied with a cold humph. They'll be eliminated anyway after the restructuring of the sect is complete. The bearded man was confused by Hai Yang's coldness. Young Miss is right, but... Seeing his hesitation about this plan, Hai Yang glanced at him with cold eyes. Do you remember what I told you before? Don't leave any obstacles behind, no matter how small. The bearded man's attitude immediately became more resolute when he thought of Ryona. Yes, she truly inherited his bloodline, even a small chance, and she might rise up and strike from behind. The bearded man thought more carefully and became more certain of his decision. The Second Lord, while he has some affection for us, still has feelings for her, so, it's impossible to predict if he will turn back and support her. And if the Fourth Lord stands with her, then the support from both sides will be equal. That's why we need to strike first to ensure that doesn't happen. Hai Yang clicked her tongue in response. Actually, it would be great if we could bring the Fourth Lord to our side. That girl would have absolutely no hope left, but this seems very difficult. Will that crazy old man join us just because I asked? He has refused to reply to all my letters. At this point, the bearded man revealed a sinister smile. That's the case where the Fourth Lord has nothing left to lose. Meanwhile, on the cliffs, Ryona's escort team was facing a dire situation, having to deal with a series of spears launched from above. Wonwi, with his agility and weapons in hand, was able to deflect the trajectory of a few spears. However, Moon Wong wasn't using weapons, so he couldn't completely deflect the spears aimed at him. As a result, one spear pierced his shoulder. The female captain beside Moon Wong, while catching him, seemed to vaguely recognize the martial arts the enemy was using. The internal energy transferred into this spear is. After stopping an attack, Wonwi cautiously retreated to assess his opponent. Just a single flying spear launched from such a distance, and it wounded leader Moon Wong and pushed back the other captains. How? Wonwi immediately became more cautious, considering the enemy's strength. To launch a spear with such power, pushing back first-rate warriors with a single move, they're not an ordinary force. Their techniques and internal energy are unbelievable. As Wonwi looked up at the cliffs above, his worry grew. The person who just launched the flying spear that hit leader Moon Wong must be the one standing there with arms crossed. To train a force like this, he must be as strong as the 7th Bloody Star or the 4 Great Elders. In that moment of impending danger, Wonwi began to hesitate. Should I risk my life now? If I fight them desperately, maybe Ryona will have some time to escape. Just as Wonwi was wavering, Sodam suddenly appeared and urged him, "Hey, why aren't you running? Who cares about those people's lives?" Wonwi immediately woke up after hearing Sodam's reminder. Ah, right. I was thinking like a loyal dog of the blood sect. I forgot that I should put myself before this sect. Right after that, Wonwi planned his escape. If I could jump off the cliff in this situation and fall into the river below, the fall could be so dangerous that there would only be a small chance for me to survive. But at least there was a glimmer of hope. Wonwi finally found a suitable solution to get out of this situation, and he was ready to gamble his life. However, at that moment, one of the men with the spears asked, "Is there a woman named Ryona among you?" Wonwi immediately felt curious and strange. Ryona, so they're targeting her. Seeing that the escort didn't say anything, the 2 leaders of the ambush team jumped down the cliff right in front of Wonwi. The leader pointed his mace towards the escort and arrogantly declared, "If Ryona isn't here, we'll kill all of you, but if she's here, just hand her over and we'll let you live." The members of the escort remained silent and just glared at the leader. He then wisely continued, "Seeing your eyes, I don't need to say it, I can already guess that I'm right." The masked man standing behind the leader also roared, "That's right, she's here, hand her over." This time, in response to the enemy's demand, Moon Wong took decisive action. He endured the pain and pulled out the spear stuck in his shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Right after that, Moon Wong applied pressure to his shoulder to stop the bleeding, gritting his teeth as he endured the quickly spreading pain. After the wound was stopped and the pain had subsided somewhat, Moon Wong immediately fixed his determined gaze on the enemy, ready to fight them to his last breath. As Moon Wong stepped forward alongside Wonwi on the front line, he could clearly see that he was prepared to fight them to the death. In a moment, Wonwi felt compassion for the escort and the twins from the bottom of his heart. This wasn't good. If everyone here fought them, they would all die. Finally, Wonwi came up with another plan. Instead of running away alone, he silently transmitted his thoughts to Moon Wong. "Leader, I'll stay behind to hold them off. You quickly take young Miss and everyone else and run." Moon Wong didn't want Wonwi to risk his life alone, so he immediately called him back. "Young master, wait." Even Sodam shouted to stop him. "What are you doing? Run away." However, Wonwi ignored their warnings and walked straight towards the enemy. Wonwi clicked his tongue in his heart, reassuring Sodam, "Don't worry, I'll just buy them some time. I don't want to die yet. If I can't fight them, I'll jump into the river and escape." With his plan in mind, Wonwi bravely stepped forward, plunged his sword into the ground, and made a show of force. However, his action did not have any intimidating effect. The leader continued to repeat their demand, "We don't have time. Are you not listening? Hand over Ryona before I start slaughtering you all." Wonwi tried to distract the enemy by expressing his doubts. "You don't look like you're from the Miram Alliance. If you're not from the Miram Alliance, then why are you pushing us into a corner like this?" The escort was shocked upon hearing this. Even Moon Wong couldn't believe his ears. "What? They're not from the Miram Alliance?" The masked leader immediately stepped forward to deny Wonwi's suspicions. "Humph, what nonsense are you talking? We are from the Miram Alliance." Wonwi then asked him back, "Then why are you saying that you'll let us go if we hand over Ryona? That doesn't make sense." Ryona, who was behind them, was even more certain of her judgment after hearing Wonwi's reasoning. Wonwi's gaze became sharper as he stared at the enemy. The Miram Alliance's goal is to wipe out the entire blood sect, to eliminate them completely, but you're only looking for one woman. It just doesn't make sense. At this point, the man with the headband, who seemed to be the leader of the ambush team, finally spoke up to refute Wonwi. "What nonsense are you talking, brat? We, from the Miram Alliance, have spread out all over these mountains to hunt you down. Do you think your life is worth so much to us? We continued to question him. Alright, let's say you're all on the same side. But why are you saying you don't have much time? The leader immediately fell silent in front of Wonwee's question because he had nothing left to justify himself. Even they were afraid of being caught by the Miram Alliance. Seeing that the leader had been silenced, Wonwee leisurely told him a story. Among our people, there was one who insisted that we should take the path on the cliff in order to escape. Later, I discovered he was a spy. Unfortunately, he managed to smear the heavenly scent on my sword case, but I also discovered that this heavenly scent is completely different from the heavenly scent used by the Miram Alliance spy before. Wonwee turned the tables and directly asked the leader, "He's your spy, isn't he? The one you planted in our ranks?" Finally, the leader sneered and admitted, "You're clever, alright, at this point, there's no need to hide it anymore. He is the spy we planted in your ranks. If you've already figured out there's a spy, then I'm sure you've also realized that we'll be able to find Ryona soon." Wonwee suddenly laughed cheerfully. "Oh, I'm very grateful." The leader of the ambush group was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Wonwee chuckled triumphantly, mocking the leader. "Thanks to you, I've been able to confirm that there are no other spies in our ranks. Thank you for your help." Wonwee's eyes flashed with a cunning glint. "If you had other spies among us, you would have been able to identify Ryona right away. Why waste time asking? That spy could have used telepathy to point her out to you." The leader felt insulted by his intelligence and angrily shouted, "I see you're just trying to buy some time with your smooth tongue. I'll kill you first." Just as the leader was about to charge forward, Wonwee pointed at him and asked his final question. "Wait, did young Miss Hai Yang order you? Or did someone under her command order you?" Wonwee didn't hesitate to expose the face of the person behind this insidious plan. Regardless of the answer, the key point was Hai Yang. His question instantly shocked everyone. "What? They're young Miss Hai Yang's people? What the hell? Then they're all disciples of our blood sect." The people of Hai Yang, their cover blown, immediately became desperate to kill him and silence him. They shouted at each other, "Kill him!" Immediately, one of them raised his spear, prepared to launch it towards Wonwee. In a flash, the spear, empowered by internal energy, tore through the air, aimed directly at Wonwee's head, but he didn't flinch or even try to dodge. As the spear came close to Wonwee's shoulder, he used his inherent energy to strengthen his hand and grab it. Then, Wonwee infused the spear with his inherent energy and, with a decisive swing, launched it back at the enemy. The tip of the spear aimed directly at their leader. "I'll return it to you." While drawing the enemy's attention to the spear, Wonwee shouted, urging the escort, "Everyone, run." He knew that the only way to survive was for everyone to run for their lives. At that moment, the leader of the group caught the spear that Wonwee had thrown at him. His frustration surged. "You may look like a second-rate fighter, but you were able to catch our spear." In a blink of an eye, he reversed the spear's direction, raised it high, aimed it at Wonwee, and infused it with internal energy. "I'm impressed with you, but you'll die here today. I won't let you survive." As Wonwee turned his head back, he saw the spear in the leader's hand launched toward him. Just a few inches away, the power of the internal energy infused in the spear this time was 10 times stronger than before. Faced with the spear's tip, glowing with the surrounding energy, Wonwee froze in place. "Damn it, I've really tied myself up." He infused so much internal energy into that. "I should have run away from the start." Just as Wonwee thought he would die there, the spear stopped right in front of him. It was just a few inches away, and it was still moving. When Wonwee regained his senses after the near-death shock, he realized that someone had caught the spear and saved his life. A familiar voice sounded, "You're quite good, kid." The man with the silver hair quickly removed his mask, revealing that it was Second Elder Galma. The unexpected reunion shocked Wonwee, who exclaimed, "Elder, how?" Right after that, Ryona suddenly appeared behind Wonwee and gently said, "Young master, thank you very much." Wonwee was even more confused. Why was Ryona? "I told everyone to run. Why isn't she running? Why is she still here?" Ryona continued with a gentle smile, "Thanks to you, young master, I've been able to confirm that we don't have any more spies in our ranks." At this point, Wonwee realized that Blood Demoness Bika was also there. Wonwee immediately understood his own naivety. He forced a smile, feeling resentment in his heart. "Ha, so they were hiding in the back while deceiving their own allies. I thought I was going to die for real. I never imagined that even the three-pronged plan was fake." Seeing the number of Wonwee's forces increasing in the blink of an eye, Hai Yang's group immediately became scared. "Damn it, we've been tricked." The leader muttered in horror while watching Galma standing to protect the escort. Who would have known that the second son had joined forces with Ryona? Calculating the face-off against one of the 4 great lords and the Bloody Star, the leader felt seriously threatened. He hurriedly ordered his troops to retreat. "There's no chance of winning, retreat quickly." Just as Hai Yang's group turned to flee, a familiar tiger skin silhouette appeared from the cliff. Action let out a distinctive chuckle and asked them, "Where are you going?" While the people below were still bewildered, Action smoothly jumped down from the cliff. He charged towards Hai Yang's group like a ferocious beast, his steps moving nimbly on the cliff without encountering any obstacles. When Action landed, blocking the enemy's escape route, he only landed softly, but it was enough force to create a powerful tremor that caused the ground to quickly crack open. Other than the leader, none of those people had ever had the chance to meet Action, so they could only gape in awe at his massive stature and extraordinary light skills. Action smirked, holding the head of the sect leader of the Sea Lotus sect in front of the enemy. "Do you really think you can hold me back with just someone like this?" Immediately after, Action threw the head of the sect leader of the Sea Lotus sect down the abyss, in the stunned eyes of the enemy. With his hands free, Action then tensed his body and unleashed the power of the golden blood body poison sex, his entire body quickly covered in a shiny bronze layer. Hai Yang's group all stepped back with fear surging through them. Action was even more amused and laughed lightly. "From now on, anyone who wants to leave here, just look at the head of that scoundrel just now as a warning." Along with the threat, Action revealed a smile filled with excitement. One reckless fool actually charged to attack Action after his challenge. He rushed forward with his sword swung at Action's head. Of course, that ordinary blade was nothing to Action. He simply used one hand to grab the blade and completely neutralized the threat. The guy only realized his foolishness now. He was horrified and stammered in confusion. How can you catch the sword with your bare hands?" Action, of course, was not wasting his time answering the enemy's question. He immediately pulled the sword back, causing the guy to lose his balance and teeter on the verge of falling. As he instinctively lifted his foot to regain balance, Action quickly grabbed his ankle and gently squeezed. The sound of cracking bones shattered in his terror. The pain coming from his ankle sent him into a panic, completely losing his fighting spirit, but Action wasn't easily going to let him go. The next second, he turned around and lifted the guy's leg, simultaneously preparing to throw his entire body over his shoulder. A tremor echoed throughout the cliff as the guy's body was thrown down. He looked like a broken puppet in Action's hands. The throw was so forceful that the guy was buried deep into the rock. The sound of his shattered skull cracking mixed with the sound of broken rock completely drowned out his final scream. Action clicked his tongue, picked up the guy's corpse and threw it towards the cliff behind him. He thought he could play around a bit, but he didn't think he'd die right away. How boring. After ending a simple enemy as if it was a pastime, Action terrified the remaining people, making them afraid to move even a fraction. Even seeing their comrades being killed like that, none of them dared to come to the rescue. They all understood that doing so was simply seeking death without resolving anything. Even Manhwa, who had seen Action's fierce and intimidating expression countless times, still felt overwhelmed when he looked at him now, like a wild beast. When the rest of the people faltered in fear, their leader unexpectedly stepped forward. "Everyone step back. Leave that old man to me." The leader stood in front of Action and even dared to taunt him. "You eccentric old man, Action, you live up to your nickname." The leader then became serious, staring intently at Action. "Although I may not be as famous as you, my strength is not inferior to yours at all, but I've never liked being compared to you. Today is a good opportunity for us to compete. Let's go." Action was immediately excited by the challenge and unleashed a lightning-fast punch towards the leader. A surge of violent energy exploded when his fist collided with the leader. However, the collision was not because Action had punched him, but because he had raised his hand to catch the punch that Action had just thrown. The leader tensed his body, blocking Action's fist with both hands, but still smirked mockingly at him. "You're really losing your patience." As soon as Action retracted his fist, the leader also quickly retracted his hand, focusing his internal energy into his fist. Action smiled slightly in excitement, while also focusing his internal energy into his fist. It had been a long time since he encountered someone who could block his punch, so naturally, he was more interested. Immediately afterwards, both sides unleashed punches filled with internal energy towards each other. When the two fists collided, a shockwave instantly spread around them. The battle had become a contest of internal energy between the two. Initially the struggle was balanced, but it only took a few seconds for the victory to tilt in Action's favor. The leader was pushed back in the internal energy confrontation. He was forced to acknowledge Action's strength, but he also wasn't willing to give in easily. "Your power is definitely stronger than mine, but there is still a limit to the level you can enhance your physical strength." Right after that, the leader retracted his fist and changed strategy. He did not hesitate to unleash a series of punches towards Action, including illusions and real techniques. In other words, he wanted to continue fighting Action with techniques. However, that alone was completely unable to trouble Action. He instantly understood the leader's intention and laughed with amusement. Immediately after, Action lowered his body's center of gravity, standing in a combat stance. At the same time, he extended his hand towards the leader, accurately identifying his real technique and placing his hand on his fist. Action gently rotated his hand around the leader's fist as if containing the focused power of that punch. The next second, Action clenched his fist and retracted his arm closer to his body. At that moment, the power of the punch that the leader had just unleashed was completely neutralized in Action's hand, and at the same time, he also conveniently focused his internal energy into his own fist. The leader was stunned, not believing his eyes. He stammered, What kind of martial art was that? But his doubts quickly vanished as pain shot through his side while he was still stunned and distracted. At that moment, the leader realized that another punch from Action's other hand had landed on his side. He then followed up with a powerful punch to the leader's face. The leader tried to counterattack by punching Action in the face, but his fist hitting his skin was like a mosquito biting stainless steel. As Won-Wee watched the fight, he couldn't deny that the masked leader was a top-tier expert, and his fighting techniques weren't bad either, but compared to Action, he was still far inferior. After dodging that weak punch, Action became even more excited. Cuckoo, nice try, but is that all you got? The battle was so captivating that Won-Wee couldn't take his eyes off it. The Heavenly South Swordsman was said to have never lost to Action in the past. Seeing Won-Wee's admiration for the Heavenly South Swordsman, the latter frankly admitted, that was in the past. Now, I'm not so sure. At his current level, even my old master might not be able to beat him. The Heavenly South explained to Won-Wee about the fist technique Action had just used. While it looked very simple, it wasn't as it seemed. Action had blended his fist technique with his stellar sword technique, making it very difficult to counter and increasing the power of each move. Even Galma had to acknowledge Action's increased strength. He muttered something under his breath, but Won-Wee could still hear him. His strength has skyrocketed since the last time we met. Ha! Even though Galma's praise was for Action and had nothing to do with Won-Wee, a strange sense of pride welled up inside him, something he couldn't explain. Meanwhile, Action finished off the leader after playing with him long enough. His gleeful smile only terrified the enemies more. The moment she saw the enemies become panicked and shaken, Ryona flashed a cunning smile. Immediately, Ryona stepped forward and said to the enemies, I'd like to make a proposition. While Won-Wee was clueless about Ryona's intentions, she unexpectedly expressed her desire to recruit the group. If you were sent by my big sister, then you're part of our sect. We don't have to fight to the death. If you surrender and reveal the mastermind, I guarantee your lives will be spared. Won-Wee was astonished by Ryona's plan, suggesting surrender in this situation. She's incredibly clever. Could she have set this trap herself? Sodam curiously asked Won-Wee. Did she do that? Won-Wee was almost certain of his guess. It seems she anticipated this situation, so she took the initiative to counter it. This is a clever trap that even tricked her own allies. She must have been prepared for Hai Hyang's spies, so only a few people like the two elders and Luck the Bloody Star knew about her plan. Won-Wee speculated, Ryona has long suspected her big sister Hai Hyang's plan to use the righteous sect to kill her and eliminate a competitor for the liege position. That's why she set this trap. Sodam thoughtfully muttered, what great sisterly love. Truly, sisters are sisters. Sodam added, from what I've observed, the red-haired woman doesn't seem to enjoy these kinds of mind games. Honestly, she doesn't seem very clever. How could she come up with so many schemes? Won-Wee immediately agreed with Sodam. That's true. Won-Wee also suspected that the plan to use the Miram Alliance to take down her opponent wasn't Hai Hyang's own idea. She must have a brilliant advisor behind her, strategizing for her. Of course, Ryona knew this, which is why she asked them who the mastermind was. Won-Wee couldn't understand why Ryona was being hunted down by Hai Hyang. They share the same blood demon bloodline, but Hai Hyang has real power and influence over Ryona. Moreover, the one who helps Hai Hyang surely doesn't have any blood ties to the blood demons. Seeing Won-Wee's sharp deduction, Sodam praised him. Won-Wee, you're pretty quick-witted. Sodam chuckled and flattered Won-Wee. You figured out the schemes of both sides just from a few clues. Not everyone can do that. Won-Wee modestly replied, it's nothing. I'm just making deductions based on the current situation. Won-Wee coolly acted indifferent to Sodam's flattery. The situation is clear. Just a little thought and you can figure it out. It's nothing special. Sodam, annoyed, grumbled, ugh, so boring. When someone praises you, just accept it. After giving the enemies time to think, Ryona reiterated her proposition. This is my final warning and offer to you. Think carefully. If you don't surrender, there's only death. You won't escape. However, Ryona's friendly advice was met with a forceful smash of a hammer on the ground, without any regard. The masked leader, enraged, declared loudly, you think we'll betray our cause now that we're cornered? don't underestimate us, come up here and see who dies, it's not over yet. Seeing their defiance, Galma advised Ryona, young miss, forget it, they're determined to die, there's no point in persuading them, if they want to die, let them, just capture a few of them for interrogation later. Ryona could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Hai Yang's group, fueled by fierce energy, charged into the attack immediately. Everyone, charge, execute the order. Before heading to the front lines, Galma carefully instructed Bika and Luck the Bloody Star, protect the young miss. Bika smiled confidently, Second Lord, don't worry. Immediately, Galma fixed his eyes on the leader and told everyone, I'll personally deal with the leader, the rest of you take care of the others. Galma gestured to a captain standing near him, lend me a sword. Upon receiving the sword, Galma immediately drew it from its sheath and raised it high, scrutinizing it with a sharp gaze. Seeing Galma frown slightly while examining the sword, we guessed that he wasn't very fond of it. After all, he always used the long swords of the Chaos Demon Sword ceremony, which were his favorites. It's not strange that he wouldn't feel comfortable with this ordinary sword. However, a swordsman who has earned the title of expert can wield any sword to its full potential, even if it's just an ordinary one. A true master never blames their weapon. After getting a feel for the sword, Galma pointed it towards the enemy and gave the order, all elite warriors, follow me, we'll take them on. As everyone's fighting spirit soared, Galma roared with immense energy, destroy the enemy. Everyone's morale skyrocketed under Galma's command, even we felt a surge of motivation within him. We raised his iron sword high and charged towards the enemy with everyone else, his spirit at its peak. Alright, time to show them what we've got. Following Galma's battle cry, both sides charged at each other with their weapons held high. Despite knowing they stood little chance against Ryona's forces, the others stubbornly shouted, kill them. As Galma targeted the spiked-haired man wielding a mace, he lowered his center of gravity, slipping low to the ground, and gracefully thrust his sword upward from beneath. The clash of the two weapons echoed powerfully across the cliffs, accompanied by sparks flying in every direction. The relentless attacks and defenses launched by both sides, imbued with powerful inner energy, created a spectacular opening act for the two factions' battle. In less than a second, the two had exchanged over 10 moves, leaving Wei awestruck. So this is how the top masters fight, he wondered. While Wei was engrossed in watching the fiery exchange between Galma and the mace wielder, an enemy seized the opportunity, leaping toward him with a ferocious roar, die, you bastard. The enemy's attack on Wei made him grumble inwardly, if I weren't in this situation, I'd just sit and watch those two fight. He immediately channeled his frustration towards the interloper, stabbing him directly through the throat with his sword. Wei skewered the enemy through the throat, then forcefully pushed him away, mentally preparing to enter the brutal battle. Time to deal with these nuisances first, he thought. He swung his arm, flinging the man away, tearing his throat completely. As blood sprayed into the air, Wei's eyes filled with murderous intent, focusing on the enemies preparing to charge. It wasn't often he got to participate in a large-scale melee like this, and Wei was excited to hone his swordsmanship skills. He surveyed the enemy ranks, deciding to target the weaker ones first. As two enemies rushed toward Wei, he immediately swung his sword while spinning his body like a whirlwind, deflecting the masked men's blades. Simultaneously, he slid past them, unleashing swift, precise strikes that tore into their flanks. The two men fell, but two more charged in their place. Wei judged them to be first-rate warriors or better, far tougher than the previous opponents. As they closed in, both first-rate warriors simultaneously swung their swords. In a flash, the two crimson blades slashed downward, converging precisely on Wei's location. However, just as the enemy's swords seemed about to strike him, Wei's figure vanished. Ignoring the two first-rate warriors, Wei targeted the weaker opponent behind them. He moved like a lightning bolt, closing in and slashing diagonally across the target's chest before he could react. The two first-rate warriors instantly saw through Wei's strategy. Look at that bastard, one muttered. He's only targeting those below the second rank. Yeah, he's deliberately avoiding us and attacking the weaker people. Meanwhile, Jang Moon was relentlessly clearing out the enemy. Despite his injured right shoulder, he effortlessly used palm techniques to eliminate two enemies at once. Witnessing Jang Moon's intimidating presence, the enemy became terrified and raised their guard. They retreated into a group, ready to fight in unison against his ferocious onslaught. Be careful of the scarred old man. How can he be so strong even with an injury? The enemy was now more wary of Wei, hesitant to charge recklessly. Taking advantage of a moment of respite, he watched Jang Moon perform, a smile of amusement spreading across his face. I knew Jang Moon was exceptional among the top masters, but I didn't realize his strength surpassed even them. Without using any weapons, Wonwu's respite was short-lived. An enemy pointed at him, shouting to his companions, "That bastard, charge and kill the one with the rusty sword, he's the one who ruined our plans." 3 first-rate warriors immediately surrounded Wonwu, making him flinch. "What the hell, did I overreact? Do they really need to all charge me like this? I don't want this much attention." Though startled, Wonwu didn't falter. He clicked his tongue internally. "Guess I have no choice." He then channeled his inner energy into his steel sword, shifting his grip, ready to unleash a move from the brilliant light swordsmanship. He executed the revolving dragon ascending sword, spinning in place. He swung his sword, creating a whirlwind around him. The powerful sword energy instantly flung the 3 enemies back, leaving them disoriented and sprawled on the ground, spectacularly breaking their encirclement. Seeing their formation broken by a single sword move, one of the 3 enemies regained his balance, then ground his teeth in fury. "You bastard." Wonwu sneered, glancing at the man with a knowing look. "You've been too complacent, shouldn't you be more aware of your surroundings?" The man frowned, confused, staring at Wonwu. "What are you talking about?" He completely missed the sincerity in Wonwu's warning. Right above his head, behind him, an object was glowing like sunlight in the darkness. Less than a second later, the glowing object revealed itself. It was Song Woohyeon's bald, gleaming head, slamming down in a banana peel stance, directly into the enemy's head. The enemy, caught off guard by the attack, bit his tongue, his skull shattering as blood gushed out. He died, but the highlight of this extraordinary scene was the incredibly serene expression on Song Woohyeon's face. Immediately afterward, Dam Yewa appeared beside Wonwu, helping him deal with one of the remaining enemies. Her sharp, knife-like fingernails ripped across the opponent's chest, tearing it open. After dispatching one enemy, Dam Yewa smiled brightly. "Young master, we're here to lend you a hand." As soon as she finished speaking, Jwabek arrived, his power surging through his hand as he attacked the remaining enemy in a tiger's pounce. "Block this palm strike," he roared. A single punch impacted the opponent's chest, shattering his sternum and internal organs. With the 3 who had surrounded Wonwu defeated, Jwabek moved to stand back-to-back with him, disdainfully counting the remaining enemies. Let's see. Only 10 left." Wonwu understood Jwabek's tendency for impulsiveness, so he quickly warned him, "Don't get complacent." At the same time, he took the opportunity to assess the remaining enemies. The rest are all top masters, few in number, but their martial arts are no joke. As his eyes scanned the battlefield, Wonwu was again impressed by Galma. "That second ancestor is strong, top master indeed. He's just using an ordinary saber, but his enemy is completely overwhelmed, unable to counter, forced to focus solely on defense." At that moment, Wonwu noticed another enemy raising his spear high, standing in a pose ready to take aim. His gaze was fixed on Galma and the mace wielder locked in battle. It was obvious he was planning to ambush Galma while the latter was fully focused on the strongest enemy, the mace wielder, leaving him unable to cover his surroundings. Only when the spear was launched, flying close to Galma, did the force of its momentum make him realize, but in this situation, he had no spare hand to stop the surprise attack. Just as the situation became extremely dangerous, Wonwu rushed forward in time, slashing the spear in half. The enemy was both shocked and furious. "Who the hell are you, getting in my way?" he yelled. Wonwu replied with a mocking tone, "If you like ambushing others, you should pay attention to your own back as well." The enemy was stunned, reacting the same way as his comrades earlier. "Behind me." This time, the attackers from behind were the twin brothers. One used his head, and the other his fists. There was no need to watch this enemy's fate unfold further. Meanwhile, Galma continued to overpower the mace wielder. Finally, he found an opening and decisively swung his saber, cleaving the mace head from the shaft, leaving the enemy in stunned disbelief for a moment. While the enemy was still dazed, disarmed, and incapable of fighting back, Galma swung his saber again, directly severing his right hand. The spiked-haired man felt the excruciating pain radiating from his bleeding wrist. He collapsed to his knees, screaming, his panic causing him to grasp his injured arm helplessly. Galma leaped down beside the enemy, slowly raising his saber high like an executioner preparing to deliver the final blow. "You've put up a good fight, but it's over." The one-handed man, who had just been trembling in pain, suddenly changed expression, becoming ferocious. "You old bastard, do you think it's over?" He then launched 3 daggers towards Galma. Galma didn't flinch. With a flick of his wrist, he easily deflected all the incoming daggers. "This little punk is stubborn, he muttered. While Galma was momentarily distracted by the daggers, the one-handed man quickly slipped out of his sight and charged like a wild beast. He didn't flee, but instead rushed towards Ryona, yelling recklessly, "Even if I die here, I'll take someone with me." His ferocious action caused Ryona to jump back in surprise. Just then, Bika appeared before Ryona, shielding her and grinning with a half-smile as she channeled her inner energy into her crimson hand. Do you really think you can do that? However, the one-handed man, seeing the sudden obstacle in front of him, didn't show any fear or anger. Instead, he sneered with a wicked smile. The one-handed man then slammed on the brakes, just as Wonwee was looking towards Ryona with worried eyes. Just as Wonwee was about to charge towards Bika to help protect Ryona, the one-handed man suddenly changed his attack direction. He swerved after braking and charged straight towards Wonwee. Wonwee was startled by the one-handed man's sudden shift. What the hell? Why is he changing his target to me? Though taken aback, Wonwee didn't panic. He immediately swung his sword towards the one-armed man. Even if you are a top-tier martial artist, you can't block this move with your bare hands. The spinning dragon sword, launched at close range, was even more powerful. The sword energy around the blade spun like a drill, aiming straight for the one-armed man's chest. However, he still recklessly charged towards Wonwee. The one-armed man leaned close to Wonwee with a sly smile. Little brat, I've got your rusty sword. Let's see what you can do now. It was only then that Wonwee realized he deliberately took the stab to grab the sword. Wonwee struggled to pull his arm free, but the one-armed man held on tightly to his wrist. Wonwee, you disciple of that crazy old man, the 4 Grandmaster, you've ruined all our plans. The one-armed man whispered with a resentful tone as he used all his strength to force Wonwee backwards. You'll pay for standing in our way. Wonwee couldn't help but be horrified. This bastard, he's willing to die with me instead of attacking Ryona. Finally, the one-armed man lunged forward, embracing Wonwee, and they both fell off the cliff. Let's go to hell together. At this moment, Wonwee realized he was the target from the beginning, but now it was too late. As Wonwee was held tight by the one-armed man and they plummeted down the abyss, Ryona was horrified. She rushed towards the edge of the cliff, screaming, "No!" Ryona cried out in despair as she watched Wonwee fall off the cliff, unable to grab him. Master, young master. After both Wonwee and the one-armed man disappeared into the darkness of the abyss, it took several dozen seconds for them to land on the river below, causing water to splash everywhere. The river surged with violent waves due to the impact of the narrow cliffs and the dense rocks below. The chance of survival from this fall was incredibly slim, but luckily Wonwee managed to surface after being submerged in the strong current for a while. Seeing Wonwee struggling in panic, Heavenly South worriedly said, "Wonwee, try to calm down." Sodam also anxiously shouted, "Don't let go of us." Hearing this, Wonwee quickly regained his composure, but he couldn't help but grumble with a touch of sadness. "You couldn't worry about me a little, Sodam. I wouldn't let go of you too. Don't worry, but the problem is the current is too strong." Wonwee continued trying to surface, but he couldn't find anything to hold on to. "Damn it, I'm sinking. If this continues, I'm going to drown." Just as Wonwee was about to be submerged, a strange rope flew in from somewhere, wrapping around his sword-holding wrist. After struggling and choking on water for a while, Wonwee had almost no strength left. His mind also became blurry. Even when the strange rope pulled him out of the river, he didn't react. After pulling Wonwee out, the strange rope dragged him into a dark, damp cave. He fell and hit the ground, regaining consciousness gradually. "What's happening?" Cough, cough. "What pulled me ashore?" Cough. Wonwee crawled to his feet after regaining his composure. He looked curiously at the blurry figure emerging from the darkness of the cave. What kind of top-tier martial artist could save me from such a strong current? Although he couldn't see the person's face clearly, he still respectfully said, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Wonwee was about to express his gratitude even more, but he froze when he saw the person who saved him clearly. He was startled and gasped in shock. In front of Wonwee was something that wasn't human nor beast. He only had an upper torso, which was shriveled, and his gaunt face had prominent cheekbones. Looking at his crooked jaw, drooling uncontrollably, made Wonwee feel chilled. What kind of monster is this? Although startled by the strange appearance of the person, Wonwee quickly regained his composure and didn't forget his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Suddenly, Heavenly South whispered to him, "Wonwee, look down here, but don't be startled." Wonwee glanced down at Heavenly South's call and saw that the ground was covered in dry bones, and they seemed to be human bones. Heavenly South urged him, "This place seems dangerous, let's get out of here quickly." In the meantime, Sodam still chuckled and joked, "Maybe he'll eat you or something similar." Sodam really had a mouth that ate salt and fish sauce. As soon as she finished teasing, the monster lunged at Wonwee. He excitedly shouted, "Looks delicious." Wonwee panicked and hurriedly swung his sword towards the monster. In his heart, he silently blamed Sodam. "Damn it, you cursed me, didn't you?" Wonwee thought that his stab would be able to finish off the seemingly weak monster. However, when the blade touched him, his face suddenly froze in shock. The monster blocked Wonwee's sword with his bare hand, leaving him baffled. How can this guy catch my sword with his bare hands? That was a nearly unblockable strike. Meanwhile, the monster, who was attacked, didn't seem to care about it. He kept staring at Wonhui with hungry eyes. You're so fleshy. The monster continued to approach Wonhui, casually knocking his sword away. Heavenly South, the sword flew straight towards the cave's ceiling helplessly. Wonhui had no other choice but to try to back away from the monster because he could feel that he possessed internal energy at the 9th level. Wonhui kept backing away, which made the hungry monster annoyed. He immediately retracted the thin rope tied to his remaining right arm. As the rope retracted, Wonhui was pulled along, but he didn't even feel the rope on his hand since he was rescued. What? How? When did this thread wrap around my arm? Sodam saw this and urged him, Wonhui, cut it quickly. However, no matter how hard Wonhui tried, his short sword couldn't cut the rope. What's this? I can't cut this thin thread. Even though Wonhui didn't have enough distance to swing his short sword for momentum, he was still using his internal energy to infuse it into the blade, but the harder he tried, the more disappointed he became, sighing in his heart, how can such a flimsy thread be so tough and elastic? As Wonhui was trying to cut the thread, the monster's only hand reached him, his sharp claws extended, swooping down like a hawk's talons. His sinewy hand, devoid of muscles, only skin and bone, was able to strangle Wonhui so tightly that he almost suffocated. Because he had no legs, the monster had to use Wonhui as a support to lean forward, reaching towards his wide-open mouth full of sharp teeth. At this moment, Wonhui abandoned his effort to cut the rope and tried to struggle free. However, Wonhui's resistance was completely futile. The monster lunged forward and bit into his shoulder, devouring him like a wild beast. The intense pain made Wonhui even more desperate to escape. In this critical moment, Wonhui raised his short sword. He wanted to take advantage of the monster's focus on biting to stab him in the back, or preferably the back of his neck. However, the monster saw through Wonhui's plan. Even though he was burying his face in the delicious scent of blood, he could still feel Wonhui's movements and immediately grabbed his wrist, twisting it. Wonhui's wrist was twisted so hard that he felt like it was broken. His short sword slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground next to the pile of dry bones. Having tasted the delicious blood, the monster cackled and leaned close to Wonhui's face. Don't resist, fresh meat. Wonhui was horrified and swallowed dryly in helplessness. Damn it, I just escaped death up there. Now down here I become live meat for this freak. Just when Wonhui felt his life was worse than a dog's, a ray of hope came to him. Action's voice sounded from outside the cave. Wonhui, where are you? Sodam joyfully cried out. This is your crazy old master, he's looking for you. After dealing with Hai Yang's people, Action immediately flew down to find Wonhui along the river. This stupid disciple, don't you hurry up and answer. In his heart, Wonhui was moved, almost to the point of tears. Master jumped down here to find me. Wonhui immediately opened his mouth, ready to shout and let Action know his location, but as soon as the two words master left his lips, a powerful fist slammed into his head. The scene before his eyes immediately went black, and his glimmer of hope extinguished. A long time later, Wonhui gradually regained consciousness, with the sound of chatter in his ears. Wonhui, hey, wake up quickly, I'm calling you, are you deaf, you idiot? Wonhui struggled to open his eyes, so noisy. He opened his eyes, looking around dazedly. How long have I been unconscious? But Sodam shouted, you're awake, don't open your eyes, pretend to keep them closed. After you fainted, that monster did some very strange things. Sodam eagerly described the situation to Wonhui. He dragged you deep into the cave, but since then, he's been sitting in a corner, trembling constantly. Wonhui asked in doubt. He's been like that since I fainted, until now. Sodam replied, yes, he's been sitting there for about half a day. Wonhui was surprised, so I've been unconscious for half a day. While the monster was still sitting in a corner, lost in his own thoughts, Wonhui took the opportunity to reassess the situation. Although the monster only had a left arm, his martial arts skills were on par with a top-tier martial artist. Although it's difficult to accurately judge his past strength, it seems like if he still had all four limbs, his martial arts skills would have been comparable to Action's. Thinking of Action, Wonhui suddenly remembered something equally important. Wait, what about that crazy old man? He's still looking for me, right? Heavenly South, still stuck on the cave ceiling, spoke to comfort Wonhui. Don't be disappointed, for the past 4 hours, we heard his shouts echoing in here, but then it stopped. Wonhui didn't feel disappointed or blame Action. After all, he had been trying to find him for a long time. After assessing the situation, he regained his spirit. Then I have to escape on my own. I've experienced more difficult situations than this, even death, so I can overcome this too. Wonhui immediately assessed the state of the monster he would have to face if he wanted to escape. I think this guy is probably mentally unstable, he can't speak clearly, and he's so scared by a loud shout from outside. Furthermore, a top-tier martial artist like him should know to use acupoints on me as a precaution, but he didn't even do that. At this moment, the monster slowly stood up, turning around and leaning on his only arm. He mumbled, "So hungry." Heavenly South immediately warned Wonwi, he's moving. Since the monster had lost both legs, Wonwi could only rely on the dragging sound on the ground to guess his direction. This feeling was even more tense than hearing the footsteps of assassins. As the monster sat on Wonwi, a horrifying chill spread throughout his body. Although he had experienced many dangers in both his past and present lives, this was the first time Wonwi found himself in such a gruesome situation. Just as the monster leaned down, ready to feast, Wonwi suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had to concentrate all his inherent energy into his hand and unleash it in a new punch. Wonwi immediately followed his plan, putting all his strength into his remaining arm and aiming directly at the monster's ribs to attack. However, once again, the monster shocked Wonwi. He managed to block his punch just before it reached his body. As the monster triumphantly grabbed Wonwi's left hand, he swung his other arm and struck the pressure point on the monster's head. Turns out, the punch was just a feint. From the beginning, all of Wonwi's strength was concentrated in his right hand, and he aimed for the heavenly spirit point on the monster's head. The monster, struck by the blow, immediately grabbed his head and screamed in pain, jerking backwards and crawling away from Wonwi. Seizing the opportunity, he sat up. Seeing Wonwi searching for him in the darkness, Heavenly South on the cave's ceiling shouted, pointing out his location, "Wonwi, I'm here." He quickly leaped from the ground and grabbed Heavenly South's sword, using his feet to push off the cave's ceiling as support. Wonwi struggled to pull the sword free before the monster recovered. As soon as the sword broke free from the grip of the cliff wall, it unleashed its power in Wonwi's hands. He lunged down from the cave's ceiling and swung the sword decisively at the monster below. Sadly, Wonwi's blade was blocked by the monster's rope. Even with the full weight of his body, the momentum of the swing, and his inherent energy, he still couldn't cut through the rope. During the struggle, Wonwi's body gradually descended with the momentum and he faced the monster. Damn it, he'd been blocked again. The monster looked up at Wonwi intently, but this time, his eyes and tone were not those of a madman. He said, "Who are you, and how can you use inherent energy?" Before Wonwi could understand what had caused the monster's 180-degree shift, he suddenly looked at Wonwi's sword with astonishment. "What, this sword is?" The monster shouted in disbelief. "This is the sword of the Heavenly South Swordsman." Hearing that, Wonwi was shocked. How could this monster recognize this sword as belonging to the Heavenly South Swordsman? Wonwi slowly lowered his sword after seeing that the monster's mental state seemed to have returned to normal. Wanting to try and converse with him, he carefully said, I am the successor of the Heavenly South Swordsman." The monster widened his eyes in clear astonishment. "What are you saying? You're saying you're the successor of the Heavenly South Swordsman?" Wonwi anxiously watched the monster's reaction. He knew he was risking his life. If this monster was an enemy of the Heavenly South Swordsman, then this would be his grave. As Wonwi nervously wondered if this time next year he would be dead, the monster suddenly began to cry, not just sniffling, but tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. Wonwi was puzzled as to why he was suddenly crying. The monster opened his mouth, his voice trembling. "Strange, very strange, I guess this might be fate, huh?" Wonwi hesitated and asked the monster, I'm not sure what you mean, but if you could you tell me your name?" After regaining his composure, the monster could speak with Wonwi seriously. "I am Jisang." Wonwi felt a sense of familiarity and tried to recall. "Jisang, I think I've heard that name somewhere." At that moment, Heavenly South muttered with a hint of surprise, "Is it him? How is he still alive?" Seeing Wonwi still clueless, Heavenly South clicked his tongue and explained, "If I tell you his alias, you'll remember. He is the Flying Dagger King." Wonwi finally remembered. The Flying Dagger King. Isn't that the legendary name of a Muram assassin? Heavenly South replied thoughtfully, "Yes, he was a legendary assassin, and as I told you before, my former master, the Heavenly South Swordsman, was defeated by a man with golden eyes in a duel. However, the one who stole his inherent energy cultivation technique and ultimately led to my master's death was none other than the legendary assassin, the Flying Dagger King, Jisang." After ending the vague story, Heavenly South looked at Jisang's entire body once more with eyes full of mixed emotions. Perhaps it was karma for the villain, but to think that someone who lost his arm and legs and fell into the abyss could still survive until now. Suddenly, Jisang bowed his head before Wonwi. "If you are the successor of the Heavenly South Swordsman, then let me repay my debt from the past." At that moment, Heavenly South warned Wonwi with an angry tone, "Wonwi, this guy is a coward, a backstabber, you must never trust him." Wei still didn't understand what had transpired between Jisung and the Heavenly South swordsman back then that made Heavenly South so wary of him now, but before he could investigate, Jisung's rope suddenly wrapped around his body. Jisung tightened the rope, binding Wei and pulling him closer. He seemed very urgent. "I don't have much time." Wei struggled, but couldn't break free from the rope. He was forced to lower his voice and say, "Senior, your actions. I don't understand what you're saying." Jisung didn't answer Wei's question, but continued with his cryptic words, "Let me repay the debt first." Wei tried to move, but then Jisung grabbed the top of his head. He was aiming for the center of Wei's head, making him question whether this was a form of repayment or revenge for his earlier punch. Jisung clearly had no intention of listening to Wei's opinions. He glared at Wei's head with determination. "I will repay my debt, even if you refuse." Jisung continued to talk incessantly to Wei. "The Heavenly Spirit Point, also known as the 100 Convergence Point, is the best pressure point for receiving inherent energy." Immediately after that, he urged Wei, "Focus." Wei was still confused about his intentions. Focus on what? At that moment, hot energy flowed from Jisung's hand into the center of Wei's head. He thought he would die because it was his head that Jisung had targeted, but instead of death, a wave of inherent energy flooded in through the 100 Convergence Point. The amount of inherent energy flowing into Wei's body overwhelmed him, but his body, which had been collapsing due to exhaustion, quickly straightened up as the energy ran along his meridians. While being forcibly infused with inherent energy, Wei suddenly thought about the information he had heard about the Flying Dagger King, Jisung. In the past, in Jianghu, he was known as the top assassin in the underworld because his martial arts skills were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He possessed incredible martial arts skills and advanced stealth techniques, striking fear into both the Miram's black and white factions. But what made him famous in Jianghu was his failed assassination of one of the 8 great masters of the mainland. Jisung was so reckless that he chose to assassinate Lai Wangbei Dao Jin Qian, one of the 8 great masters. Therefore, his failure was not surprising or noteworthy. What was notable was that Jisung survived the fierce battle with Jin Qian. It was through this incident that he was recognized as the king of assassins. Such a man now aimed for Wei's head. Clearly, Wei thought he was doomed, but he couldn't have imagined that Jisung was actually passing on his inherent energy to him. This amount of energy was beyond what Wei could absorb, causing his face to swell as if it would burst. As Wei's heart beat faster due to the pressure, it meant that Jisung's inherent energy had reached his chest. Wei felt his own inherent energy merging with Jisung's. They were the same in nature, so he was certain that Jisung had cultivated using the Heavenly South technique. Because they shared the same cultivation technique, the energy transfer went smoothly with minimal loss. Jisung now looked frail like a dried-up corpse. He hung his head and mumbled, "The source seems complex, but it's a blend of truth and falsehood." While Wei still didn't understand Jisung's meaning, he continued to speak vaguely about principles. "If you can see it correctly, all deception becomes meaningless." The moment Wei heard those words, his mind seemed to be enlightened. The starry light divine art in his mind seemed to have transformed. Not only did his inherent energy increase significantly, but he also felt something else changing. As he was pondering the changes inside his body, Jisung untied him. Heavenly South immediately explained to Wei, "Your starry light divine art has reached the 5th stage through enlightenment. The 4th stage is a bottleneck. No matter how much your inherent energy grows, it cannot reach the 5th stage without enlightenment." Wei was unconsciously unsure whether to be happy or sad in this situation. Thanks to the Flying Dagger King's words of principle, I have gained enlightenment. Even the inherent energy in my middle Dantian has increased to the equivalent of about 60 years of cultivation. Sodam, upon hearing this, happily grinned and shouted, "Perfect." Sodam's excitement made Wei feel excited too, forgetting his awkwardness. "Now that I've reached the 5th stage and accumulated so much inherent energy, all that's left is to wait for a chance encounter with enlightenment so I can push the starry light divine art to the 6th stage." Even though the person who transferred inherent energy to Wei was the enemy of the Heavenly South swordsman, Heavenly South didn't seem to mind. "Congratulations, Wei, what a rare opportunity." The more Wei thought about it, the happier he became. "If I can push the starry light divine art to the 6th stage, wouldn't that be the same level that the Heavenly South swordsman reached in the past?" Wei looked up at Jisung, who had retreated a distance and was slumping down in exhaustion. "It was thanks to him that I was able to achieve this. I thought I should bow my head in gratitude to him, but why has he been sitting still like that all this time?" Sodam exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be that he transferred all his inherent energy to you, and that's why he's dead?" Heavenly South felt pity for Jisung and sighed. "He deserves to die, but looking at his state now, it seems like he's suffering a punishment worse than death. We only knew that Jisung was the one who killed Heavenly South Swordsman, but Heavenly South's current attitude made him curious to know the details behind it. What happened? Hearing that question, Heavenly South remained silent, as if he didn't want to remember the events of that year. However, he eventually opened up and told Wonhui the story of 15 years ago. One day, it's unknown who commissioned him, but the Flying Dagger King targeted Heavenly South Swordsman for assassination. However, it was very difficult for him to get a chance to attack Heavenly South Swordsman because of his superior strength. When Heavenly South Swordsman was defeated by the man with golden eyes, he suffered severe internal injuries. The wounds were even life-threatening, so he had to hide his identity and go into seclusion to heal. Needless to say, Heavenly South Swordsman lived a very miserable life during that time. The Flying Dagger King came to him with such severe internal injuries, he could die with just a flick of the wrist. It's no surprise that the assassin appeared at that time. However, the Flying Dagger King did not kill Heavenly South Swordsman. Instead, he made him a proposition. He said that his internal injuries were too severe and he wouldn't be able to live much longer. He suggested that Heavenly South Swordsman should pass on his martial arts techniques to him to prevent them from being lost. Heavenly South Swordsman was already very weak at that time, and he had always longed to find a successor before he died. He was captivated by the Flying Dagger King's words and agreed to his proposal. He would transfer all the martial arts he had learned to another worthy person if they ever met by chance in the future. The verbal agreement was reached, and the Flying Dagger King learned the Brilliant Light Scripture to cultivate inherent energy into the Brilliant Light Divine Skill and also the Brilliant Light Swordsmanship. However, after acquiring all these secret techniques, he turned against his word. He feared that if Heavenly South Swordsman somehow survived, he might come back to avenge his betrayal. Therefore, he broke Heavenly South Swordsman's legs to prevent him from leaving the cave. Coincidentally, as the Flying Dagger King was about to leave, the man with golden eyes appeared. Initially, he pretended like the Flying Dagger King wasn't there. However, after seeing Heavenly South Swordsman in that condition, he seemed unhappy and started looking at the only person who could have caused this. At that time, Jisung wasn't afraid of the man with golden eyes. He thought that he had just been taught Heavenly South Swordsman's martial arts, and in the past, he had fought against the Overlord of Blades, one of the top 8 martial arts masters on the mainland, so he was confident that he could survive and escape. But he didn't expect that in less than 3 moves, he would be slashed by the man with golden eyes, losing both his legs, just as he had done to Heavenly South Swordsman. Not only that, the man with golden eyes also destroyed Jisung's Dantian and threw him out of the cave. However, somehow, Heavenly South is now able to meet him again, alive, in this situation. After recounting the events of that year, Heavenly South sighed again. That's why I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. Heavenly South's eyes became even more confused after reflecting on the past. Life is truly unpredictable. I was certain that he wouldn't be able to survive after what happened, and I even prayed for his death. But Wonhui, now that I'm faced with this situation, I don't know what to do with him anymore. Heavenly South glanced at Wonhui with a thoughtful expression, and Wonhui fully understood his dilemma. Heavenly South, I understand what you're saying. Wonhui frankly expressed his thoughts to Heavenly South. You must hate him, the one who betrayed your former master and killed him. But for me, your current master, he saved my life and even transferred his inherent energy to me. Just then, Jisung woke up, interrupting the conversation between Wonhui and Heavenly South. How long have I been in this state? Wonhui was slightly startled by his movement. He's awake. Immediately after, he clasped his hands together, preparing to thank him, but Jisung quickly stopped him. If you want to thank me, there's no need. I did it to pay off my debt. Wonhui lowered his hands and tried to get more information from Jisung. Alright, then, senior, can you tell me why you're here? However, Jisung didn't recount his past. Instead, he replied casually, you don't need to know that. Just understand that it's all due to my greed in the past that I'm suffering like this today. I have a favor to ask of you. Wonhui, of course, couldn't agree to something he wasn't capable of doing, so, he cautiously asked, what is it? Jisung replied, I assume you're walking the path of the Orthodox sect because you are Heavenly South Swordsman's successor. I also guess you know the 10,000 Deaths Divine Physician, right? Wonhui hesitated, unsure whether to be honest or not. He was a disciple of the Blood sect, which, to put it mildly, was closer to the path that doesn't belong to the Orthodox path. But to ensure no unexpected incidents, he decided to remain silent. Jisung didn't need to hear Wonhui's response and continued, my request isn't difficult at all. I don't know how long I've been living in this cave. But I know that living in a place like this without 2 legs is extremely agonizing. It's something you can't imagine. I couldn't overcome the hunger, so I had to cut off my own arm and eat it. Wonwi, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered a lingering point in Heavenly South's story. Although he had repeatedly emphasized Jisung's cruel act of cutting Heavenly South swordsman's legs, he didn't mention anything about his arm being disabled. However, Wonwi didn't have time to dwell on it because Jisung continued, "You can't imagine the terrible torment of loneliness and hunger. The pain eats away at a person's spirit in a terrifying way. I got sick because of it. To survive at all costs, I had to endure the hunger and other unseen fears, but the more I tried, the more unstable my mind became. At first, the mental illness only tormented me for a moment, and then it lasted for a second, 2 seconds. Then, after a while, the madness lasted for a day, 2 days, 5 days. It was too horrible. Even now, I'm not sure if the current me is the normal me or the me in the middle of a frenzy." Jisung bowed his head and continued in a low voice, "I don't know when I'll lose my mind and sanity anymore, so, before I go completely insane like you witnessed earlier, I have something to ask of you." Immediately after, Jisung made a surprising proposal. "I have already passed on everything I have to you. Now, only my unique skill, the ethereal shadow flying dagger technique, remains. I will also teach it to you. What I want you to do is, in the future, teach this ethereal shadow flying dagger technique to my son." Sodam immediately became cautious about Jisung's proposal. "I feel like he wants to test you." Wonwi also felt uneasy about his request and asked Sodam's opinion. "Test me." Sodam then speculated, as Heavenly South Swordsman's successor, he might want to see what choice you will make. He might be observing if your answer and actions are the same as his in the past. After seeing through Jisung's intentions, Wonwi smirked. "There's no need to make it complicated by thinking about whether this is a test or not. If it's beneficial to me, I should do it, but I don't want to let him justify his past greed." Wonwi wanted to protect his master's honor, Heavenly South Swordsman, so he acted differently from Jisung in the past. "Senior, I have received a lot from you. I will never forget your kindness, so, rest assured, I will do what you wish and pass on everything to your son." Jisung sighed at Wonwi's answer. It was a sigh of disappointment, probably because he had chosen differently from him. Alright, thank you." Then, Jisung truly passed on all his poison sect techniques to Wonwi. After a day and a night, he finally mastered the ethereal shadow flying dagger technique and stepped out of the cave entrance. Wonwi stood in front of the roaring waterfall and held out his short sword. Sodam asked him in a tense voice, "Wonwi, do you really have to do this?" Wonwi calmly replied, "The core of the ethereal shadow flying dagger technique is using this silver thread to operate." Sodam didn't need to hear Wonwi's further explanation. She knew that when using this technique, it could be combined with a short sword or a dagger. It's what Jisung had taught him. However, Sodam absolutely didn't want to be launched, whether she wanted to or not. Wonwi had the power of life and death over her. He didn't hesitate and threw the short sword through the waterfall. The short sword easily lodged itself into the opposite cliff face amidst Sodam's complaints and yells. Since it was his first time practicing in a wider space and with a longer distance, Wonwi carefully pulled the thread taut to check the short sword's grip on the cliff face. After Wonwi transferred a certain amount of inherent energy into the thread, it would contract and pull his body towards the opposite cliff face. Just as Wonwi was about to leap as planned, Jisung's trembling, weak voice echoed from inside the cave, "Heavenly South Swordsman's successor, there's one last thing I want to tell you." Jisung decided to reveal the truth so that Wonwi wouldn't waste his time searching after leaving this place. "I don't have any children. I just want to confirm one thing for the last time before I die." Jisung confessed truthfully to Wonwi, "Now you have everything and you don't owe me anything. If you had rejected my request back then, I guess it would have simply been what I had to bear due to the karma I created." However, Wonwi pretended not to hear his confession. "Senior, the waterfall is too noisy. I couldn't hear anything." Immediately after, he pulled himself away from the cave, following the thread, leaving only one sentence, "Many people are waiting for me up there, so I must leave." Once again, Jisung was left with loneliness, but this time, feelings of guilt and regret gnawed at his mind instead of hunger. Jisung couldn't stop blaming himself. "I'm a terrible monster who tried to eat him. I also harmed his master and even greedily stole his master's martial arts manual, but he still wants to save face for me because he thinks of me as the benefactor who saved his life." The more Jisung thought about it, the worse he felt compared to Wonwi, the Heavenly South Swordsman. "You truly have a good successor. Those bright, piercing eyes are just like yours back then." After pouring out all his inner thoughts, Jisung stuck out his tongue and muttered to himself, "Finally, I can end this miserable life." Then, without a single cry of pain, only blood sputtered out of his mouth. Obviously, he had bitten his tongue and committed suicide. In his dying moments, Jisung struggled to speak, uttering his final thoughts, "Thank you. Thanks to you, the last moment of my life was like that of a human." Shortly after, Jisung's breath weakened and faded into the darkness of the cave. Meanwhile, thanks to the help of the short sword and the silver thread, we successfully escaped from the cave at the bottom of the abyss and reached the trail halfway up the cliff opposite. Sodam finally got to rest, whining, "Ugh, ugh, my face is all dizzy." We didn't care about her and chuckled. It's funny, if Jisung still had all his limbs, he could have escaped from the cave like this too. Heavenly South replied in a low voice, "Maybe like you said, maybe he didn't dare to go outside because when he heard the sounds from outside the cave, he was so scared he ran inside and sat quietly in a corner." We nodded in agreement. That makes sense, but what scared him so much? Sodam didn't care about that and immediately interrupted, "Forget it, anyway we're out of the cave and outside. You can walk normally now." However, we slyly said to her, "Yes, but I don't think we need to do that." Sodam was bewildered until her physical form was suddenly pulled away in Wonhui's sly smile. It turned out he had thrown the short sword away a while ago, and the distance between the short sword and Wonhui rapidly increased in the blink of an eye. Wonhui kept throwing and pulling back the cord in a skillfully graceful way. He chuckled with pride while swinging through the air, but didn't forget to comfort Sodam. "Hang in there, Sodam. We need to get there quickly." Wonhui joyfully flew through the air as the waves crashed against the cliff below. He couldn't stop smiling proudly when he thought back to how much he had progressed from a year ago when he couldn't even climb a cliff. Meanwhile, not far from Wonhui, a group of people with menacing looks were surrounding a young man at the edge of a swirling river. The bald man, who seemed to be the leader, was criticizing the young man with a harsh attitude. "What are you saying? You're a crazy bastard, showing up here like this. You must be from the heretical sect. There's no way it could be wrong." The young man, surrounded but fearless, calmly replied, "What are you talking about? Where I go and what I do has nothing to do with you. You and I are strangers, we don't know each other, and we don't have any deep grudges. Why do you have to bother me?" The bald man continued to use a domineering voice to overpower the young man. "Why doesn't it matter? You must be connected to the blood sect. You don't know you're involved with the blood sect, so you'll naturally become a target for all of us Murim warriors to hunt down." The young man, disgusted, asked the bald man, "What are you talking about? Who made that rule?" The bald man solemnly declared, "Of course, it's the Murim Alliance." The young man scoffed after hearing this. "As far as I know, the Murim Alliance is just an organization that brings together righteous Murim warriors, but through your mouth, they sound like kings and queens ruling this country. That's not how it is." The bald man, having been refuted, was at a loss for words and could only argue weakly and resentfully. "What? You're a newcomer to Jianghu, the law is set. Who are you to dare to argue? You're messing around." The young man calmly waved his hand to cut off the bald man's words. "Let's say I'm new to Jianghu, but I'm not so weak that you can look down on me like that." The bald man's eyes turned bloodshot with anger, and he let out a murderous aura. "This bastard, you think we're kind if we don't teach you a lesson?" Immediately, he swung his sword with a loud roar. "You guys, attack him and teach him a lesson." Although facing a dangerous situation of 1 against 5, the young man remained unfazed. Instead, he grinned with a challenging tone. "You guys should have done this from the start. Why bother with all the talk?" Just as both sides were about to engage in a fierce battle, the young man's eyes suddenly shifted elsewhere, no longer focused on the 5 men surrounding him. He was slightly astonished as he looked up towards the distant horizon. There, he saw a young man soaring between 2 steep cliffs. Wonhui's confident demeanor and carefree look as he launched himself like an eagle spreading its wings made everyone below unable to hide their surprise. The young man looked up at Wonhui with a face full of admiration. "He's flying." A man among the crowd facing the young man momentarily forgot his position and replied, "Is it light kung fu? No. Is it ethereal lightness?" The young man didn't care what technique Wonhui was using. His eyes were filled with admiration. How could anyone in this area use light kung fu to the point where they're flying like that? Thinking that this was the area where the blood sect was being hunted, the young man rejoiced in his heart. This person must be a top-level master of the blood sect. Meanwhile, Wonhui was simply lost in gazing at the sky, enjoying the feeling of flying. Without paying attention to what was below, he used a silver thread to move back and forth between the cliffs, much faster than light kung fu. Wonhui muttered to himself, before falling into the abyss, "All I wanted was to escape from the blood sect and live a normal, peaceful life. But it seems that after recent events, my existence within the blood sect has attracted a lot of attention. At this point, my only way out is to defeat the forces of the great young Miss Hai Yang before I can leave safely without being hunted down. To do that, I have to become stronger than them." But is it really? Wonhui was mumbling to himself about the future when he suddenly looked down at the ground below. "Whoa, what's going on down there?" The reckless young man, seeing Wonhui's eyes focused on him, immediately shouted for help. Hey, "Hey, the flying great warrior over there, save me, please save me." Heavenly South muttered to Wonwi, "Hey, it sounds like they're calling for you." Wonwi looked down with an indifferent look, seemingly having no intention of intervening. "The flying great warrior, do you think he knows who I am?" Heavenly South clicked his tongue and replied, "How would I know? But when you fell into the water, Action searched for you for several hours. He left after searching for you for so long, but this is the lower reaches of the river. Maybe he left someone behind to look for you." Wonwi pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement with Heavenly South. "You have a point." Although he couldn't be sure if the young man was left behind by Action, he could tell that the 5 men with swords belonged to the righteous sect because their outfits were the same as the scouts who were killed the night before. Immediately, Wonwi pulled his scarf up to cover his face before landing. "Damn it, I've attracted too much attention. They're all staring at me now. I guess I can't just leave." Finally, Wonwi landed right in front of the group of righteous sect members, highly alert and maintaining a safe distance from them. The bald man, assessing Wonwi's formidable strength, quickly ordered his subordinates to retreat. "Everyone, back off." Wonwi could understand the bald man's alertness, but his next words shocked him. "Are you one of the 4 great patriarchs of the blood sect?" Sodam also found it strange and asked, "Why do they think you're one of the 4 great patriarchs?" Wonwi pondered with suspicion. "Strange, my inherent energy is sealed right now, and my aura is only at the level of a first-rate master. How could they think I'm a top-level master?" Just then, Wonwi overheard a grumbling voice from one of the enemy's swords. "It's so annoying. He didn't use ethereal lightness at all. He just hung himself on a rope to fly over the cliff. He's a real idiot. Why do I have such a dumb master? What the heck is ethereal lightness?" Wonwi finally let out a sigh of relief. "It seems they didn't see the silver thread in my hand. They only saw me flying over the cliffs to get here. That's why they thought I was using ethereal lightness or some kind of superior light kung fu to fly back and forth in the sky." In other words, right now, in the eyes of these people, Wonwi can be considered an enemy so powerful that they are terrified of him. They even assumed in their minds that Wonwi is one of the 4 great patriarchs of the blood sect, with top-level martial arts, capable of fighting against 100 people alone. Realizing the advantageous situation for himself, a glimmer of light flickered in Wonwi's eyes. "If that's the case, then I can take advantage of their misconception." Immediately, he entered the role-playing mode of a blood sect elder. Then, Wonwi looked towards the young man who had just called for help. "Who is this guy? I'll help him because he asked for it, but is he an enemy or a friend?" Just then, the young man's sword spoke in a hoarse, grumbling voice to its owner, but unexpectedly helped answer Wonwi's question. "You called him here in vain. I don't think he's the top-level master of the blood sect that you're hoping for. It's such a waste of time. TSK. Wonwi was astonished to hear the sword speak in such a deep, hoarse voice, like an old man, but in any case, he had determined that the young man was not from the blood sect and was not an enemy. Although Wonwi didn't know why this young man wanted to meet the blood sect elder, he could temporarily put his guard down towards him and focus on dealing with the Miram Alliance members first. Immediately, he transmitted a voice message to the young man. "When I signal, attack them." The young man smiled and replied to Wonwi via voice transmission. "Understood, great warrior." Wonwi, after hearing this, suddenly felt a surge of energy in his heart. "Until my death in my previous life, no one had ever called me great warrior before. It sounds kind of nice." Sodam teased Wonwi. "You're pretty weak to flattery, aren't you?" Wonwi, embarrassed, cleared his throat and replied, "What are you talking about? I just thought it would be fun to call them that. Anyway, let me deal with the people from the Miram Alliance." Immediately after, Wonwi arrogantly glanced at the Miram Alliance people. "You know who I am, yet you dare to raise your weapons in front of me." As soon as Wonwi finished speaking, he heard Sodam's loud laughter. "Pu ha 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 ha. Who are you imitating? You're making me laugh." Wonwi was bewildered by Sodam's infectious laughter. "I just imitated the 4th bloody star. Jang Ho, is it that bad?" The bald man actually believed him. He cautiously raised his sword in front of him. "The Miram practitioners of the orthodox path have surrounded us. You're a member of the blood cult, so it's impossible for you to leave safely." This reaction made Sodam laugh even louder. "He's been tricked. He's really stupid." Wonwi thought to himself, "I'm glad I managed to fool the leader, but he doesn't intend to retreat, even though he's afraid." Just then, the voice of the young boy echoed in Wonwi's mind. "Great warrior, he's lying." The young boy smiled mischievously and reported to Wonwi, "There's nobody else around here besides them who are part of the Miram Alliance." The boy proudly tilted his head. "There's just one more group, about a kilometer away, but I destroyed the signal horn of these people, so they won't be able to call for reinforcements." Wonwi was a little confused by the boy's proud expression. "Ah, okay, thank you." Seeing the boy's hair sticking out and his wide grin, Sodam teased, "That guy seems to really want to impress you. he must admire you a lot. Won-Wee ignored Sodam's teasing and said to the bald man, "You're lying." The bald man stubbornly denied it. "I'm not lying. Are you really trying to start a war with?" Won-Wee roared angrily, "You idiot. Do you really think there are no spies among you that I planted, just like what you did to us?" The Murim Alliance people immediately trembled in fear. Won-Wee was secretly pleased. Just a few shouts were enough to make them tremble. They must be lying. The bald man was starting to panic but tried to stay calm. "Even if you say that, you can't fool us." Seizing the opportunity, Won-Wee instantly activated his illusory eye. "Do you think I'm deceiving you? I know one of you has already recognized me." The very next moment, screams erupted from the subordinates behind the bald man. "Oh, you, what are you doing?" As the bald man turned to look behind him, his subordinates were killing each other in a frenzy caused by the illusory eye. "Damn it, you're the spy, die." Won-Wee was also surprised by this unexpected outcome. His initial goal was to hypnotize only one of them, but surprisingly, all three were affected and went wild in an instant. This was a lucky coincidence. Won-Wee realized that the illusory eye could be used to hypnotize multiple people simultaneously, with the same duration as a single target. Just as he expected, the people affected by the illusory eye quickly returned to normal. The one who regained consciousness slightly earlier than the others was immediately attacked by his comrades and fell into panic again. "Hey, wait, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me?" Seeing that the enemy had fallen into his trap and a chaotic fight had quickly ensued, Won-Wee glanced at the young man in purple and transmitted his voice to him. "Now's the time." The young man, upon receiving the signal, eagerly drew his sword. "I've been waiting for those words, great warrior." After shouting with a powerful voice, the young man's eyes turned sharp as he looked at the righteous practitioners who were killing each other. Identifying a weakness for a 3-in-1 attack, the young man, without hesitation, charged into the middle of the three maddened righteous practitioners. Meanwhile, the bald man was still confused about what was happening to his subordinates. "These idiots, why are they suddenly fighting each other? Stop it, or you'll all die." The bald man intended to turn around and directly stop his subordinates, but before he could intervene in their fight, he was attacked by Won-Wee. Won-Wee suddenly charged with the first technique of the starry swordsmanship, Tiger Fang Annihilation Sword. The sword's light created intertwined zigzag paths, causing the bald man to be overwhelmed with panic, not knowing how to defend himself. The bald man, terrified, raised his sword to block Won-Wee's attack, but he couldn't avoid getting injured. How could his sword be so fast? Even though he felt dazed facing Won-Wee, the bald man didn't give up resisting. He tried to back away to create distance, but he felt something hindering his feet. When the bald man looked down at his feet, he saw that Won-Wee's silver thread had wrapped around him without him noticing. The tug-of-war between the bald man and the stretched thread quickly made him lose his balance. In a blink of an eye, Won-Wee yanked the silver thread again, sending the bald man tumbling head over heels into the air. As he fell into a predicament, the desperate bald man started to curse. "You bastard, you cowardly scum, you're playing dirty." Won-Wee ignored the enemy's insults and smoothly moved closer to him, with a sharp, decisive swing of his sword, slicing the bald man in half. Afterward, Won-Wee calmly retracted the silver thread. "Playing dirty, this is a fight to the death, not a formal duel. If I combine the silver thread while using the iron sword, maybe using the left hand for the silver thread would be better." Won-Wee clicked his tongue, putting that thought aside, and glanced at the young man. "The toughest leader is dealt with. Now there are only 3 more, Sodam mumbled to him. "Seems like you don't have to do anything anymore." Won-Wee was astonished to see that the young boy had managed to defeat all the remaining enemies on his own, even though those guys were injured from fighting each other in panic. The fact that he had killed them all without getting hurt himself showed that the young boy's abilities were quite impressive. While Won-Wee was wondering how the young man had done it, Heavenly South warned him, "Won-Wee, his swordsmanship, I noticed that he was very quick and ruthless with his attacks." Heavenly South had a feeling that the young man's background and even his master were not simple. He reminded Won-Wee, "The person who created that sword technique must be a talented but extremely cruel assassin." The young man turned around and politely clasped his hands in gratitude. "Great warrior, thank you for your help." But Won-Wee's sharp sword was pointed directly at his face. Won-Wee coldly interrogated the young man. "Who are you? How did you know I was from the blood cult, yet you asked for help? You're definitely not from the Murim Alliance. But what are you doing here?" The young man, though threatened, didn't panic. He smiled mischievously, seemingly delighted. "Of course, you're from the blood cult." Immediately after, the young boy grinned and declared, "Great warrior, I've always admired the blood cult. That's why I came here, hoping to serve under the blood cult." Won-Wee was completely taken aback by the boy's answer. His sword had indeed said he wanted to find a blood cult master, but Won-Wee didn't expect his goal to be joining the blood cult. The young boy didn't hesitate to kneel before Wonhui. I heard that I could find traces of the blood cult here, so I came personally, hoping to dedicate my life and body to the blood cult. Wonhui was confused. He couldn't decide what to do and desperately wanted to leave, but he couldn't because the boy already knew his identity. Suddenly, Sodam carefully observed the young man with a skeptical look. Don't you think his voice sounds a bit strange? It's as if he's trying to make his voice sound deeper, and his body is slender, and his Adam's apple is extremely small for a man. Wonhui had also noticed those details and had a hunch. I'm thinking he's a young brat trying to act older, or maybe he's a girl disguised as a boy. Wonhui obviously couldn't risk bringing someone with an unknown identity back to the blood cult. Moreover, his rank didn't give him the authority to nominate anyone for joining the sect. However, Wonhui still wanted to consider taking this kid with him. After all, he had destroyed the Miram Alliance's signal horn, preventing them from calling for reinforcements. He also seemed to be trying to make a good impression on Wonhui, so he was almost certain that the boy really wanted to join the blood cult. Finally, Wonhui decided to give the boy a chance and asked him directly, I don't know your identity yet. Who are you and why do you want to join the blood cult? The boy frowned and replied, does identity really matter that much? I heard the blood cult only judges each person based on their talent. Wonhui waved his hand to explain to the boy, that statement is only true for those we can trust, but I don't even know who you are, so how can? Suddenly, Wonhui heard a series of voices of swords in his ears, preventing him from finishing his sentence. Heavenly South also heard the same sound and quickly warned Wonhui. He looked around the cliff face, but even though he heard the voices, he couldn't see anyone else around. Although he wasn't sure if it was the people of the Miram Alliance approaching, Wonhui remained highly vigilant. He could sense a large number of enemies running toward them. Judging from the sound of the swords, there must be dozens of martial artists. Seeing Wonhui's serious expression, the young man curiously asked, Great warrior, what's wrong? Wonhui responded, many people are running towards us right now. Let's put that aside for now. The young man looked around the cliff with a dubious expression. People? I don't think so. I've checked around, but I don't see anyone. Wonhui put his hand over his mouth, signaling the boy to remain silent, and used voice transmission to say, it may not be hundreds, but I estimate there are 20 to 30 of them, so let's get out of here first. The boy stubbornly replied, I heard the great warrior is one of the 4 great masters. I'm sure you can handle them. However, Wonhui didn't wait for the boy to finish his sentence before rushing off. Wonhui sighed as he ran. With so many people, I'm doomed. I'll never use the silver thread to fly around in front of others again. I'll avoid such disastrous misunderstandings. After running for a while, Wonhui turned his head to check on the boy. At this speed, will he be able to keep up? Wonhui was slightly surprised to see the boy closely following him. He's quite fast. I thought he had decent martial arts skills, but his light footwork is impressive as well. His current strength surpasses that of a first-rate master. I'm even more curious about his identity now. Meanwhile, the boy running behind Wonhui continued to express his admiration. No wonder he's one of the 4 great masters of the blood cult. From that distance, he still sensed their presence. I could only feel it a little when they got closer. It seems like from the energy I sensed, there's an incredibly powerful master among them. Wonhui was even more surprised by the boy's strength. Can he judge the enemy's strength like that? Wait, one of them is catching up. At this speed, he'll catch us soon. Immediately, Wonhui stopped and told the boy, at the speed of the person chasing us, we can't escape even if we run. If that's the case, when I signal, we charge together. Wonhui then started counting down. 3, 2, 1. As Wonhui reached 1, he and the boy simultaneously swung their swords in a back-to-back posture, drawing beautiful arcs that cut through the air, just in time to block the blade of the master who had just appeared. Wonhui couldn't help but be surprised by the opponent's sword energy. Although the fight had just begun, the shockwave from the first clash made his palm feel like it was about to tear apart. As Wonhui looked up at the opponent's face, he was even more shocked. As the boy was about to continue the fight, Wonhui suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him. Stop. While the boy looked puzzled, Wonhui calmly took off his mask with a friendly greeting, Elder. The person facing Wonhui was none other than Galma. He exclaimed in surprise and joy, this kid, so you're still alive. Galma laughed heartily and patted Wonhui on the shoulder. I thought you were dead. He also laughed happily in response, only the boy still didn't understand what was happening. After a moment of contemplation and realization, the boy resentfully used voice transmission to say to Wonhui, Great warrior, it turns out you're not one of the 4 great masters of the blood cult. Wonhui chuckled slyly. When did I say that? It's all your own perception. The boy glared at Wonhui angrily. What kind of reason is that? But at that moment, Galma's sharp blade was pressed against his face, forcing him to remain silent. Galma glanced at him and felt suspicious. You have the face of a woman but speak with a man's voice. It seems you are wearing a human skin mask. Speak quickly, who are you? Seeing the tense situation, Wonwi spoke up for the boy, second elder. He is the one who helped me face the people from the Miram Alliance. He also said he wants to join our sect, but I don't know his identity yet. Galma turned to look at Wonwi in surprise. You say this person wants to join our sect? Seeing the boy hesitate to speak, Wonwi prompted him. I think you should answer his question honestly. The one in front of you is one of the true 4 great masters of our sect. The boy sighed and admitted, having been seen through his disguise again, Senior, my name is Sama Young. I come from the Moonlit Valley in Sichuan Province. As soon as he heard her name, Wonwi was shocked and widened his eyes. Moonlit Valley, her surname is Sama, and she's from Moonlit Valley in Sichuan Province. Even Galma was slightly startled. You are from the Sama clan. You want to join our sect even though you are from a renowned martial arts family. Sama Young declared firmly, I have absolutely no relation to the Sama family. The Sama family are the enemies of my mother and me. As Sama Young spoke, her anger intensified. Because the Sama family belongs to the Miram Alliance, they are protected by them. I am alone and helpless, unable to do anything to them. That's why I want to join the blood cult. Seeing Wonwi pondering with a thoughtful expression, Sodam curiously asked him, what's wrong? Is she reminding you of your past? Wonwi clicked his tongue in his heart. Yes, but there's something else. Sodam became even more curious and asked again, what is it? Wonwi explained to Sodam, there are many clans with the surname Sama across the mainland, but in Sichuan, Moonlit Valley, there's only one clan with that surname. The head of that clan is the leader of the 4 great villains, the Moon-devouring sword. The 4 great villains and the 8 great masters of the mainland are the rulers of Miram. They are the most powerful martial artists at the moment. The moon-devouring sword Samachuk is no exception. He is most famous for a massacre. In southeastern Sichuan province, a sect was wiped out in one night, with over 200 people killed. All of it was done by him alone. Outraged by this, the sects related to the Destroy clan or their friends joined forces to attack Moonlit Valley, Samachuk's residence. However, over 400 Miram practitioners participated in that raid, and none survived. Sodam exclaimed in amazement, whoa, so Samachuk alone completely wiped them all out. Thinking that Sama Young, inheriting such a terrifying bloodline and family background, would ask to join the blood cult made Wonwi even more concerned. Even Heavenly South felt puzzled. Why would a woman with a background like hers want to join the blood cult? Wonwi pondered. I don't understand either, but wait, something doesn't feel right. Wonwi recalled that before his regression, in his previous life, an event occurred during his time as an undercover agent in the Miram Alliance. Samachuk stood up against the power of the Unmatched Fortress when the Unmatched Fortress was at its peak. The alliance between the Unmatched Fortress and the Miram Alliance had broken down. Therefore, the Miram Alliance hoped that Samachuk would deal a blow to the Unmatched Fortress in this confrontation. However, things took an unexpected turn. Samachuk betrayed everyone's expectations and became a member of the Unmatched Fortress. Later, it was said that the reason was because Samachuk's successor had become a member of the Unmatched Fortress. If what Wonwi remembered was correct, Sama Young should have joined the Unmatched Fortress, but for some reason, she now wants to join the blood cult. The change made him feel worried, wondering if everything was being disrupted because of him. Wonwi thought deeply, wait, the incident of the sect massacre hasn't happened yet, and only I know her true identity as Samachuk's daughter. I know the future and Samachuk's important moves. I can pull him in to be a solid support for Ryonha to gain equal support with Hai Hyang. What other trump card is better than him? Galma continued to question Sama Young. So why did you use a human skin mask to hide your true face? You said you want to join our sect. If so, there's no reason to hide your true face from us. Sama Young had no choice but to tear off her human skin mask. Her fair skin gradually revealed itself beneath the torn disguise. As Sama Young's mask was removed, even Galma couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise at her true face. Sama Young revealed a stunning beauty that captivated everyone who saw her. She explained shyly, I did this because I want to rely on my own strength, not my identity as a woman or this face to be recognized. Sodam pouted after hearing this. Hey, she's praising her own beauty, isn't she, Wonwi? How do you think she compares to Ryonha? At this point, Wonwi was stunned by Sama Young's beauty. Seeing that he couldn't take his eyes off Sama Young and was still deeply pondering, Sodam chuckled mockingly. Never mind, looking at your face is enough to understand. Galma, though slightly swayed by Sama Young's beauty, was an elder, so he quickly regained his composure and asked Wonwi, Kid, what do you think about this girl? You were the first to interact with her, so do you think she's trustworthy? Won-hui glanced at Sama Young while thinking about his answer. If I tell him she's the daughter of one of the 4 great villains, Sama-chuk, he'll never accept her as a disciple. That's a natural reaction, isn't it? While Won-hui was pondering what to say, he met Sama Young's pleading puppy dog eyes. Please help me. I want to join the blood cult. Heroes are hard to resist the charm of beauty. Won-hui finally gave in to her gaze and used voice transmission to speak to Sama Young. Young Miss Sama. Sama Young smiled brightly. Yes, yes. Did he agree to let me join the blood cult? I'm chosen, right? However, unfortunately for Sama Young, she was rejoicing too soon. Between beauty and benefit, Won-hui chose the latter. If I agree to help young Miss join the blood sect, what will young Miss do for me in return? Sama Young was instantly stunned by his coldness. Meanwhile, at the abandoned house outside the Six Blood Valley, the secret temporary base of the blood sect, everyone was still waiting for news of Won-hui. Gu Sang-won opened the door and entered the dimly lit room, hesitantly reporting to Action. There's only 1 hour left before the appointed time, sir. Action looked gloomily into the darkness and said, I know. Gu Sang-won cautiously asked Action, we can leave when the time comes, right? Urged to the point of frustration, Action snapped, yes, yes, I said I understand, can't you hear me? Gu Sang-won responded in confusion, I just wanted. At that moment, Ryona stepped beside Gu Sang-won and whispered to him, step back. Gu leader, I'll speak with the 4th patriarch. Ryona gently sat down and comforted Action. Hey uncle, since SEO uncle is still searching despite the danger, please trust him and wait a little longer. Action forced a smile, trying to appear calm. Cuckoo, I'm fine, second young miss. Then Action suddenly stood up. The time has come, so let's go. Second young miss. Ryona knew Action didn't want to give up searching for Won-hui, so she intended to say a few more words to him. But Action said to her in a low voice, that boy has his own fate, and I've done everything I can. This place isn't completely safe. Second young miss, we can't delay any longer. So, at that moment, Gu Sang-won, who had just left, ran back in with a beaming smile. 4th patriarch, so is back. Outside, everyone was welcoming Won-hui back from the dead. Everyone was overjoyed and excited as if his return was even more important than defeating the enemy. As soon as Action heard this, his face lit up instantly. He looked as if he had become younger by a dozen years. Action ran out to greet Won-hui, his steps of joy almost making him fly off the ground. You rascal.
Seeing Action's joyful face, as if he had seen his mother return from the market, Won-hui was both touched and amused. I honestly never expected this. Sodam also gaped in surprise. Wow, he's about to split his face with his smile. This was the first time Won-hui had seen Action smile so brightly and friendly. It was a sight he vowed never to forget. However, just as Action was about to embrace Won-hui, he suddenly stopped short. Action glanced at Gu Sang-won and Jang Moon-won behind him with a look of embarrassment. He suddenly realized he was exposing his strange behavior in front of the veteran leaders. After clearing his throat a few times, Action abruptly changed his attitude, appearing grumpy and scolding, You stupid little rascal, what were you doing to make everyone worry about you? This happened because you were too careless. Sodam chuckled at Action's act of feigning coldness. He says that, but his expression is still very happy. Won-hui clicked his tongue in his heart. I should follow his lead. Won-hui immediately bowed his head and apologized. Master, I made a mistake by being careless and falling into the enemy's trap. I apologize for making you worry. Action clicked his tongue and continued to instruct him. You are truly a fool. TCH, you still have a lot to learn. Then Action turned towards Ryonha and told Won-hui, if second young miss hadn't asked for a search for you, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to come here. Quickly thank second young miss. As Won-hui prepared to bow to Ryonha, she stopped him. You don't need to bow and thank me. Compared to what you've done for our sect, what I did is nothing. Ryonha sincerely expressed her gratitude to Won-hui. Without So Gongzi, we wouldn't have been able to discover the 2 spies in our ranks. It's also thanks to you, Gongzi, for risking your life to buy us time. Actually, I'm the one who should thank you. Won-hui, despite being praised, humbly responded, second young miss, please don't say that. If second young miss hadn't sent people to search for my whereabouts, I wouldn't have been able to escape from that cliff. Galma and the group searching for Won-hui knew he had already climbed the cliff before they found him, so their expressions immediately became embarrassed. Ryonha continued, So Gongzi, there's no need to be so modest. You have contributed greatly to our sect. This time, your merit deserves a reward. Ryonha gave Won-hui a gentle smile. I know the situation is critical now, so it's not the right time to discuss rewards, but I think I'll only feel more at ease after doing this. Then, Ryonha solemnly declared, in recognition of So Gongzi's contributions to our sect, I will promote you. I officially appoint you as the vice leader of the team. I hope that you can continue to contribute your strength to our sect in the future. Sodam curiously asked Wunhui, is this a good thing? Wunhui rejoiced in his heart, of course, getting a promotion is good. Wunhui became more and more excited as he thought about it. In my previous life, I was just a nameless third-rate spy. Now, in this life, I've already been promoted to the vice leader. Above the leader is the head leader, then the vice leader, and then the leader, also known as the chief. That means I've been promoted 2 levels in a row. Action laughed out loud in delight, causing Bika to jump in alarm. Fourth Patriarch, please laugh softly, the Muram Alliance is still searching for us nearby. Meanwhile, Wunhui had knelt down and respectfully bowed to Ryonha. Subordinate thanked second young miss for the reward. Now that he had become a vice leader, although Wunhui couldn't lead a large group alone, he would have the right to choose 3 leaders under his command. That also meant that if Action didn't force Wunhui to join the forces of another leader or chief, he could freely command the 3 leaders he chose. After learning this, Sodam immediately suggested, so 2 of the 3 leaders have already been decided, right, the twin brothers. Wunhui glanced at Zhuabeke's clearly disdainful expression and shook his head at Sodam. What are you thinking? That bald-headed Song Wuhyun is still easy to control, but he barely thinks, and looking at Zhuabeke's face, it's obvious that he finds the idea of being my subordinate disgusting, but it's okay, if I don't choose those 2, I've already picked 2 others. The first person Wunhui was targeting was Sungwon. His strength is already sufficient to become a leader now, and he will soon surpass the realm of peak-level masters. As Wunhui was thinking about the second person he intended to choose, Ryonha suddenly interrupted his thoughts. So Gongzi, did you bring another brother back with you? Wunhui glanced toward Sama Young. It just so happened that the second person he wanted to choose was the daughter of one of the 4 great evildoers, Sama Young. In Wunhui's assessment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Sama Young possessed the necessary skills to become a leader. Moreover, he needed her close to him so he could try to adjust what would happen in the future. Galma smiled and winked suggestively at Ryonha. Second young miss, this friend came here hoping to join our sect. She helped So Gongzi a lot when he was facing those from the Muram Alliance. She wants to join the Blood sect to take revenge on the Muram Alliance. Ryonha widened her eyes in surprise. What? SEO Uncle said this is a woman disguised as a man. If Uncle hadn't said it, no one would have known. I wonder which master crafted such an exquisite human skin mask. Ryonha excitedly asked Sama Young, you are Sama Young miss, right? I wonder if you could take off the mask so I can see your face. Sama Young immediately followed Ryonha's request. Of course, I can. But as soon as Sama Young removed the human skin mask and revealed her stunning beauty, Ryonha was instantly stunned and her interested gaze disappeared. The men, from young to old, all could not conceal their deep interest in Sama Young's radiant beauty. Dam Yewa was a woman, but she couldn't help but be moved by Sama Young's beautiful face without a single flaw. Sama Young's beauty deserved to be praised as one of the great beauties of the mainland. From her eyes to her smile, everything made flowers and the moon blush in shame. Sama Young respectfully knelt down and bowed to Ryonha. Thank you, second young miss, for agreeing to let me join our sect. I am Sama Young. However, Ryonha looked coldly at the beautiful woman before her. While Ryonha was also a great beauty in the Blood sect, in the presence of Sama Young, her own beauty suddenly became overshadowed. Ryonha clearly didn't like a more beautiful woman suddenly appearing, and she felt even worse when she thought of the time Wunhui and the beautiful woman had spent together overcoming danger. She glared at him with intense murderous intent, making him shiver with chills. Damn, why is she looking at me with such a strange look? Ryonha pursed her lips, showing a clear jealous expression, but Wunhui didn't understand at all. Even Heavenly South, with a master who had never experienced romance, had to speak up and point it out to him. That's jealousy, Wunhui. Wunhui was still clueless. Jealous of what? Heavenly South immediately explained. As my master said, a woman who likes a man only wants him to belong to her. When he pays attention to another beautiful woman, the first woman will be jealous. Her emotions will plummet like being splashed with cold water. Sodam, listening to Heavenly South's lecture on romance, immediately retorted sarcastically, your master knows a lot. Huh, then why is he still single? Heavenly South was speechless and could only remain silent. Wunhui still found Heavenly South's words incomprehensible. What are you talking about? So Ryonha saw Sama Young's appearance and became jealous. How could she have that kind of emotion towards me? She's the future heir to the blood sect. Just when Wunhui was feeling confused, Action's voice reached him with a mocking tone. Heh, you little rascal, no wonder I couldn't find you. When did you get this chance with a beautiful woman like this? Wunhui saw Action's creepy smirk and felt even more headache. Oh no, this old man is misunderstanding again. I don't want to ruin his mood, but I guess I have to tell him the truth right now. Wunhui immediately responded to Action. Master, can we recruit Sama Young under our command? Action chuckled and agreed right away. You must like her, I will try my best then. Wunhui suddenly interrupted Action. Master, there's something about Sama Young that I only want to tell you. Action continued to chuckle and responded. What secret do you only want to tell me? Is it about your relationship? Wunhui hesitantly told Action. Master, her father is the moon demon sword Samachuk. Action's wide smile immediately vanished, his face turned pale and lifeless. Damn it, you little rascal, what have you done? Wunhui started to make up a story. Years ago, some small sects in the west of Guizhou province came to Yiqiang Sojia to ask for help. According to their description, they discovered more than 100 human corpses in Duha County, a small county located between Guizhou and Hunan provinces. They came to Sojia to ask for their help in finding the murderer who committed the massacre. After all the Murim masters joined forces to investigate, they found a clue leading to Kiyu Valley, where only one person could have committed such a horrific crime, the moon demon sword Samachuk. After confirming that the murderer was Samachuk, Wunhui's father and all the relatives and brothers of the victims joined forces to attack Kiyu Valley. Wunhui had just finished his story when Action guessed the outcome. Then they all died. The title of one of the 4 great villains is not just for show. Wunhui nodded and said, yes, they all died. However, there was one lucky survivor that year. Action immediately guessed that the survivor was Wunhui's father, which is why he exists today. Action continued to probe. Your father must have been very ashamed and kept this secret from everyone. I understand now. That's why you immediately recognized Sama Young's identity after hearing her surname and hometown. Sodam and Heavenly South couldn't get used to Wunhui's smooth lies. He's such a smooth talker, he's even insulting his own father. Then Action directly asked Wunhui, what are your plans? She's like a time bomb, bringing someone like that into our sect. Have you lost your mind? Wunhui immediately persuaded Action. Master, I have a different perspective. If we can win her over, we can eventually become close to Samachuk. Wouldn't that mean we have one of the 4 great villains backing us up? Action grumbled. It's easy to say, but how do we do it? If it were that easy, someone else would have done it already. As expected, even when he's annoyed, he still considers things carefully and wisely. Wunhui knew that Action was more aware of the risks than the benefits, but after spending a year with him, he knew something he could exploit. Wunhui pretended to be disappointed and told Action, Master, if you say so, there's no other way. Are you going to reveal her identity to everyone and then kick her out? Action thought about confronting Samachuk's daughter directly and immediately dismissed Wunhui's idea. I can't do that. Just as Wunhui thought, Action never wanted to be an enemy of one of the 4 great villains. He continued to guide Action's thoughts. Then it's even harder. Wunhui clicked his tongue and said, then there's no other way. Can we pass this danger to Second Elder? Master, Action glared at Galma. You mean let that girl go under that old man's command? Wunhui saw Action's grumpy attitude and secretly laughed in his heart. This tactic is working. This old man hates losing, especially to people of the same status as him. As the feeling of competition intensified, Action clicked his tongue and asked Wunhui, if we take her in, can you handle the responsibility? Wunhui had already secured his victory and accepted to take responsibility for all the risks. However, once Sama Young was under Wunhui's command, Action would also share some responsibility as his master. Just as the 2 of them finished their discussion, Galma spoke, if Second Young Miss agrees to let Sama Young Miss join the sect, then we decide which force she'll join and depart quickly. Galma proactively offered, I brought Sama Young Miss here, so I will take responsibility for her training and education. However, Bika, who specializes in managing women, was also interested in Sama Young. second young miss, if Sama young miss agrees, she can also join my force. Action clicked his tongue and glanced at Action. I hope your judgment is correct. He then also made an offer, second young miss, the one who brought Sama young miss here to join our sect is my disciple Wunhui, so I'm also willing to welcome her. Everyone was surprised by the competition between the forces. What's going on here? Why does everyone want Sama young miss? Even in the warrior selection ceremony, it wasn't this intense. Both elders and even Luck the Bloody Star were eager for Sama young to join their forces. The situation also made Ryonha confused. I didn't think all three of you would want Sama young miss to join your forces. Then, for simplicity, I'll give Sama young miss the choice. Sama young obediently raised her hand and said, second young miss, if allowed, can I choose to join the force I want? Ryonha smiled softly and replied, yes. Which force do you want to join, Sama young miss? Immediately, Sama young clung to Wunhui's hand, making him freeze in shock. The beautiful maiden smiled brightly and declared, yes, I've decided. I want to join Vice Leader Wunhui's force. Ryonha froze after hearing Sama young's decision, but the words she had already spoken couldn't be taken back. Sama young innocently laughed and winked at Wunhui. Did I do well? Wunhui choked and said, yeah, I guess, but in his heart, he was screaming in despair, I'm doomed, that's pouring gasoline on the fire, Ryonha will definitely kill me now. A cold wind swept past, sending shivers down his spine. His intuition warned him that a murderous aura was targeting him. At that very moment, Ryonha's icy voice echoed in his ear, so Gongzi, you must be very happy, huh? Wunhui choked at the sight of Ryonha's gentle smile hiding a blade, but when she saw Sama young clinging to his arm, her voice grew even colder. A beautiful young miss like Sama young willingly joins the Gongzi's ranks. What a stroke of luck. Wunhui was debating whether to defend himself when Sodem scoffed, it's too late. Accept your fate, cuckoo. Wunhui sighed inwardly, what do you mean too late? I need to fix this. Sodem clicked her tongue and pointed behind him, fix what? I told you, it's too late. Glancing at the group behind him, their murderous glares fixed on him, Wunhui finally understood the situation. I don't even know how to explain myself, but it's no use, with them radiating such a murderous aura, it's too late to clear my name, even if I wanted to. Immediately, Ryonha turned away in a huff. If Sama young miss has decided this, then from now on, Sama young miss will follow So Fu Tuanzhu. Everyone, prepare to depart. Everyone responded in unison, as you command, young miss. The crowd rushed past. Wunhui could only swallow his pride and give up hope of explaining himself. She's changed her attitude so drastically, going from So Gongzi to So Fu Tuanzhu, However, Sama young, blissfully unaware of the situation, beamed, So Fu Tuanzhu, I did well, right? Wunhui sighed in exasperation, I'll have to teach her the basics of navigating the Jianghu. He then dejectedly said to Sama young miss, in situations like this. Just as Wunhui was about to carefully instruct Sama young on proper etiquette, Sodem asked a question that left him speechless. Wunhui, are you a eunuch? Wunhui shot Sodem a confused look. Sodem chuckled and explained, don't you see the reactions of everyone around you when they see Sama young's beauty? How can you be so indifferent to such a stunning beauty? Are you really not a eunuch? Wunhui was dumbfounded. He screamed inwardly, what in the world is she talking about? Sodem continued to insist, normal men, when they see Sama young's face, would, at that moment, Zhuabek shuffled over and became the perfect illustration of Sodem's point. He spoke with unusual politeness, Sama young miss, I am honored to meet you. Zhuabek grinned, trying to appear dignified, I am a fellow disciple of that, So Fu Tuanzhu. Sodem immediately pointed at Zhuabek as living proof, look at that little kid, don't you see that idiot pretending to be something he's not just to get Sama young's attention. Seeing Zhuabek flexing his muscles in front of Sama young, Wunhui clicked his tongue and said to Sodem, don't make fun of him so much, a boy his age will want to look cool in front of girls, it's just that I've already passed that stage from my previous life and realized that beauty isn't everything. Wunhui pondered over the beautiful women he had encountered. In the perilous Jianghu, women are basically all scheming and dangerous. You rarely find those with a genuine heart. The more beautiful or higher ranking they are, the more dangerous and demanding they become in choosing people to build relationships with. They'll consider what benefits a relationship with that person can bring. It's only natural in the Jianghu, but from that, I've learned that a woman's appearance really doesn't matter much. Sodam, after listening to Wenhui's sermon, burst into laughter, mocking him. Is that your roundabout way of admitting you got dumped? Wenhui froze for a moment before clicking his tongue. Forget it. Zhuabeik, who was putting on a show for Sama Young, suddenly pointed at Wenhui and asked, Sama Young miss, why did you choose to become a subordinate of that, so Fu Tuanzhu? Honestly, he has the lowest rank among the people you could have chosen to follow. Sama Young responded honestly, so Fu Tuanzhu is the only person I know here, that's why I chose to follow him. Zhuabeik asked incredulously, really, is that all? Sama Young grinned and turned to Wenhui, her voice like she was begging for praise. That's right, I did well, didn't I? So Gongzi. Wenhui sighed deeply. I understand, but Sama Young miss, if you're considering that reason, then the second elders was the one who introduced you to our sect, you could have chosen him. Sama Young bluntly replied while looking at Galma. He seems rather scary. The blunt words, uttered without hesitation by the little beauty, reached Galma's ears right there. The carefree words, like knives piercing his heart, continued, I already have a scary father, I don't want to meet another person like that. Galma could only blame himself for his exceptional hearing, while Wenhui felt for Sama Young. Ah, that makes sense, her father is one of the 4 great evildoers, so of course he's scary. While understanding Sama Young, Wenhui still decided he had to teach her basic social etiquette. If she made any mistakes, everyone would blame him, not her. But at that moment, Zhuabeik spoke up, Sama Young miss, my master is no less scary. Action, seemingly having heard Zhuabeik badmouthing him, immediately shouted, you idiot, get ready to depart, what are you blabbering about here? The force of his shout nearly blew everyone away. Action roared, his ferocious expression a far cry from when he greeted Wenhui earlier, get a move on, don't you want to live in peace? Zhuabeik instantly reverted to his goofy self and hurriedly ran off. Yes, master, I'll do it right away. Sama Young stared blankly for a moment as she watched Zhuabeik run away, but quickly regained her beaming smile and turned to Wenhui. It seems he was right, wasn't he? Wenhui let out a sigh and forced a smile. He comforted himself, well, that's how it is, I have to accept it. Thankfully, I wasn't the one who said the master was scary. 2 weeks later, with the Murim Alliance no longer besieging the Valley of Flesh and Blood, at the headquarters of the Full Moon Flower Trading Guild atop Mount Gi, the main operating base of the Bloody Star, Zhang Riyong, the sole survivor after the failed mission, finally returned. The leader of the group that ambushed Ryonha at the cliff was still alive, but his current state was worse than death, bound all over by ropes, his clothes stained with blood, and holes in his back. He rasped regretfully, Sir, it's truly like this, your subordinate carried out the mission you assigned, even though all my men died, but this is too. The figure behind the leader wouldn't let him finish his sentence, but continued to jab his finger into his back. The immense pain caused him to scream as if his throat would tear. The finger withdrew. Behind the leader was a 6-foot-tall man with a bristly beard. This was the Bloody Star, Zhang Riyong, the one who had spoken with Hai Hyang on the night Ryonha was ambushed. He spoke coldly, I said you answer whatever I ask. It seems you still have enough strength to talk nonsense. The leader, unable to endure the torture any longer, retaliated with bitterness. This is different from what you promised. Zhang Riyong's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he channeled his internal energy into his fingertip. You failed in a crucial mission, then ran away alone while your men died. Zhang Riyong's finger dug deeper into the leader's back. This is what you deserve. The leader's weak resistance finally crumbled under the agony. Ugh, stop, please stop. Hai Hyang witnessed the entire brutal scene, but her eyes showed no hint of pity. The leader began pleading and justifying himself. Please have mercy, you didn't tell me that the revered second would also be there. In his panic, the leader spoke as if he had just remembered something. My men tried their best, but they couldn't fight the second elders. But my men killed that bastard Wenhui, following your orders. Upon hearing this, Hai Hyang furrowed her brow slightly, clearly paying attention to Wenhui. But before he could finish, the leader's neck snapped and he fell face first onto the floor. Zhang Riyong had swiftly and decisively dealt the blow, unwilling to hear any more excuses. However, the leader's death as punishment for failure wasn't enough to appease Hai Hyang. a flash of light, and something flew past his ear. He didn't even dare move, even as blood trickled from his earlobe. After slicing through Zhang Riyong's earlobe, the object pierced the floor behind him. It was the sword Hai Xiang had just been caressing, and it had created a large crack in the floor where it landed. Hai Xiang coldly raised an eyebrow, looking down at Zhang Riyong with disapproval. "This is different from what you said." Zhang Riyong immediately knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "My lady, it seems there's been a slight misunderstanding." Hai Xiang looked bored as she listened to his defense. "Misunderstanding? What did you tell me before?" Zhang Riyong hung his head down in submission. "My lady, I previously said I would make the fourth elder action kneel and submit before you." Hai Xiang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "And did that become reality? What is the result I received?" Zhang Riyong hung his head, but his face was filled with displeasure. "Your subordinate deserves to die 1,000 deaths. He wasn't bitter about being blamed for the failure. He was enraged because he could guess why Hai Xiang's reaction was more intense after hearing about Wenhui's death. Zhang Riyong recalled the initial reaction, when he first heard the news that his carefully laid plan had failed because of a young boy like Wenhui. Hai Xiang had shown more interest than anger. However, as soon as she learned of his death, she erupted in fury. Zhang Riyong remembered a year ago, when Ryonha returned from the Valley of Flesh and Blood. She had shown interest in a disciple who had blocked one of her swords. His intuition told him that disciple was Wenhui. Zhang Riyong sighed inwardly. It makes perfect sense that young Miss would want someone with such martial prowess and intelligence on her side. It seems my calculations this time were wrong. Originally, Zhang Riyong had only intended to make the fourth elder understand that if he didn't submit to Hai Xiang, he could lose everything he held dear at any time, so, killing one of his 3 disciples would have been sufficient, but he hadn't expected the target of his assassins to be someone Hai Xiang valued. Seeing that Zhang Riyong had no more excuses, Hai Xiang let out a cold laugh, filled with murderous intent. "This isn't amusing at all." Zhang Riyong's heart began to race. "If it were half a year ago, things would have been different. I wouldn't have to lower myself to this extent, but now, Hai Xiang's strength surpasses mine, her development is frightening, and on top of that, the cold, cruel blood of the blood demon coursing through her veins is at its thickest. The situation forces me to take the initiative and pull out the sword stuck in the ground." Immediately, he pressed the sword against his own throat and expressed his willingness to atone with death. "My lady, if you want your subordinate to pay for his mistake, then your subordinate offers his head as atonement." Of course, Zhang Riyong had no intention of actually dying here. He simply wanted to use this act to soothe her anger. Zhang Riyong also guessed that as long as he remained useful in the power struggle, Hai Xiang would not abandon him. As predicted, Hai Xiang sighed and said, "What a pity, that guy would be quite useful. Stop acting and lower your sword." Zhang Riyong pretended to hesitate for a moment before quietly lowering his sword. Just then, a warrior jumped into the room, bowed to Hai Xiang and said, "Young miss, there's an urgent report. The Peerless Warriors has declared the end of their alliance with the Muram Alliance." Zhang Riyong widened his eyes in surprise. "What are you saying? This long-awaited event has arrived." Hai Xiang calmly accepted it. "What are you surprised about? This has been predicted for a long time." Hai Xiang sheathed her sword and muttered with a sinister smile, "The time has come." It has been a month since the group supporting Ryonha left the Valley of Flesh and Blood. They have relocated their base to a spacious manor located in the southeast of Guizhou, under the jurisdiction of Zhongkao County. This place was prepared by leader Moon Woong. Initially, it was the base where Action intended to build his own power. However, after he decided to side with Ryonha, it became the new base for the faction of the second young miss. Everyone here has also received news of the broken relationship between the Peerless Warriors and the Muram Alliance. Although this event happened faster than expected and created an opportunity for the Blood Sect to rise, it also made the power struggle within the Blood Sect more intense and unpredictable than before. Until now, Ryonha has had to wander around hidden locations in the mainland for over 10 years. Even if it wasn't to avoid the Muram Alliance, she still had to hide because she was afraid of Hai Xiang's power. Now, after building her own power with the support of 2 great leaders and a bloody star, she can take advantage of this to reveal herself and personally write letters to attract the forces of the Third Lord and the Second Bloody Star. Meanwhile, Wenhui's job is to train the new soldiers assigned to his force. this is a fairly leisurely and enjoyable job compared to when he was with action in the cave. However, this leisurely and enjoyable job for Wunhui is a real hardship for his subordinates. The warriors collapsed at Wunhui's feet, panting, "Deputy Commander, our brothers have run a loop from the foot of the mountain to the top, and then back here." Wunhui immediately grumbled, "You only climbed one loop and you're already gasping for breath, you look like you're about to die." Wunhui boasted a bit about his past a year ago. "I used to climb up and down sheer cliffs countless times to find food." Just then, Zhuabek appeared and yelled gruffly, "Hey, Deputy Commander, they're calling for you." Zhuabek urged Wunhui impatiently, "Hurry up, they said it's urgent, let's go together." Wunhui wondered what was going on that they were calling both twins up there. Although Wunhui couldn't figure out what was going on, he knew it must be serious for them to be so urgent. He told the twins, "I know, I'll be right there, Captain Sama." Sama Young immediately grinned upon hearing Wunhui call, "Yes, Deputy Commander." Wunhui instructed Sama Young, "I'll be gone for a while, you stay here and supervise the training of the brothers for me, make it professional." Sama Young immediately accepted the order happily, "Yes, Deputy Commander." Meanwhile, the subordinates turned pale upon hearing the news. It seemed they were even more afraid of Sama Young than Wunhui. Before leaving, Wunhui further encouraged Sama Young, "I trust you, so I'm leaving you in full charge here." Sure enough, Sama Young became even more excited, "Yes, Deputy Commander, just leave it to me, I'll see you later." As soon as Wunhui's figure disappeared, Sama Young became serious and muttered with deep emotion, "He trusts me," that's what he said. With her spirits high, Sama Young turned back to look at the subordinates who were still exhausted and declared, "You've rested enough, keep training, climb up and down the cliffs again. You've heard the Deputy Commander say, he trusts me, so if you can't finish climbing the mountain, you will die." Sama Young calmly made the threat with a sweet smile on her lips. It seems that beautiful women are indeed more cruel. When Wunhui and the twins arrived at the requested location, Moon Wung said briefly to them, "The replies from the Third Lord Blood Serpent King and the Second Bloody Star Tu Ladao have been sent back. Although the contents of the letters are different, it's a coincidence that they've given us very similar conditions." In the letter, the Second Bloody Star wrote that he would only submit to those who are worthy. The Third Lord also said that he would only recognize and submit to the successor to the liege's position through the most legitimate means. Judging from what Wunhui has heard so far, he vaguely guessed their intentions in calling him and the twins. Considering the tradition of the blood sect related to the righteous sect, there's only one thing: wait, could they possibly want us to? As feared, Moon Wung gave them their task: "You will be sent to the headquarters of the Muram Alliance to steal the blood demon sword of our sect." Wunhui cursed inwardly, "Damn it. The blood demon sword is the sword that symbolizes the power and identity of the liege, the treasure of the blood sect since its founding. It is also nicknamed the demon sword because it has drunk the blood of many Muram Jianghu heroes. Every time the blood demon sword appears, Jianghu is bathed in blood." The last owner of the blood demon sword was the 15th generation liege of the blood sect. 20 years ago, during the great battle between good and evil, he died tragically. Since then, the blood demon sword has been out of the blood sect's hands. The blood demon sword was later taken by the Muram Alliance to their headquarters, where it is hidden and guarded with extreme secrecy, considered impenetrable. In Wunhui's previous life, after the blood sect identified the location where the blood demon sword was stored, they sent many of their best warriors to try to reclaim it. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reclaim the blood demon sword. Those who failed in this mission, of course, had no chance of returning. Sodam heard about the history of the blood demon sword and felt confused. "It's just a sword, why is it so important?" Wunhui clicked his tongue inwardly. "It's not just a sword, you could say it's like the ancestral treasure of the blood sect. It has symbolic power and history, like the sect-protecting treasures of the famous sects in Jianghu." Wunhui then listed a few typical examples, such as the 6-jade Buddha staff of the Shaolin Temple, the beggar sect's dog-beating staff, or the Taiji mystic sword of the Wudang sect. These are their sect-protecting treasures, representing their existence and also symbolizing their strength. The blood sect has let their sect-protecting treasure fall into the hands of the Muram Alliance, so their symbol of strength is gone. Now, if the sect wants to rise powerfully, they must regain the blood demon sword at all costs. it's about reclaiming their symbol of power and building strong faith for all the followers to unite and wholeheartedly submit to the successor of the liege. While Wunhui was thinking about how to get the blood demon sword, Zhuabeik quickly asked, "So we're going to launch a full-scale attack on the Muram alliance to reclaim the blood demon sword?" Wunhui rolled his eyes at him in disgust. "You idiot Zhuabeik, do you want to die early? You have no strength and yet you want to openly attack the Muram alliance." Action couldn't stand Zhuabeik's stupidity and grumbled, "This idiot, you think attacking the Muram alliance is that simple? If that were the case, we would have reclaimed that sword long ago." Moon Wung could only sigh at Zhuabeik's foolishness. "We do need to reclaim the blood demon sword, but we'll use a different method." Before stating the plan of action, Action frowned seriously and asked his 3 disciples, "Think about why the third lord and the second bloody star made these requests." After that question, the eyes of those in the room automatically focused on Wunhui, making him jump. "Why are they all looking at me?" He had no choice but to open his mouth and give his speculation. "Yes, master, I'm not smart enough to fully understand the intentions of those two, but according to my speculation, there are 3 possible scenarios." Wunhui continued to speak modestly, but his eyes were incredibly sharp. A fool like Zhuabeik was naturally shocked. 3 scenarios. Wunhui ignored his skeptical gaze and began to list them. Firstly, they didn't explicitly refuse the recruitment letter from the second young miss, but they made a request that is almost impossible for us to fulfill. That means they're refusing us in a roundabout way. Moon Wung nodded in agreement with Wunhui's deduction. Ryonha naturally had the same thoughts and happily asked, "So what about the second scenario?" Wunhui continued, "Secondly, they also want to give the second young miss a chance. It leaves a small possibility for us to win in the power struggle." Zhuabeik nodded frantically. "That's right, I think so too. I think the chances of this scenario are." Wunhui immediately cut Zhuabeik off calmly. "The lowest probability, it really is." Zhuabeik was dumbfounded because he was thinking the complete opposite of Wunhui. Wunhui explained, "From the very beginning, the third lord has clearly shown his intentions to the second lord, so, just one letter won't change his mind." Ryonha agreed with him, just like the young master said. "So what's the third intention?" Wunhui spoke frankly with a tone of regret. "A trap. We can't rule out the possibility that those two have already joined forces with the first young Miss Hai Hyang before the second young miss sent them letters." Wunhui continued speaking as everyone listened intently. If they were subordinates who had joined the forces of the first young miss, then they would use this to create a trap. The simple strategy is to make the second young miss disperse her forces on unnecessary things. If we can get the blood demon sword, it's not necessarily safe, because our forces will be weakened by the battle to take it from the Muram alliance. The first young miss can easily take the sword from us, and if we fail to reclaim the blood demon sword, they will benefit even more, taking advantage of our being dispersed and losing strength in the process of reclaiming the sword. They will attack unexpectedly. After Wunhui finished speaking, Moon Wung praised him. "You are truly a smart person. With so little information, you can come up with these deductions. We also thought of the third scenario like you, but we weren't sure." Then, Moon Wung gave Wunhui a letter. "There's one more letter. This is a letter from the third lord to the second lord." Wunhui carefully read the contents of the letter. In the letter, the third lord wrote, "I will remain neutral until the Mid-Autumn Festival. If by then, the first young Miss Hai Hyang has obtained the blood demon sword, then I will no longer be able to maintain my neutrality." Wunhui was astonished after reading it. "So that means, the first young miss is also pursuing the blood demon sword." Bika nodded in confirmation. "We are pretty sure about that. This information has been confirmed by our spy in the forces of the great young miss." Bika continued in a decisive tone, "It is because of this that the great young miss postponed the sex revival ceremony." Sodam was surprised and opened her mouth wide. "Does she have the power to decide this herself?" Wunhui clicked his tongue inwardly. It could be true. Thinking back, this time period in the previous life was when the blood sect performed the revival ceremony. Wunhui pondered. Hai Hyang had delayed the ceremony for another 3 months, so I understand, the balance of power among the forces in the blood sect has changed significantly compared to my previous life. In Wunhui's previous life, although he didn't know much about the higher-ups, Ryonha might have been taken down earlier because she lacked powerful forces, so Hai Hyang definitely wouldn't have faced any obstacles in attracting support. Wunhui guessed that after taking down Ryonha in the previous life, Hai Hyang simply gathered all the forces under her control and then performed the revival ceremony, but now Ryonha has built up a strong force for herself. Currently, Ryonha has the support of the 4 elders and the second elder. The balance of power has started to become balanced, and Hai Hyang probably wants to avoid direct conflict. Dealing with Ryonha won't be as easy as when she only had the 6th bloody star assisting her. In Wunhui's speculation, Hai Hyang cannot waste this opportunity, since the relationship between the Peerless Warriors and the Murim Alliance has fallen apart. If they get caught in an internal conflict with Ryonha, it will only harm the interests of both sides, so there is only one way to avoid this while still unifying the sect's strength. It is based on the most important rule of the Blood Sect: whoever possesses the Blood Demon Sword is the future liege who can summon all the disciples. After seeing that Wunhui seems to have grasped the current situation, Moon Wung presents another scroll. Read this, young master. Wunhui slightly furrows his brow in doubt. What is that? Moon Wung then explains, this is the announcement that the Murim Alliance has just released about the Murim's Promising Talents martial arts tournament that they are hosting. The winner of this competition will be considered the leader of the promising young talents and will be appointed as the Blue Dragon Hall Master. Moon Wung's eyes light up with hope when mentioning the prize. Most importantly, they will allow the winner to choose any weapon placed in the treasury of the Murim Alliance. That is our goal. Moon Wung looks at Wunhui and the twin brothers with full confidence. For this reason, we need you to participate in this tournament and try to win to have a chance to reclaim the Blood Demon Sword, no matter how, but you must win. Wunhui sighs inwardly, so this is why I have been feeling strangely anxious. Now I understand why they called me and the 2 idiots here. 8 days later, the plan is immediately put into action and Wunhui's first task is to return to his family's manor located north of Hunan, the Shining Star Clan. The guards at the gate of the manor are complaining about the scorching midday weather. It's too hot, I'm going to die. The 2 guards at the main gate keep grumbling to each other. How come a big gate like this doesn't have any shade for us to stand? Complain less. Is it almost time for our shift change? It's only midday now. It's not time yet. It'll be half an hour before then. The 2 guards are complaining when they suddenly see a visitor without having received any prior notice about having to greet them. One of the guards hastily adjusts his clothes and urges the other, look, a guest is coming. On the road leading to the main gate of the So family, 3 sword-wielding figures whose faces cannot be seen are aggressively walking towards us. Seeing the 3 unfamiliar sword-wielding figures approaching the gate as if they were going to barge in without permission, the guard stops them. Please stop, this is the manor of the Shining Star Clan. The guard politely asks the 3 sword-wielding figures, if you need to enter our manor, please state your identity so I can report it. Wunhui's voice comes from behind the straw hat that covers most of his face. Do I need to report my identity to you as well? The guard smiles at Wunhui as if he's an idiot. Of course, without stating your identity, how would I know who you are? The next second, Wunhui's declaration makes the guard flinch and stop, a member of the Shining Star Clan. Third young master, Wunhui. Wunhui confidently lifts his head while revealing his identity to the 2 guards. Unexpectedly, the guards greet him with shocked eyes and a disdainful tone. The useless donkey. Oh no, I mean. Is it really third young master Wunhui? The voices of the 2 guards are excited enough to shatter the midday silence. Accompanying Wunhui on this mission are his 2 right-hand men, Sama Young and Sungwon. Going back 8 days earlier, after laying out the plan to reclaim the Blood Demon Sword, Moon Wung continues, luckily for us, the 3 of you are loyal disciples of our sect, but your disciple identities are unknown to anyone outside of us, including the noble and righteous sects. Moon Wung eagerly requests Wunhui and the twin brothers, even the members of your own family have no idea that you have joined the Blood Sect. Therefore, return to your family and seize the opportunity to participate in Murim's Promising Talents. That's the basic premise to carry out our plan. Therefore, Wunhui's main purpose in returning to this family that he deeply dislikes is to compete for the chance to be the family representative at the competition held at the Murim Alliance's headquarters. Stepping into the threshold of Sojia, Wunhui tries to suppress his disgust. This situation is strange. I always thought that if I ever returned to this place, it would be the end of the Shining Star Clan. Meanwhile, in a well-known tavern in the Yulang region, the sound of a broken wine jug echoes throughout the tavern, but everyone seems so used to it that no one pays attention. The second young master of Sojia, Jang Yoon, is the one who just smashed the jug and is grumbling about his family. Damn it, he was born 1 year earlier than me, what's the big deal? Yet father chose him to be Miriam's promising talents to represent the family in the martial arts tournament. Does that sound absurd? Jang Jian's 2 drinking buddies comfort him. It's true that it's unfair to you, you're not inferior to your elder brother in any way, but forget about it, he's just being given face because he's the eldest, don't be sad. Jang Yoon continues to grumble resentfully, damn it, even my father's concubine's rustic daughter gets to participate in Miriam's promising talents. Jang Jian's drunken complaints make his fiancée, the eldest daughter of Song Jia, Song Yanghua, feel uncomfortable. Her face immediately turns sour as she glances at her fiancé with disdain. In her heart, Song Yanghua shows a face of disgust and disdain towards Jang Yoon. No matter what, you siblings, even though you have different mothers, still share the Sojia blood. If I wasn't forced into this engagement by my family, I would have dumped you a long time ago, you idiot. Song Yanghua sighs wearily, I would never marry someone like you if you weren't from the Shining Star clan. Well, alright, let's think positively, at least he's better than those stupid younger brothers of mine who ran away from home. At this moment, the guard who just insulted Wunhui suddenly rushes into the tavern in a state of panic. Second young master. Jang Yoon, who is irritated, glares at the subordinate. What's all the commotion? The subordinate hurriedly reports, Sir, third young master Wunhui has returned to the family. Jang Jian's 2 friends sneer and mock. Haha, the useless guy from Yulang City still has the nerve to come back. I heard he was expelled from the family. Instead of being surprised, Jang Yoon laughs gleefully and immediately stands up. What a lucky break, I've been irritated all day, now this is good. His 2 friends look at him in confusion as he drains the wine jug in one gulp. What do you mean? Jang Yoon laughs after finishing the wine. Brothers, follow me, today I'll show you an interesting performance, come back to Sojia with me. After stopping laughing, a repulsive and contemptuous expression appears on Jang Jian's face. How dare that dirty piece of trash return to Sojia? He doesn't know when to give up. I'm going to vent my anger on him and kick him out of the family again. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Wunhui is talking to the elder of the outer sect after being invited to the backyard. I want to ask you about this. Wunhui anxiously asks about Ah Song. Has Ah Song returned to Sojia? The outer sect elder thinks for a moment before exclaiming, Young master, you mean the kid who followed you? Sodam only then remembers, oh, you mean the little kid you told to run away when the blood sect kidnapped you? Wunhui smiles more gently, yes, he's the only reason I feel happy to come back. I want to know what happened to him. After a moment of reflection, the elder exclaims again, I remember now, it was a long time ago. Wunhui is relieved, so he's still alive. Immediately after, the elder nonchalantly grins and tells Wunhui, that kid, after returning to Sojia, made a huge fuss and wanted to see the head of the family right away. He kept begging the head of the family to go save young master. We had a good laugh and beat him up before kicking him out of Sojia. Less than a second later, the elder's smile vanishes as Wunhui speaks in a harsh tone with a grim expression. Tell me again. The captain is startled and swallows. Yes, the kid was beaten and kicked out. Wunhui glared angrily, criticizing him. You beat that kid up because he begged for help from me. How in the world does something like that deserve to be expelled from the family? Wung Biyu, an elder of the outer sect, was originally a high-ranking escort warrior. The reason why he readily accepted So Wunhui's return to the main house, despite his expulsion from the family, was because the head of the family was not present in the main house. However, there was another reason. He felt that Wunhui might have learned martial arts, based on his aura, appearance, and the steel sword on his back. He could vaguely guess that. Wung Biyu assumed that Wunhui's status in the family might change in the future, therefore, he let him enter the main house without stopping and tried to treat him politely, as he would a young master. However, that was before Wung Biyu realized the close relationship between Wunhui and Ah Song. Now, looking at his murderous expression, he couldn't help but stammer, young master, that. Wunhui's eyes flashed with killing intent as he glanced around. Ah Song begged to see the head of the family to call someone to save me, but you beat him up and chased him away. His body must have been covered in waste at the time. How could you even think about laying a hand on him? Wunhui glanced at a stick leaning against the door and chuckled sarcastically. I guess you used a stick instead of your hands, huh? Woong Biu stuttered, trying to explain. Third young master, at that time, the situation was but at that moment, a hand suddenly squeezed his neck, turning his gibberish into a choked grunt. Sama Young, unable to contain her anger, rushed forward and grabbed Woong Biu's neck, lifting him up. You, shut your mouth, she roared. Although her body was only half the size of his, her strength was overwhelming, leaving him helpless. Immediately, Sama Young dragged Woong Biu to the latrine near the back gate, causing the guards to panic. You, what are you doing? They asked. Sama Young, fuming with anger, kicked open the latrine door and questioned them rhetorically. Are you blind or something? Can't you see? Sama Young threw Woong Biu into the latrine with a furious shout. Eat this. Wunhui, unable to speak, looked pale and nauseous at Sama Young's way of handling things. In contrast, Sodam watched the scene with wide, unblinking eyes. She threw him into the latrine. Hee. After Sama Young left the latrine door, the guards finally dared to run over, their faces filled with worry as they looked inside. Woong Biu, are you alright? However, Sama Young wasn't done with Woong Biu yet. She grabbed the stick that Wunhui had seen earlier and declared fiercely, you lowly servants, if you don't get beaten up properly, you'll never know your place. Let me teach you a lesson. Sama Young gritted her teeth and turned to Wunhui. Should I do it, or do you want to do it yourself, big brother? In a flash, the radiant aura of the petite beauty transformed into the ferocious spirit of a fierce Chihuahua. Sungwon, seeing the tense situation, telepathically asked Wunhui, that's an impressive woman, it's good that she's taking revenge for Ah Song, but is it okay to let her continue like this, Deputy Commander? Wunhui grimaced and replied, of course not, hurry up and stop her. Sodam, watching the drama unfold, clapped her hands enthusiastically. Damn, why stop her? Wunhui, I like her, let her teach them a lesson they'll never forget. No wonder she's the daughter of one of the 4 great evildoers. Wunhui clicked his tongue internally. Please, I just got back to the family. I can't create chaos before even meeting the head of the family. I can't let her cause any problems for our plan. Sungwon approached Sama Young and told her, he wants you to put down the stick. Sama Young barked. What? Who said that? Sungwon hesitated, glancing at Wunhui before saying, well, this, Deputy Commander, she won't listen to me. Sama Young continued to glare at Sungwon with a face as sour as a rotten lemon. Wunhui sighed in exasperation. As always, anywhere, anytime, I'm the one who has to clean up the mess everyone else creates. Wunhui let out a breath and telepathically communicated with Sama Young, I guess I have no choice. In an instant, Sama Young's attitude completely changed, her eyes sparkled with tenderness as she looked at Wunhui. Yes, Deputy Commander. Wunhui coldly questioned her, why did you act on your own accord when I didn't order you to do so? Sama Young miss. Sama Young was stunned, his reproach instantly deflated her emotions. Sama Young, embarrassed, lowered her head and explained to Wunhui, Deputy Commander, it's just that I wanted to seek justice for your servant. I don't like it when you're looked down upon, and I thought these low-life servants needed to be taught a lesson. I thought they needed to learn how to behave around you. Sodam, seeing Wunhui reprimanding Sama Young, jumped to her defense. Hey, what are you saying? Don't scold her, you should praise her, don't make our little puppy sad. For a moment, Wunhui wanted to throw that annoying spirit sword away. Wunhui muttered under his breath, I'm being serious, stop it, whatever, I still have to point this out to her. It's okay normally, but if she keeps acting on her own accord during missions, the mission will fail. Sama Young, after being scolded by Wunhui, sniffled and apologized, but I didn't kill him. Wunhui sighed internally after hearing her heartfelt explanation. Ah, I see, thank you. Wunhui then sternly reminded Sama Young, you'll be punished for your actions if this was a more serious situation. Do you understand what I'm trying to explain? You should ask for my opinion before doing anything from now on. Sama Young instantly put on a puppy dog face, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at Wunhui. I'm sorry, from now on I'll ask for your permission before doing anything. I know I was wrong, so please don't be angry anymore. With just those teary eyes and gentle words, Wunhui easily forgave Sama Young. As soon as he nodded, agreeing to stop being angry, her face lit up with joy. Wunhui clicked his tongue and telepathically told Sama Young, alright, you vented some of my anger for me, I actually feel happy that you did that, but remember to learn from this and don't act impulsively like that again. Sama Young, hearing that, was ecstatic. Even with her human skin mask, her radiant smile exuded the charm of a beautiful woman. The rapid change in the atmosphere, like a couple easily making up after a fight, made Sungwon feel envious, so the deputy commander said he'd scold her. But what's with this atmosphere, he thought. After calming Sama Young down, Wonhui approached Wong Bu without showing any disgust. I apologize, my junior brother couldn't stand injustice and acted this way. Whatever you've done is done now. I just want to ask, after that child was expelled from the family, do you know where he went? The guard stammered. Yes, we don't know. No one has seen that kid in the county since that incident. Wonhui sighed wearily. All right, you don't know that. Then what about the villa? Why can't I see the house where my mother and I used to live? What happened to it? At that moment, Jang Yoon appeared, his footsteps unsteady and his voice condescending. What's with the question? Those low-life creatures who used to live there don't have the chance to come back anymore, so we demolished it. It's only natural. Although it had been a long time since Wonhui last saw his second brother and his wretched friends, he couldn't help but feel a murderous intent welling up in his eyes. Jang Yoon, upon entering, immediately began to insult Wonhui, who allowed a trashy, useless bastard like you to step foot back into the So family. This scene brought back memories for Wonhui, Jang Jian's wretched friends, from prestigious martial arts families in Hunan, had always bullied him, using their status to their advantage, since he was a child. Jang Yoon walked up to Wonhui, but seeing that he didn't respectfully greet him as before, he barked, "Did you forget something, you trash?" Wonhui calmly clasped his hands in front of his chest. Second brother, long time no see. Then, it was the turn of Jang Jian's two friends to taunt Wonhui. What a useless So family member. He got kicked out of the family and hasn't died out in Jianghu yet, and he even survived to return. Whether he lives or dies, he was already kicked out. He's probably only back to be a watchdog. Sama Young, suppressing her fury, quietly asked Wonhui, Deputy Commander, he just heard what she wants to do to those two. She instantly raised her hand to stop her from acting rashly. Although Wonhui had told Sama Young to be patient, he never intended to play the role of a merciful bodhisattva here. He was merely suppressing his anger because he needed to clarify something first. Wonhui directly asked Jang Yoon, "Where's my mother's memorial tablet in that villa?" Jang Yoon sneered, "What, you're asking about that rotten piece of wood? Are you going to greet that useless wooden board? But I don't know where it is, maybe it was used for firewood." Strangely, Wonhui, after hearing Jang Jian's sarcastic and provocative tone, didn't feel the same fiery anger he used to. Perhaps after traveling through Jianghu and encountering various kinds of people, his feelings when facing him were no longer as intense as before. Jang Yoon continued to blabber and provoke Wonhui, completely unaware that in his eyes now, he was like a reckless, loud-mouthed young brat. At this point, Wonhui had had enough and began to mock him. "Birds of a feather flock together. I'm so envious of you. You can spend your days drinking and having fun without worrying about the family." Jang Jian's two friends were immediately angered by the jab. "What, that bastard, he dares to mock us." Jang Yoon immediately growled, trying to intimidate Wonhui, "You think you're better than us just because you have those brats with you now?" Wonhui, with a nonchalant expression, waved him away. "You're being rude, must be the alcohol. I think we should talk when you've sobered up." Jang Yoon, even more enraged by the sarcasm, sneered with disdain, but his eyes flashed with anger. "Huh, you wouldn't even dare to answer back when you were here before, but now you're talking back like this. How dare you?" With a fierce roar, Jang Yoon jumped in front of Wonhui and threw a punch directly at his face. However, the unexpected result left him dumbfounded. His eyes bulged out as if they were about to pop out of their sockets in shock. Wonhui raised his hand to block Jang Jian's attack, and he was completely unaffected by the punch. He glared at him with a gentle voice, "Second brother, I don't want any embarrassing scenes before I meet the family head." Jang Yoon became even more furious, swinging his fist at Wonhui again. "Don't call me so familiarly, you trash. Who told you to call me brother? I don't have a brother like you." However, Wonhui simply leaned back and easily dodged his punch. Missing twice in a row, Jang Yoon was confused and looked at his friend. "What the hell is this? How is that possible? How can a brat who's lost his dantian so easily block my fist?" Jang Yoon was worried his friends would laugh at him if they saw him miss, and sure enough, they started snickering. Are you holding back because he's your family? Why are you trying so hard with someone as weak as him? Are you trying to make us laugh? Wunhui chuckled to himself. Good, they're pushing him, keep adding fuel to the fire. Then, Zhang Yun continued to provoke Wunhui. You filthy bastard, you still talk rough and vulgar like a farmer. Zhang Yun became even angrier. What, you son of a bitch, what did you say? Wunhui calmly interrupted him. I think you're right, you don't have a younger brother. Zhang Yun was dumbfounded, not understanding Wunhui's intentions. Then, Wunhui grinned cunningly. I was born 3 months before you, so, you should call me second brother, don't you think so? Zhang Yun exploded in anger, immediately drawing his sword. You bastard, call you second brother, are you begging to die? Zhang Yun violently swung his sword, threatening, let's see if you can still talk like that after you're dead, you trash. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Song Yanghua stepped forward to stop Zhang Yun. Young master, please calm down, don't do this, didn't you say the family head will be back soon? If something happens, I'm afraid. However, Zhang Yun, blinded by rage, pushed his fiancée aside. Get out, you woman, what do you know, don't interfere in my business. Immediately, Zhang Yun charged at Wunhui with a decisive sword strike. No one is stopping me today, a useless piece of trash like him, no one will mourn his death. Just as Zhang Jian's sword was about to reach Wunhui's neck, it suddenly stopped. A dark voice came from Wunhui's mouth. That's enough. At the same time, he activated his hypnotic eyes in the instant they made eye contact. Zhang Yun, under hypnosis, became docile and politely bowed to Wunhui. I apologize for my harsh words and for trying to kill you. This scene shocked his two friends. Wunhui calmly replied, I accept your apology. Meanwhile, Song Yanghua was the most shocked, sitting on the ground, trembling with anger. What the hell, this guy is crazy. If he's going to apologize, why did he push me so rudely? The servants nearby breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the second young master has regained his composure. Otherwise, I wouldn't even want to imagine how terrible things would be. When I saw his murderous aura just now, I thought there would be a bloody battle. Then, Wunhui also bowed to apologize to Zhang Yun. Second brother, I also apologize for making you unhappy. At that moment, the hypnosis wore off. Immediately, Zhang Yun swung his sword again, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You bastard, what did you just do to me? Die. However, before the sword could strike, Sama Young suddenly stepped in to block him. This time, she only grabbed Zhang Jian's wrist to stop him, not daring to act rashly. Before dealing with him, Sama Young glanced at Wunhui with a hidden meaning. Is it time now? Wunhui nodded subtly in reply. Yes, it is now. Sama Young's face instantly lit up like a flower. She smiled warmly at Zhang Yun. You said earlier that if Wunhui, senior brother, died, no one would mourn him, right? But actually, I'd be very heartbroken. As she finished, Sama Young snapped Zhang Jian's arm. Her sweet smile seemed to shine amidst the echoing cries of pain.